Good morning, and welcome to the Board of County Commissioners meeting for Tuesday, December 10th. It's a nice, crisp, cool morning here in Manatee County, and thank you for everyone for being here this morning. This morning we have, as we do every morning and we do every meeting, we pray to our God and pledge to our great nation. This morning we have Pastor Luke Stockland from the First Baptist Church of Bradenton. Good morning, Pastor Luke. And our very own Colonel Lee DiPaolo, of Director of Community and Veterans Affairs, will do our pledge this morning. So if everyone could please rise for the invocation and the pledge. Thank you.
Would you pray with me? Heavenly Father, God, we thank you for your presence with us. We thank you for everyone in this room. Thank you for our leaders. And we thank you for the struggle sometimes. Sometimes we try to avoid the struggle, but God, help us to embrace the struggle, the dialogue, the differing opinions, God, but we thank you for the diversity of thought, and we pray and ask for clarity in communication and clear understanding. And Lord, we want to make decisions that are best for our community and also decisions that honor you. So we thank you for your presence. We thank you for your peace in our hearts. We thank you for this season of Christmas that we all enjoy so much. And so we thank you for all of your blessings, and it's in Jesus' name that I pray. Amen.
Amen. God bless you.
Good morning. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Pastor Luke. Thank you, Colonel DiPaolo. Appreciate your service to our great nation. Thank you, sir. County Administrator, is there any changes or updates to the agenda?
Yeah, all updates were published with the online agenda.
Thank you, sir. Are there any requests by commissioners for items to be pulled from the agenda? Seeing none? All right, thank you very much. We have one proclamation this morning, and Commissioner Ballard is going to bring that forward. But before we do, I'd like to get a motion to approve the proclamation that she is presenting this morning. Motion to approve. Thank you, sir. I have a second. And wait just for it to come up. All right, let's go ahead with voice. Commissioner Cruz has made a motion to approve the proclamation. Commissioner McCann has seconded that motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I'm seeing none. Thank you. Commissioner Ballard, you are up. It's a proclamation designating January 2025 as Cervical Cancer Awareness Month. Thank you, Commissioner Ballard.
Whereas, according to U.S. Cancer Statistics Working Group, in 2021, 12,536 new cervical cancer cases were diagnosed, and 4,051 lives were lost from it. And whereas the National Institutes of Health report that the 5-year survival rate of individuals diagnosed with cervical cancer is 67.4% due to improved treatment, early diagnosis, and vaccinations. And whereas cervical cancer incidence rates and death rates are still high among certain populations in the United States, according to the NIH, largely due to limited access to cervical cancer screening and vaccinations. And whereas the results from a simple Pap test and HPV co-test can be used to help prevent cervical cancer or detect cervical cancer in its earliest and most curable stages. And whereas patient advocacy organizations like Survivor, who inspire and empower those affected by cervical cancer by educating and motivating them to use their voices for creating awareness, to end stigma, influence decisions and change, and to end cervical cancer. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County, Florida, that January 2025 shall be known, designated, and set aside as Cervical Cancer Awareness Month in Manatee County, Florida, adopted with a quorum and present and voting this 10th day of December 2024, and signed by our chair, Michael Ron.
Thank you. Ladies, gentlemen, board member, thank you. My name is Kelly Marriott, and I have cancer. Did you look at my chest? They're still there because that's what the majority thinks when a woman says that she has cancer. It's no joke, and it's happened to me here at Lake Hospital. So I thank you for not only giving me this opportunity to speak, but the opportunity to help spread cervical cancer awareness. I am currently about to finish my 4th round of treatment. Nobody should have to go through what we go through. The lack of awareness plays a huge factor here in Manatee County. Did you know that the state of Florida is among the highest in the nation for cervical cancer annual rates? The National Cancer Institute states as of 2023 that the annual incident rate for the state of Florida is 9.2 cases per 100,000 women. Now, in simpler terms, that's 1 in every 11,000 yearly. This exceeds the national average by almost 3%. That's huge, and Manatee County is growing. For this reason, we need to increase local efforts for prevention, screening, and early detection. Why, you might ask? Because breast cancer awareness is everywhere, obviously. Everywhere you go is pink, pink, pink. We, as cervical cancer warriors, understand that it took over 10 years for the Susan Komen Foundation to come to life. Cervical cancer should not be this hard, and please trust me when I say it's a journey. In conclusion, acknowledging January, otherwise known to us as Teal and White January, is one step that we can do locally here in Manatee County. Together, we can make a difference so every person in every county can have access to not only prevention, but knowledge. The type of knowledge that is needed to survive. Nobody should have to go through this alone. Thank you for this opportunity, and remember, women cancer is not only about the tatas, but the tacos too. Happy holidays.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Here, let me give you your proclamation. Thank you so much for your bravery
Thank you.
and for raising awareness for cervical cancer.
Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your strength, and thank you. And hopefully, we wish you the best. We truly do wish you the best, so thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for being here today. All right. All right, up next in the meeting is the part of the meeting where we allow for citizens' comment. The citizens' comment is a total of 30 minutes, and each citizen that comes down would please state your name, county of residence, and you will have 3 minutes to speak. Once we've had the folks in the room speak, we will then go to the phones. So first up is Mr. Glenn Gibalina.
I'm gonna call someone else, I'm waiting for something.
Okay. You'd like to, well, next up would be Miss, I believe, Dina Sabo. Okay. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward and give public comment? Please come forward. You can state your name, your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Martha Robinson, Manatee County. For the next 3 minutes, everyone is invited to suspend the idea that being a steward of the natural environment is attached to one political party or the other. In Florida and many places that depend on tourism, the economy is affected by the quality of environment because the environment is what draws in the tourism. Some research suggests that on average, visitors contribute $333 million per day to Florida's economy, and that tourism-supported employment has grown to 2 million jobs, with direct employment marking up 66% of the total at 1.3 million jobs. People from all over the world visit Florida for its incredible subtropical beaches, freshwater springs, and special animals like the endangered manatee. How much business is lost to environmental emergencies like hurricanes and red tide? Do tourists come here when there are hurricanes and necessary cleanup afterwards? Are the county, city, and state agencies interested in water quality solutions that will prevent Florida workers and guests from suffering water quality related infections? The answer to our environmental and economic problems is more green space on land and in the water. Mangroves are adapted to hurricanes. They grow short, live in community where their roots and limbs entangle, and are incredibly dense, heavy trees that absorb the shock of wind and water when a hurricane hits. We need more along the coast, like at Riverwalk, so that we can be resilient to the increased frequency and intensity of hurricanes in this area. And I can personally attest to what an environmental emergency can do to a local economy because of losing my main work as a biologist on Lido Key to Helene and then Milton. Thankfully, I've received gracious assistance to keep my landlord from evicting me and continue to look for new work in a slow and overpriced economy. And I am here now to advocate for more green space to filter our water on land and buffer our cities from the brunt of hurricanes that could be mitigated if we stopped bulldozing all of the plants and trees that create our atmosphere, which protects us from solar radiation, just to build structures that increase the stress on our sewage-related infrastructure, which is also a water quality issue. The economy will suffer if the environment suffers and at our own hands. We need more trees, less concrete, and to equally pay people in the field like me who can implement natural strategies that will protect the future of tourism and the economy at large in this state. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Please state your name, county residence, and you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Lunell McAllister, Hillsborough County. I'm representing Guardians of American History. We're a national organization supporting monuments, memorials, and historic preservation. We have been monitoring monument and memorial removal around the nation, and one of the 5 most disturbing was the one here in Manatee County. Manatee County made national news when, in response to a communist Marxist organized protest, your predecessors voted to remove the historic memorial on your historic courthouse grounds in a National Register historic district with no due process under the laws that require it. It is time for Manatee County to restore the historic memorial. Whether one disagrees with the causes of wars, where veterans offer their service, Americans understand, as polls have shown, that American veterans who perish should be honored, and history should not be hidden away at the wastewater treatment plant, but should be available for the public free of charge. As a time capsule and a point of reference and public history site, as it was intended when it became part of our National Register Historic District. We know that some members will oppose this initiative. However, we refer you to Xi Van Fleet, survivor of Mao's Communist China, Jesse Kelly, a combat veteran, who all have said that removal of historic monuments and memorials signal a revolution. Nonetheless, Guardians of American History is asking for the patriotic members of this commission to outvote the radical minority and support the initiative to restore Florida history in Manatee County. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your comments. Thank you. Yes, sir. Good morning, sir. Please state your name, county of residence, sir, and you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, honorable members of the commission and honorable members of the public. My name is H.K. Edgerton. I am the founder of the Veterans to Restore the Arlington National Monument in Arlington National Cemetery. I am chairman of the board of advisors of the Southern Legal Resource Center, a nonprofit civil rights law firm that fights violations against our Southern heritage. And I am past president of the NAACP in Asheville, North Carolina. And I travel to see you today to ask you to restore the illegally removed historic cenotaph from your historic courthouse. Since none of you were on the commission at the time, you may not realize that people who look like me were used as weapon of choice by the Marxist communist revolutionaries who continually seek to destroy our nation, who threatened your predecessors into removing that cenotaph. I am also a United States Army veteran, being given an award by then Governor Rick Scott for my honorable service. And I'm here to tell you that the morale of the United States military is at an all-time low. And that is because of the way this county and others like it have treated its veterans, especially those from unpopular wars like Vietnam and the so-called Civil War. I was saddened to see the Republicans in Manatee County hold hands with the radical left in the cenotaph removal. But I do understand that they were terrorized and threatened, and the women on the commission were afraid and acquiesced to those threats. I am here today to ask you to fulfill your patriotic duty to restore the Manatee County Courthouse cenotaph that was removed during the summer of thug George Floyd. I watched in disbelief when I saw the video on the news when it was removed with a discount monument removal company in the middle of the night from its place of honor and respect from the courthouse. The mood of the country has changed. We have a new president-elect who honors our history and the Honorable General Robert E. Lee, whose name is on your cenotaph. He spent many minutes on the Joe Rogan show espousing his respect, and you should do no less. So a black man, a veteran, a civil rights activist for red, yellow, black, and white Southerners, I ask you, no, I demand that you restore the illegally removed memorial. And God bless you, and thank you for allowing me to come here and speak to you today.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your service, and thank you for your comments. We appreciate your service to the country.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Mr. Meehan. Please state your name, county residence. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Okay, Mike Meehan, Manatee County citizen. These are my 12 days of Christmas wishes for Manatee County. First thing I want to do is let's run a balanced budget. You can see on the top line there, the surpluses of the last several years. They're averaging around over 200 million for the last 7+ years, the surpluses in Manatee County. Return excess restricted funds to citizens, and that is in the form of a variable tax credit. You can see your unrestricted cash has grown from 397 million in 2017 to 805 million as of 7/31/24. So this unrestricted cash is funds that can be made available for a variable tax credit, which I'm calling for about a $100 million variable tax credit, which is about a 30% reduction in 25 property taxes. I'd like to also see sidewalks installed on 26th Street, 59th Street, and widen Riverview Boulevard. I'd like to see you double the allocation for nonprofits from $2 million to $4 million. I'd like to see you follow through on a homeless project which emulates the Hope Projects up in Pinellas and Hillsborough County. I'd like to see you restore funds to Our Daily Bread, which feeds over 250 people daily and distributes 371 bags of groceries in November. I'd like to see curtailment of overt displays of partisanship at county meetings. I'd like to prioritize a total landscape upgrade on both sides of the causeway. The new flip-top garbage cans are an excellent upgrade, but remember to routinely service these garbage cans. Remove the torn down fencing and concrete pads for the dumpsters recently removed from the pavilion area. Remove debris between the sidewalks and the mangrove on the north side of the causeway, and continue to excellently maintain the highway median landscaping. Repair the extensive sidewalk damage before and after the first causeway bridge. Right now, this is currently impassable, and people on the causeway have to detour up toward the highway to get around this part of the sidewalk, which is totally collapsed. And finally, give Glenn Gibolina, where are you, Glenn? Whatever he wants. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
I have some handouts. Can I set them up here, because I got some handouts I'm gonna talk about.
Is there a question?
No, sir. Thank you, sir.
The extra copy, somebody was asking. Okay, all right.
good morning. Please state your name, county residence, and you have 3 minutes, sir.
Glenn Gibellina for the record, Manatee County. We've got a lot to go over, so, one, greetings and salutations. So I bear gifts and comments. So, special day, I've been around the sun 73 times. If people would have booked that, I would have never made it. So anyways, what you have here as my gift to you is the constitutional January 20th inaugural Bible that I'll be going to in D.C. So if you don't have an office copy, I would appreciate being there, but this is a great Bible. Commissioner Ron, large print. Love that. I love the large print.
Thank you, sir.
So it's got the Constitution, good stuff in there, right? So we need to move in the right direction. By the way, we're taking a bus out of Manatee, $250 round trip. So if you want to spend 3 days on the bus with me, come on by. Anyways, let's talk about future agenda items. So I sent you I send you guys everything the night before so you can kind of go over it. And this gentleman is exactly right about our veterans. So we need to do a better job with our veterans. We've got the funds, we've got the right atmosphere to move forward, and the homeless as well. It's appalling that we still have homeless vets here as well. So we need to move forward. Tunnels to Towers, as you know, is 2 years away, right? So we can do something more adequate, and including the homeless. So if you look at the homeless, you know, 55 and over, 27% are homeless. That is unacceptable at any standard. So we need to do something. So for the new commissioners, Carol and Dr. Bob and Ty, you have this book. Commissioner Amanda went to Philadelphia on a field trip, so you need more information, go talk to her. She's got the numbers on this, and this is a great way to re-educate yourself about the homeless. We don't choose to be homeless, right? We don't. And you think we're just dumpster divers and, oh, we'll find a way. That's not true. Economic times bring us to, we're just one paycheck away from being homeless. So I encourage you to read that. Let's talk about a moratorium. I think that we should have a moratorium in District 1. I really do. There's case law. You know, look at Key West. They didn't do a moratorium. They stopped. No more permits. Is that me already?
I'll give you another minute and a half, sir, since you're
Okay.
handing out presents.
Yeah, so you
You
know
bribed
what?
your way for another 90 seconds,
I want
Glenn.
you guys to say, you know, that guy's a pain in the gluteus maxima, but he gives good gifts, right? Okay. So, thank you.
Bring
Commissioner.
Bibles and food, and we'll give you another 90 seconds.
So, on the moratorium, and Commissioner McCann, I did leave a full set of case law in your packet that you can go over. We can put a pause on development right now, and it won't be of the taking. Hillsborough County's done it. The Keys just said, look, if you can't get off the island of hurricane, we're not issuing any permits, zero stoppage. That's where they're at. We need to take a pause on our development. It's just too much, too fast, and we're not moving in the right direction, right? Solar energy. We need to institute a renewable energy source. I'm going to talk about, I know there's going to be a lot of folks talking about the animal shelter, so I'm just going to touch on that a little bit, and I'll do some more on page 80. But this thing is dragged on way too long. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'll be back. You have all my emails. Tal, thanks for getting back with me.
Thank you, sir.
Enjoy the Bible. Mine will be there on the 20th.
And I appreciate the large print one.
Okay. Oh, you can have, okay. Oh, let me see, future. Okay, you can have it. There you go.
Morning, John.
Good morning, Commissioners. John Agnelli, Manatee County from the Boys and Girls Club. As you're going through your process of looking at advisory boards, we would ask that you take a look at creating one for youth to sit on and to represent the voice of our young people in this county. We all know that it takes a village to raise our young people, but if the village doesn't embrace our young people, they will burn us down to finally feel our warmth. So I ask that while you're going through this process and you're looking at the advisory boards and committees for this upcoming year, that you please think about having one with the youth's voice on it. Thank you and have a blessed holiday season.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am, please state your name, county residence, and you have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Jeannie Russell, Manatee County. I'm here to speak to you, it's already been touched on, is the monument that was removed. It saddens me to think that it's so hard to get it put back, that we bow down to them. My family came over and settled in Jamestown and have fought in every war. And it doesn't really matter which side they were on because they were here and they were citizens. And I just think it's really sad that we would remove something that is honoring them. And I think we need to work real hard on getting it put back. That's where it needs to be.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. All right, is there anyone else? Yes, sir. Please come forward, state your name, county residence. You have 3 minutes, sir. Or-
How you doing? I'm Chris Whitaker. I'm resident of Manatee County. Last time I was here for Hurricane Debbie, the massive rain and flooding that caused, if you recall. And I'm back now just because I believe there's now 20 inches of houses and new citizens raining down in District 1. And just like Hurricane Debbie, we still have malfunctioning gates overwhelming our infrastructure. After Hurricane Debbie and everything that went down, we had an election, and all of our citizens rejected the development-supported candidates because of the flooding and concerning impacts to our infrastructure and quality of life. August 8th, there was a meeting about impact fees being raised, and there was some good conversation between Mr. Cruz, Mr. Ron, and Mr. Bearden. Our impact fees still are pretty low and have not changed, and there was talk about raising them in that meeting. And that still has not yet to be done. Our roads and traffic and the safety on the roads is not there. It's very just dangerous out there. There's been a couple accidents recently with horses, with children, and I believe Lakewood Ranch, when they constructed that community out there, they did it the right way. They built the roads first before they built up all the houses and everything. And I just can't understand why can't Manatee County build up the roads prior to all the housing developments. I kind of support what Glenn just brought up about the moratorium because we keep just putting new homes and new people here in the community, but we don't have a way for them to get out, which is a very similar way with the malfunctioning gate we had at Lake Manatee. Once you overwhelm a system with a bunch of people and rain and water, you have to have a way to release that and have them be able to get out and live their lives, and we don't have that support. And I think there's a way to do it, and I believe Mr. Cruz even stated, we're not against development. We love seeing our community grow, but we wanted to do it in a safe way so our citizens are protected. Everybody can get around safely. Our kids have a better future when we leave them. And myself, I know I have kids, and I want this community to be the best it can be for them. And especially, I want to put them in a house, but I don't want to put them in a square box, house that took 5 minutes to put on, the iCAD machine. These communities that they're building up, they're putting on every square inch of the land, but every house is like the cheapest made house you can find out there. Is that what we want our community to look like when we drive around, or is that the kind of house you want your kid to live in 5 feet from their neighbor? In an HOA complaining about dogs barking, or you can't park your car here or there, and then it floods and a hurricane comes through and all the shingles and everything rip off even though it's a brand new house. So I just think there's a lot of concerning things going on with the development and what we're approving, and I really believe, at least in District 1, it's been booming, and it really needs to be kind of set back until we find out what's the best way to go about this.
Thank you, sir. All right, I'm at Pat Simmons. I just saw you got on the board, so come on, Pat. You're on the board. Oh, for consent? Oh, okay, all right. All right, is there anyone else in the audience? Yes, ma'am. Please come forward. You have 3 minutes, and we got about 8 minutes left in the 30-minute time
I
frame.
am speaking for Dina Sabo because I see she didn't show up, and I know she's stuck in traffic somewhere. What she wanted to talk to you about was the shelter,
Yes, ma'am. Could you please state your name, county of residence?
Joyce Jordan, Manatee County.
Thank you, ma'am.
The shelter has no manager. It is a chaos situation and needs to be remedied now. Nothing is being done, and the heaters haven't even been put out for the dogs for the winter, and you know it's been cold lately. And now we have no manager, so nothing is getting done. The dogs aren't getting outside. Someone has to take responsibility. You have people that are supposed to be managing this. Well, manage it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir. Please state your name, county residence. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
My name's James Anderson, and I live in Parrish. And I'm here to talk about the same thing as that lady, that gentleman, to restore the monument back to its proper location, not in the pile of weeds they had it the first time, because they moved it in order to build a gazebo. Okay, and I would like to see it back in its proper location. And I was involved back 6 or 7 years ago then, when this one gentleman basically browbeated a board to vote on a 4-3, I guess you'd call it a win for him. And he had a police escort when he walked out. And when he walked out, he did this to all his friends. Okay, so I want to see things put back the way President Trump said they would be. And I also want to see the Air Force on regular basis put back with their original Confederate names. He's our upcoming president in another month, hopefully. And he had passed a federal law saying that you could not take down any monuments, okay? I don't think the law expired when he wasn't president anymore, but they just continually took monuments down. Now we got the one at Arlington National Cemetery. How could they take a monument down in a cemetery? Okay, that's all I really have to say. I just want the monument back to its proper location. I belong to 4 World War II organizations. I belong to this organization over here. I belong to it's called the American Battlefield Trust. I've been a member for 26 years. They save hallowed ground and restore it back to the way it was at the time of the battles. They've saved over 60,000 acres of land. They put it back to the way it was at the time of the fights. Now they're working on taking the students out to learn the real truth about the history that took place. And this gentleman is totally correct. They had 30 to 50,000 blacks fighting for the Confederacy. If you ask the Union will tell you no blacks fought for the Confederacy. But just read the papers. Read the 10th Amendment of the Constitution. It was Abraham Lincoln that basically started the war, not the South, because he refused to let those states secede.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your comments. All right, is there anyone else in the audience like to come forward and give public comment? Seeing none, I'll go to the phone. Is there anyone on the phone that would like to give public comment?
We have 3 call line, Mr. Chair.
We have about 4 minutes left. So there will be time after this meeting, after this public comment, towards the end of the meeting, where we'll open it back up for public comment again after the regular part of the meeting. So caller number, what's the first caller?
Ending in 309.
Caller 309, you have, please state your name, county of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Manatee County. My name is Dalton Nelson, Manatee County resident. I've come before the board several times and spoken to many experts and locals of the area. County workers have admitted that there's a definite disconnect between this board, the county, and the general citizens of Manatee County. There is no budget to maintain the canals and drainage ditches. How is the county able to neglect and not maintain things it's obligated to? All the departments have said there is no blockage to Gamble Creek when there are visible blockages. They said, and I quote, "We have walked, surveyed, and droned as much as we can, and there are no blockages." They also have said that the county is not equipped to clean out the canals and creeks, and they would have to subcontract it out. It is perpetual comment that I hear talking to the public in my area and other districts that the county takes our concerns and sweeps them under the rug. That is all I get going through the correct processes to make sure that the right people know about what's going on. I would like to have a meeting with you all to accurately address the concerns I cannot address in this 3-minute forum. I have spoken with Cruz, Bearden, and Phelps, and I have spoken to Evan Pilichowski several times. There are still a lot of unknowns about the flooding problems and the contributing factors that compounded to get this horrific, disastrous results we have seen all over Manatee County related to Debbie. This is not a record-level issue, and you still have no answers for the compelling discrepancies between 2003 and 2024. There is only one thing that has changed between now and then: overdevelopment. There needs to be a temporary moratorium in District 1. That is the only answer until things get addressed, the problems start being taken care of, and a budget is assigned. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, we're basically at 1 minute left, so I don't think we'll be able to get another caller, but after the regular meeting, after the reports are done by the county administrator and financial management, and before commissioner agenda items, there'll be additional time for citizens' comment on future agenda items. All right, now moving on to, huh? Oh, you got people on the board. All right, hang on for a second. Let me jump on it. Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, I'm not going to speak about an individual thing per se. I just want to thank everyone for talking and just let everyone know that there's opportunity to have these. A lot of you spoke about things that I've been pushing for, and I'm happy to hear about the animal welfare and the homeless veterans and so forth. We've got a new board up here. We have 3 new people that are still getting their sea legs under them, and they're doing a great job. They've been out to the port. They've been up meeting with directors. What I would encourage all of you to do, that the 3 minutes is helpful, but set up time if you're passionate about something, whether it be the environment or animal welfare or homeless veterans or development in your district, and set up time with these 3 commissioners as well as the 4 existing commissioners. January 7th, we have a strategy session coming up here, and we're all going to be talking about our priorities. So expressing your views on things, giving people an insight into what you're thinking about, whether it be taxes or animals, will help on that meeting on the 7th. Until we get to that meeting, it's tough really to answer some of your concerns because people still need to get up to speed on things, and they're going to get up to speed quick. They're all smart people that really care about Manatee County. It's why they ran for office. So I'd encourage you to reach out to the new commissioners, the existing commissioners, express your views. January 7th, we should get a pretty good handle on where the priorities of this board are going to be for the next couple of years. So I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Beard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a few things. I'm just going to, give me a minute here because I got to get my things together because there's going to be some things that are going to happen on this board here shortly. Moratoriums, let's talk about them real quick. You can only do it for 90 days, and simply, they just don't work because we're just getting those employees, they can't pay their bills for 90 days, and it's only temporary. But we may have some other solutions that I'd like to talk about today. One is we spoke about, and I spoke with some of the staff in regards to this, about our impact fees. Yes, and when we made that vote, I did agree with the fact that we needed to do a present-day impact fee study so that we know exactly what we need to do to pay for our impact fees. And I spoke with the staff, and they said that we can still vote on that today. Second thing that I'd like to talk about. So I started scratching my head. I'm like, why is it that we're doing things backwards here? And I began to do some research on this, and I figured it out. It's because of House Bill 7207. Is anybody familiar with that? And if you're not, I'd like to educate you on it. The bill, which is codified back in 2011, simply removed the state-required concurrency for transportation, parks, recreation, schools, but allows local governments to continue applying concurrency in these areas without taking any action. The bill does not require any updates to a local government's comprehensive plan prior to the regular adoption of update amendments following the required 7-year local evaluation of the plan. As amended by this bill, continues to provide the minimum standards for Florida's comprehensive growth management system. This bill is not intended to reduce the home rule authority of any local government. So I started looking at this 27-page bill, and I started reading in detail into this bill. And the effects of this bill maintains required comprehensive plan elements in current law, but no longer mandates public school facilities element. Why do we have schools that are filling up? Well, it's essentially because of this bill. So let's just keep going on. I'm going to go ahead and read on page 11 here. Because I don't know about you guys, but I'm pretty upset about the traffic. It took me 1 hour and 20 minutes to get from Cortez to Palmetto High School. So, concurrency, current situation. Now, this was in 2011. Concurrency requires public facilities and service to be available concurrent with the impacts of development. Concurrency in Florida is required for sanitary sewer, solid waste, drainage, potable water, parks and recreation, schools, and transportation. Concurrency is tied to provisions requiring local governments to adopt a level of service standards addressing existing service deficiencies and provide infrastructure to accommodate new growth reflected in the comprehensive plan. Rule 9J-5.00553 FACT establishes minimum requirements of satisfying concurrency. Local governments are charged with setting level of service standards within their jurisdiction. And if level of service standards are not met, development permits may not be issued without an applicable exception. Prohibited from moving forward unless improvements are scheduled within 3 years of development's commencement, or the development is located in transportation currency exception area, or it meets other criteria or exceptions provided by law and the comprehensive plan. Now, the effects of this bill maintains state concurrency requirements for sanitary sewer, solid waste, drainage, and potable water. The bill removes the state concurrency requirements for parks and recreation, schools, and transportation facilities. So essentially, we have home rule, right? It brought it back to the local governments, okay? So if currency is applied to other public facilities, the local government comprehensive plan must provide the principles, guidelines, and standards and strategies include adopted levels of service to guide its application. This bill specifies that in order for a local government to remove any optional concurrency provisions from its comprehensive plan, an amendment is required. An amendment removing any optional concurrency is not subject to state review. Further, local governments should consider the number of facilities that would be necessary to meet the level of service demands when determining the appropriate levels of service, and the schedule of facilities that are necessary to meet the adopted level of service must be reflected in the capital improvements element. Infrastructure needed to ensure the adopted level of service standards are achieved, maintained for a 5-year period of the capital improvement schedule must be identified as either funded or unfunded. Now, it goes into a provision under transportation currency, okay, and that's what I'm really wanting to talk about today is transportation currency, all right? And at that time, the current situation was this. Local governments are required to employ a systematic process to ensure new development does not incur unless adequate transportation infrastructure is in place to support the growth. Now, remember, this was codified in 2011. So we're seeing the results of this bill today, right? Because if it was not codified, right, we wouldn't have these transportation issues, or they wouldn't be as significant as they are today, okay? So, to implement concurrency, local government must define what constituents and constitutes an adequate level of service for the transportation system, measure whether service needs to new development to exceed existing capacity and schedule improvements for that period, okay? Now, it goes really deep into this. I'm not going to read all of this for the sake of time, but we pretty much get the point on what's kind of going on, right? So the effects of the bill, this bill removes the state requirement for transportation concurrency, but allows local governments the option of continuing to apply transportation concurrency locally within their jurisdictional boundaries without having to take any action. Where did we miss it here in Manatee County? We had boards that were prior to us that allowed this to happen, and now it's come to my attention the reasons why these things are happening. Now, local governments may identify transportation concurrency exception areas and may continue to utilize existing areas as an exception to locally required transportation concurrency. For local governments that choose to continue, to apply transportation concurrency, this bill provides a minimum requirements and guidelines for doing so. This bill specifically provides that if a local government wishes to remove transportation currency, it must adopt a comprehensive plan amendment. However, that amendment is not subject to state review. So what that means is that we have the ability, from a local government standpoint, to set the rules. And I think it's about time that Manatee County government sets the rules. Now, our roads are at D level after speaking with the staff. They're at D level, but yet we're still approving projects time and time again. So when is enough? When are we going to take a stand? When are we going to stand up boldly and take a stand for what's doing what's right? Not what's popular with a few individuals. So, that being said, first things first, we need to take care of our impact fees. So before I do that, I think the second thing is to reverse the curse. Man, I tell you what, how much time has been stolen from me getting in my car and driving an hour and a half from point A to point B. That's a dadgum curse. I can't buy any more time back on this earth. And yet I get it stolen day after day after day after day, and that's a curse. And so now it's time to reverse the curse. And I hope I can get the support of this board. All right? So, I'd like to make a motion. I'm just going to go ahead and let the board know. I'm going to make two motions, but this is going to be the first motion, okay? So the motion is to reintroduce traffic concurrency. So I move to direct staff to develop and present a plan to reinstate traffic concurrency requirements, ensuring that transportation infrastructure is adequately funded and implemented in alignment with new development. This plan should, number one, policy framework, outline a comprehensive traffic concurrency policy that aligns with the state and local growth management goals. And what are the goals of this particular board today? Number two, the level of service standards. Establish a clear and level of service standards for roadways and intersections affected by development. Number three, implement mechanisms. Identify mechanisms for evaluating and mitigating traffic impacts associated with new developments, including options for developer contributions. Number four, legal and financial considerations. Ensure compliance with applicable laws and assess fiscal implications for jurisdictions and stakeholders. Number five, stakeholder engagement. Incorporate input from developers, community members, and transportation planning experts to ensure a balanced and effective approach. And I want the staff is directed to report back to the Board of County Commissioners within, I think 60 days is a good timeline That gives us Christmas, January, February, with a draft policy and recommended next steps for adoption. Do I have a second?
I'll second for discussion, but I'm on the board.
Okay. George, you want to go ahead, or?
Oh,
There
it
you go,
goes.
you're red.
Yeah, look, I'll second for discussion, but look, I love what you're saying. I was the one advocating for maximum impact fees from day one up here. I agree with you. I think moratoriums are tough, but making people pay what they have to pay and build where they need to pay will solve some of those problems
That's my
themselves.
second motion.
That's great. And I support both of these motions in theory, but this is a big motion. This is not an agenda item, and this is a huge undertaking with people that still haven't even been through the entirety of the impact fee study or probably met with Nicole to discuss what happened in the past. I would prefer, rather than starting staff on a wild goose chase of putting together a multi-point thing in the next 60 days before the rest of the board can do it, to prepare, we have a work session on the 7th, or a special meeting on the 7th anyway, which won't take a whole day. We can have them prepare a presentation to discuss, here's what we got to today, here's the options, because you're saying a lot of stuff about concurrency, and I've consistently said, you know, part of the problems with our roads is when we lost the opportunity for general concurrency with development. So again, I'm on board with what you're saying. I just want to be respectful of this board and the public to make sure that we're all making decisions based on real information. So, you know, if what you're motioning for is to start a study, I'll vote for it. I'm not gonna vote no on that because I agree with it. But I do think a full presentation and briefing of staff to make educated decisions, to maybe even come up with bigger and better options for this board, would probably be wise just from a procedural standpoint. That said, I'll still vote in favor of your motion because all we're doing is starting a process, not meaningfully just gutting the comp plan blindly. So I'm always in favor of processes. I do think, whether we vote on this or not, having some sort of a future briefing and an update on the 7th would be wise before we get too deep into the weeds. So I will vote in favor of this, but procedurally wise, I'd rather see a bigger presentation on this as an agenda item.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm on, real quick. I agree with Commissioner Cruz. A presentation on this item would be great. We are in the middle of our comprehensive plan review and establishing a new comprehensive plan for Manatee County, which has not been done in some time. So, huh? I disagree with that. Okay. But I did agree with you on another thing. But I would like to see, what Commissioner Cruz is stating, a presentation, maybe on the 7th if we can get there, to discuss the items that Commissioner Bearden has brought forward. I don't disagree with you on the concurrency piece. We need to look at all of it today, being that that was put in effect in 2011. But I would like to see a more in-depth study before we put things into law or into a type of a motion. But I'm not going to stop this motion. If we're just directing staff to go out there and to prepare a presentation or a study or something they can bring to us. Chad has got a lot of stuff thrown at him right here. You know, it's a beautiful jacket you have on today, sir. He's got to get back to his staff, traffic, everything like that, to address the concerns that you have. But I think we do need to have a full presentation, not only for us that have been here for a long time, but for the new commissioners also, to have an opportunity to speak to this issue. So that's my comment.
I think the presentation would be a good idea, but we do have a motion on the table.
Yeah, we're still in discussion.
We have people on the board.
We got people on the board.
Okay, hang on.
Not me, I'm already on.
Commissioner Siddiq.
Appreciate it. Mine was about the future agenda item comments, but I'll discuss this one too.
We have a motion, you have to discuss the
So
Discussion motion.
I will raise a point of order, Board Rule 5.3. I kind of agree with you on that. I don't necessarily think this allows us to make legislative decisions of this magnitude. So I like the discussion we're having. All the new commissioners have raised this on the campaign trails. I've been raising it for a long time. I don't want us to rush this discussion. And we also have a comprehensive plan review, which none of us have been briefed on, that I've been pushing to get more answers on, because that's effectively our plan, if you will, for everything: economic development, environmental protection, or non-protecting the environment, whatever you like, and future land use categories, future development maps, that type of thing. So, and we also need public input. So much of that conversation has been done outside the sunshine, and I don't want that to happen in the future of this community. So I'm not going to support this just because we need to have actual conversations with residents and not just throw random crap on the board and public comments.
Commissioner Ballard, this is to
So-
the motion, correct?
This is to the motion.
Thank you.
So I don't disagree with the concept. I think the ideas are, great. I agree with Commissioner Cruz that a motion of this magnitude should have been on the agenda. Just for good governance purposes, to give the public the ability to understand and to know what's going on ahead of time. I think it should have been on an agenda rather than just brought up after public comment. That being said, we're starting a process. You're giving 60 days. I do think that the 60 days gives our new commissioners a little bit more time to get up to speed on the issues of concurrency. I will vote for the motion, but process-wise, I really think we should do a better job of making sure that things are on an agenda, especially something of a really important magnitude like this.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner McCann.
I think that the public has been talking about this ad nauseum. They've talked a long time that, building, and they did it again today, that building is, far surpassing any infrastructure that we have and any infrastructure that we need. I think that the motion is, long overdue. I agree that process and, things can be talked about on how it could be accomplished, but I think that I would support the motion today.
Commissioner Bearden.
I think 60 days is adequate enough time for them to come back with a solution regarding our concurrency issues. And I think this is something that we can do do now. I don't think it's pretty simple. This is pretty much common sense, guys. No one's throwing this together. I just read you a whole House bill, and I didn't read the whole thing, but there's 27 pages there that gives us the jurisdiction in regards to make this happen. So, again, it's time to reverse this curse. And I think we can get this done in 90 days or 60 days.
Are you finished, sir?
I'm not finished yet.
Okay, well.
60 days is adequate time. We have enough time to do this. We can set up a workshop, get it together. They already know what to plan. We can plan it, get it done, and get it voted on, and get this thing moving by February. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, I see that Deputy County Administrator DePaul's at the podium waiting to speak, so Commissioner Siddiq, do you mind if I give her a minute to speak?
I'll just be brief. I do walk back some of my comments earlier. Still don't support the motion, but I do want to make sure we have good decorum on this board, so take some of that back, Commissioner Bearden.
Deputy
Good
County
morning.
Administrator.
Courtney DePaul, Deputy County Administrator. So I just wanted to say I did just speak a little bit off on the side with Nicole Knapp, our Director of Development Services. We can bring this back, and I think Commissioner Cruz alluded to it. January 7th, we have a special meeting that's scheduled to discuss some topics, but there's still plenty of time and room on that agenda to put a discussion about concurrency, transportation concurrency, and then also impact fees. I know transportation concurrency does fall under Public Works. I was kind of mouthing to Chad in the audience, but I think he would be prepared to bring back a discussion. That's 30 days in. And so at that point, we can discuss exactly timelines on changing everything, discuss more specifics. That gives us time also to brief each of the commissioners in preparation for that, so we can give an adequate impact fees 101 to the new commissioners, if that works for the commission.
I'm about to make a second motion after this motion.
Okay,
So
well,
we'll see
okay.
everybody stand on it.
All right.
But I just want to give that heads up so the board knows.
Director Butso, you were looking like you wanted to say something. You just want your jacket on TV, I know that.
Chad Butso, Public Works.
I would just say, yes, there's a deeper piece. There's one piece that hasn't yet been mentioned is at the state level, they play in the rules that we administer a lot, and concurrency was definitely one of them. The 2011 was coming out of the Great Recession, and it was a jump start to the economy. Just had never had anything that was rolled back from it. The biggest part that was within that concurrency thing was that it removed the option of time from the local governments. Clark can persuade that. Maybe I can even dig up an old presentation that we have that maybe I could share yet this afternoon or give you some documentation yet today if I can do that. But in general, what used to happen in past with previous concurrencies was you couldn't make somebody else do something they weren't required to pay for, but you had the opportunity to say you can't build until that improvement is made. That was a huge change in the between the 07 and 2011 things. And they also added a thing like, if you've heard us bring your development agreements or impact fee credit agreements before you in the past, we have this thing called a proportionate share. So also it got down to the point where within the traffic studies, as far as the direct impacts that a development specifically caused, they didn't even necessarily have to build them if they wrote us a check for the costs of those proportionate impacts, and there was not a way to withhold timing. So that was a huge piece I just wanted to say, where it's a two-component point of view. What is the fee that somebody locally pays? A lot more controlled by us within the rules of getting a impact fee study put together and approved. And then on the concurrency side, more playing a game with the state rules. Clark is by far way better at telling you the exact details, but that's a little bit of the nuance. We still do concurrency, it's tracked, and we're way behind. But within the rules of what you could do to slow a development down, it wasn't legal to withhold those approvals in the way the law was passed and not rescinded since 2011.
All right, sir. Thank you. All right, you've already spoken, right? Commissioner D pulled himself down. I'm going to pull myself off. So Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've kind of run the course of discussion, but I would like to see the January 7th meeting, because there are open items that need to be discussed. It's not quite as simple as this. I'm a fan of concurrency, but as Chad said, concurrency was great when concurrency existed. We've gotten away from concurrency, and now we're contemplating going back. There's going to be an open discussion of how we handle that. Concurrency was hyper-local. It was basically glorified impact fee credits because your concurrency was based upon your impact in your immediate area. But we've now had 10, 15, 20 years of underdevelopment of infrastructure in places waiting their turn. If someone builds out way out east someplace, their concurrency requirement is going to be way out east. It's not going to fix the roads on Lena and Erie and Canal and places like that, which otherwise can be fixed with impact fees because we have more flexibility on utilization of them. So there is a discussion on what's the best use of this board's increase in revenue stream. Is it increasing impact fees to their fullest extent, or is it switching back to a concurrency? And we need to have a real discussion with people like Chad on how that's going to impact our CIP and our future revenue streams on places that aren't going to receive benefits of concurrency because there's no new development there because they're already built out and they're waiting their turn for impact fees that would go away if you made it an all or nothing concurrency. So there are discussions. I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I'm just saying I'd like to have some real information, and I'm thankful that this board is looking at options that are all good options. It's just a matter of which one's the best option for the greatest good of Manatee County going forward, and the sooner the better. I disagree with a few people mentioning, well, we have a comp plan amendment. This is not something that waits for a comp plan amendment. This is not something that can sit around for 12 months. We're going to lose a fortune waiting around 12 months for a comp plan. Discuss FDAB lines and stuff with the comp plan. These impact fees, concurrency, whatever path we decide to go needs to be done as soon as humanly possible.
All right, thank you, sir. And seeing no one else on the board, there's been a motion made by Commissioner Bearden, seconded by Commissioner I'm sorry. Is there anyone who'd like to give public comment on this item? Please come forward, state your name and your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
Just wanted to come up here again, Chris Whitaker, Manatee County. Wanted to thank Mr. Bearden for bringing this up because it's definitely a good start to where we need to be. I think there was an agreement to have an independent study after Debbie, and I think that study would show the development impacts on the area, the roads, the infrastructure, the sewer, all that stuff. And so my question is, where is that? And I think from Ms. Ballard's side, I totally understand where you're coming from. And like, it'd be nice if this was on the agenda already, but we're to the point now where we're about to have how many more developments in District 1 being, approved or disapproved? I mean, look at the schedule coming up just this month before the end of the year, how much people are trying to get rezoning or developments approved for, and we're gonna approve those before even having the study done. So I think doing this motion now is very necessary, and I'm glad, most of the board's gonna support this, because whatever changed in 2011 seems to be definitely the reason why we're kind of behind. So just want to thank you guys and appreciate your hard work.
All right, thank you, sir. Is there anyone else in the audience that would come forward and give public comment? See, no, is there anyone on the phone that would like to give public comment regarding this motion?
No hands raised, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. I'll go ahead and close public comment on this motion that's been made. If everyone please cast their votes at this time. And the motion carries 7-0. Commissioner Beard, you're back on the board.
Awesome. So now we can talk about the impact fee, which we already know what we need to do. So I'm just going to go ahead and make a motion for an updated impact fee study. I move to direct staff to commission an updated impact fee study to reassess current rates and determine the feasibility implication of restoring impact fees to 100% of the present day calculated value. The study should include economic analysis, evaluation of the physical impacts on local government revenues and services, as well as on development and housing affordability. Number two, well, it says service needs assessment, identification of infrastructure service demands driven by growth, and whether the current impact fee levels are sufficient to meet those demands. Number three, a comparative review, examination of impact fee practices in comparable jurisdictions to inform recommendations. Number four, stakeholder input, opportunities for engagement with developers, residents, and other stakeholders to gather feedback. Staff is further directed to report the findings and any policy recommendations to the Manatee County Commission within 60 days, with options for restoring fees to 100% of the current present day or other levels as appropriate.
Can I ask a quick question?
Do you want to open for discussion?
Yes, I'd like to, yes.
Yeah.
So my question is, do we have to do a whole new study, or can we do kind of a supplement, just seeing whether we reach that kind of critical emergency level of growth so that we can implement the 100%? So I'm basically trying to get us to a quicker way to do this, if possible.
Ms. Knapp.
Good morning. For the record, Nicole Knapp, Director of Development Services. The short answer is I don't know 100%. I would want to put a call into our consultant. There's a lot of language in the statute that has time limitations on whether or not we would have to go through a new study or a partial addendum to the one we did, given the time restraints that have passed. We may be fine if we can do a partial amendment now, quickly, and demonstrate. We had the study done, and the study showed what it would be at 100%, but the board made a decision as a policy decision to adopt at 50% per the statute that allows you to increase those fees every 4 years, 12.5%, a maximum up to 50. So I think we are prepared to, or we can be prepared to discuss this at the workshop combined on January 7th.
So if I could ask for a friendly amendment, it would be that if we have the ability to move forward with just an addendum that shows that we have the need for the 100%, that we could do it that way in order to do it more quickly, rather than go for an entire new study.
You haven't taken anyone off, so I can't put myself on.
I know, this is.
No, I know.
The whole thing's screwed up.
All I'll say is I seconded the motion when it comes up. Here's the reason why I kind of disagree with Commissioner Ballard.
Your mic.
Sorry.
mean,
Stupid mic. Yeah, I seconded the motion. Here's why I kind of disagree. I could be tucked into it, but we're going to get sued on this. We are. That's what developers do when you increase their fees. I'm not going to skim $100,000 worth of cost and a couple of weeks worth of work off of a study to come up with a partial one that someone can point to and say, hey, that's a partial study. That doesn't qualify based on whatever Tallahassee did. We're going to throw this entire thing out and drag this down the road for another 1 to 2 years while they're paying partial fees and we have partial roads. I'd rather just do it the right way. So if you get 100% confirmation with a legal opinion that we can do it partially and that cuts meaningful time, 100%, that's fine. But I don't want to err on the side of a gray area and save a couple, step over, dollars to pick up pennies here. Like, I'd rather get the real study done and make this motion and get the little extra supplement and get a supermajority vote and start increasing these fees properly and make sure we minimize any opportunity people have to delay that.
And I would agree with that. I really mean only if it is very clear that that is an appropriate way to go forward and that it will save meaningful time. So I think we're on the same page.
Mr. Chair.
Q, my board is not up to date by any means. I still got speakers from last, from citizen comment from before.
Could we all cancel our request to speak and then?
If you want to, I mean, I have no idea. I mean, I didn't, There you go, now people can speak. Well, you're showing, on mine, you're showing still on.
You and McCann's still on.
Yeah.
He wants to be on.
Did you request to speak, sir? Okay. So, whatever they did earlier messed up my system.
Mr. Chair, can we take just a recess to get staff to look at this? It's almost time anyway.
Well, I mean, everybody came off, and now Commissioner Sadiq is on.
Okay. So in 2023, we have an updated impact fee study. It proposed increasing to 100%. The previous board voted to increase by 50%. That puts us in the legal issue of voting to approve more than 50% impact fees, which I think was a mistake. So I'd like to at least get our county's attorney's opinion on the risk of getting a lawsuit over this, or if we've even finalized the 50% increase. I'm 100% in favor of the 100% increase from the 2023 study. And so my request for discussion from staff would be, can we revive that study? I really don't want to spend more money delaying this conversation when that study seemed sufficient.
So the study we brought forward, I believe, the time limits for the statute expired in October. That's why I want to discuss with our consultant.
Yeah.
So I believe we are past that date, which would mean a new study. That new study would have to demonstrate extraordinary circumstances of why you should increase your fees more than once every 4 years, because that's another statute to consider. You can only increase once every 4 years. And so, again, I'll put a call into the consultant this afternoon. And then we would be prepared to brief you accordingly on the workshop on January 7th. The consultant may not be present, but at least we could give you the options of how we could potentially move forward.
We have discussed these options, though, already with the consultant. So we do have, I don't want to say solutions, but we think we have ideas how to get there, even if the new fee gets implemented on January 1. But there are very serious legal considerations that we have to put in, that we have to at least be, considering, I guess, before the board makes a decision. That's why I think that a briefing, we can get the consultant on the phone. We understand that probably this is the desire of the board if this motion passes, and so we can get there, but we've worked this through with the consultant. I think we've also engaged with Pamela, with the county attorney, and so in any case, I just wanted to add that, but we have discussed these options.
I'm on the board real quick. Would the motioner consider revising the motion? Your motion is very specific. Update impact fee study to 100% of present day. Would you update your motion or revise your motion to state, to give staff the time to be able to get with the, you can't do this automatically. There's just too much statute, there's too much legality to follow around this. And to Commissioner Cruz's point, we would be sued. Well, you said we will be litigated.
Well, we will.
Okay.
We will.
All right.
Leave it as it is.
Okay, all right, well, all right. I'm good as it is. Okay. All right, you all done? Okay, thank you. I'm gonna open up the motion to public comment. Would anybody come forward and give public comment on this motion?
For the record, Glenn Gibolina, Manatee County. That nice guy, Santa Claus, he left the building. So, the impact fee study. Let me bring you up to speed here. You used an old study from 2015, right? You didn't use the new one from Benesh in 2022 that you should have. And according to George Cruz, we were only getting 40% of the cost to build that road, to the infrastructure. That holds true today. So before the old board went out, you divided it into 4 years at 25%. At the 215 study, we spent like 50 grand on an updated study that was great. It would have got us close. But what'd you do? Oh, we'll make it 100%, but at the old 215 rate. We were still getting cheated out of 60% of the real cost of infrastructure. You need to go back to Benesh, use the 2023 study at 100%, and we might be in the ballpark. And as far as extra circumstances, all day long. Commissioner Cruz brought that up. I researched that. We fall within those parameters. You need to kick that in as well. We have been short-sheeted on impact fees for 20 years that I know of. So we need to move forward on a more current study at 100%. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is anyone else like to come forward and give public comment?
My name's Andrew Griffin. I'm a political activist and advocate here in Manatee County. I came here for something totally different than impact fees, but this wasn't on the agenda. I'm here for a reason, and I think it's for the impact fees. We have been here, our schools have been robbed from impact fees. I don't know if you guys remember the shortage in our school systems some, 10 years ago? We've been dealing with these impact issues for, like Glenn said, 20 years. And I thought we were making great strides when we implemented the impact fees previously. And now I find out that we're here today still talking about implementing the right fees to these builders. These builders don't have a right to put their expenses on the people here. I think many of us are conservatives, and we believe everybody needs to pay their fair share. Yet every time we come here, when it comes down to this, we're having to fight with these builders to get them to pay their fair share, or we're going to be sued. At this point, I don't care if this county gets sued anymore. It's time to fight and make them start paying their fair share. That's my sentiments today. Thank you so much.
All right. Is there anyone else in the audience like to give public comment? Seeing none, is there anyone on the phone that would like to give public comment regarding this motion?
No hands raised, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. I'll go ahead and close public comment. There's been a motion by Commissioner Bearden, seconded by Commissioner Cruz, a motion to update impact fee study to 100% of present day. All those, if everyone would cast their votes at this time. Want to cast their votes? The motion's up. The motion carries 7-0. All right, thank you. All right, moving on. Is that it, Commissioner Bearden?
That's it.
All right, thank you, sir. Yeah.
Nothing else.
All right, I'm gonna open up for citizen comment on consent agenda items only. Be aware, we will probably take a break right at 10:30 for staff and everybody to do what they need to do. So, Pat, you are up, ma'am.
Pat Simmons, Manatee County. Hello to the new commissioners. It's nice to meet you. And now for something totally different. There's an item on the agenda about the new sports complex. I think it's item 8. And I would like to take this time to remind you all that adaptive sports should be just as big a part of that new sports complex as normal sports, whatever that means. The entire country of Scotland just completed a year-long adaptive sports program in all parts of the country. They went into schools and had para-athletes teaching kids how to play wheelchair bocce, which I thought was pretty cool. There was also curling on a gym floor. Whatever you call it, the discs were, they had a ping so that blind kids that were blind could play curling. And they also taught them how to kayak on the gym floor before they took them out to the water. Those were just 3 examples. And I think that Manatee County has an opportunity to really embrace adaptive sports. There's sitting volleyball was one of the events during the Paralympics. That wouldn't take any money, just someone to organize it, because they lower the net down to the floor level and they have to sit and play volleyball. It was fun to watch. There's also, like I said, wheelchair bocce that's really taking off in Scotland. So if you're thinking about how we can add more pickleball courts, think about wheelchair pickleball or blind pickleball or every game can be adapted. So keep it in the back of your mind, and I'll be back on January 7th. Thank you.
Thank you. County Administrator, can we have Molly White look into, there she is. She's in the back, amazing. Molly, can you come and address it real quick at what your program is for adaptive sports at our county parks?
Good morning, Molly White, Director of Sports and Leisure Services. So inclusion is definitely very important to our department and the county as a whole. We work with the Special Olympics currently. We actually have an internship program that we're pitching for this summer to bring on someone to do the research of other counties and what they're currently offering. We actually just met recently with the Fort Hammer rowing group that's out on the Fort Hammer boat ramp to see adaptive rowing come to our department. We definitely see the opportunities. We did have a meeting recently. I'm not sure if we've gotten back with you. I apologize. For pickleball at GT Bray to be utilized the court space as well. So it's on our radar. We'll have further discussion to see other opportunities as well. And I guess I'll use this opportunity to pitch too. For the next budget season, we'll be bringing a request for a full-time position for a recreation therapist, someone that's specialized in this type of inclusion programming, especially with the opening of John Marble. The opportunities are endless there with the volleyball courts. So it's on our radar. We're working forward to it, and we'll have further discussion as well.
Thank you, ma'am.
Welcome.
Thank you, Pat, for always keeping us on track. Appreciate it. All right, is there anyone else that'd like to come forward and give comment on consent agenda item only?
For the record, Glenn Giblin, I do want to correct myself on the impact fees, 2024. You did vote to increase it at 50% over 4 years, so whip-de-doo, 12.5%. They were laughing all the way to the bank. Item 4, right? Let's talk about item 4. I sat in the Zoom meetings for this lawsuit. We should not be using $19,605 of taxpayer money to pay this for bad behavior. We keep doing it. We paid KVO, we paid Bishop, now they're coming to now they want to pay us stature. When you skirt the law and be bad behavior, we're not entitled to do it. So here's my theory on this. We need to put our foot down and say, when I do a records request, I expect it to be filled in a timely manner. I don't expect to go burning up, trying to figure out who's got a burner phone, who's using their cell phone, what other email accounts you have. This should be a no-brainer. You need to send a message to everybody involved that when someone does a records request, we expect it to be fulfilled in a timely, honest manner. If you sat in this Zoom meeting and they cherry-picked the emails you wanted to see, that's not transparent. We expect that now with this new board. And quite frankly, when they start doing, when Dana Rawls or Ms. Pritchard comes and says, hey, I'm having a difficult time getting this email from such and such a date from such and such commissioner, the attorney should say, look it, you need to come up with what the records request. Do not violate the sunshine laws. Give the public what they asked for. And if you don't, and we get sued, we're not going to pay your bill. That's the message we should be hearing from the county's attorney's office. Say, we're not going to put up with the shenanigans. That old way of doing business is gone. I'm going to continue doing my records request, and if I get any pushback, I'll be right back here again, because this is unacceptable. We should not use taxpayers' money to pay this. He acted in bad faith. He concealed emails. He didn't use county phones, on and on and on and on. So a waste of, let him pay. If you're gonna act in bad behavior, pay your own bill, for the record. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. All right, is there any other further public comment from the audience on consent agenda item only? If not, is there anyone on the phone that would like to give public comment on consent agenda items only?
No hands raised, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. All right, moving forward, I need to get an approval. I'll close public comment. I need to get an approval on the consent agenda. Can you bring up the consent agenda? All right, there's a motion by Commissioner Cruz, second by Commissioner Bearden. Approval of consent agenda. Everyone would cast their votes at this time. The motion carries 7-0. Thank you very much. All right, now we're going to move into the advertised public hearing, presentations upon request. First up is financial management. Oh, yeah, sorry. 10:30. It's 10:30. All right, we're going to take about a 10-minute break. We'll be back here at 10:40. Thank you very much. We're in recess. Now moving on to the advertised public hearings. The first up is financial management, item number 79. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning.
Would anybody like a presentation? Okay. Stand by.
Thank you.
Okay. No one like a presentation? Okay. All right. Item 79 is already up on the board. Commissioner, is there any open for public comment on item 79 regarding public safety and law enforcement? Seeing none, I'll close. Is anyone on the phone to give public comment on item 79?
No hands raised, Mr.
All
Chair.
right, thank you. Close public comment. There's been a motion moved by Commissioner Cruz, second by Commissioner Sadiq. If anyone to cast their votes at this time. Motion carries 7-0. Next item up is Community and Veteran Services. This is a presentation scheduled. And good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, County Commissioners, Mr. Bishop, Mr. D'Agostino. I'm Julia Vieira, the Community Development Project Manager. I have Amanda Warner here with us. She is with our wage trim consultant. We are here as the last step to submit our end of the fiscal year report to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. And we have prepared a brief presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. So today we're here to present to you the Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report. You'll hear us refer to this as the CAPER throughout our presentation today. Again, my name is Amanda Warner. I'm a planner with Wade Trim, consultant for Manatee County for this project. So the Community and Veteran Services Community Development Division administers federal funding received through the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development to provide community improvements through public services and public facilities that benefit low and moderate income residents. So the CAPER report is the county's annual report to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, and it has to be submitted by December 29th, 2024. Annually, every year it's due at the end of December. That report highlights Manatee County's success in addressing the goals and objectives of the 2023 to 2027 five-year consolidated plan, and it covers specifically program year 2023. That's the first program year of that five-year consolidated plan, and a program year covers the time period between October 1st through September 30th. So we're talking about October 1st, 2023 through September 30th, 2024. And it reports on three federal grant programs, and that's the Community Development Block Grant, otherwise known as CDBG, the Home Investment Partnerships Program, otherwise known as HOME, and the Emergency Solutions Grant, otherwise known as ESG. So in program year 2023, the formula allocation, that's an entitlement allocation from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, what the county received was $1.8 million in CDBG, $682,570 in home, and $157,064 in ESG. Additionally, home program income received during that time period totaled $365,045. There was also a reprogrammed prior year funding made available. This was funding reprogrammed from the previous year or prior years, several prior years combined, and that was for foster children shelter rehab, Polling Gardens renovation, and the food bank expansion. So just know there are some carryover funds from prior years that were used as well. So this funding funded high priority initiatives, so programs, projects, and activities, including affordable housing development and rental assistance, public services such as legal assistance and health services, community improvements through infrastructure projects and renovation of community services and buildings. The actual funds expended in program year 2023, including current year program funds and prior year funds carried over, was approximately $3 million in CDBG, $777,000 in home, and $143,000 in ESG. So those were the expenditures during the program year. So some notable accomplishments, there were more than are shown on the screen. However, we do want to bring your attention to Turning Points. That Project Smile was an award-winning project through the National Community Development Association. The Manatee County Housing Authority funded low-income housing roof replacements. Salvation Army funded through that, Salvation Army as a subrecipient funded tenant-based rental assistance. The county's down payment assistance and housing rehabilitation and replacement programs, construction of the Centerstone Samoset Community Resources Center, which is an ongoing project, so that'll continue. And then the foster children's shelter rehabilitation, also an ongoing project. So for the citizen participation, which is required for these HUD reports, we held a 15-day public comment period that spanned from November 25th through December 10th, today. The report was made available on the county's website and at county offices. And today we're holding a public hearing with you, the Board of County Commissioners. And this is really an opportunity to offer comments and ask questions about the report. So today we're asking to provide a public hearing for residents and commissioners to offer comments and ask questions, and then authorized county staff to submit the program year 2023 CAPER to HUD. And for any questions regarding this report moving forward, Julia Vieira from county staff is here as well. So thank you for your time.
All right, any questions from the board regarding the action that's required today? Commissioner Ballard.
There we go. I don't have a question, just more of a comment about some of the uses that we've had for the funds this year. I had the opportunity to visit the children's shelter. I will tell you guys, I would highly recommend that each of you go and visit that children's shelter. There, for kids in Manatee County who go into foster care who don't have a family situation that they can go to, they end up in this shelter. And these kids in the shelter, they have very, very little. I mean, they come with like a little trash bag, a couple pairs of shoes, and that's it. And so for us to put forward some of these funds to take that environment and make it just a little bit more positive and welcoming is, it's so impactful, and I'm so glad that we're utilizing some of these federal funds for something that means so much to people in our community who really have so little, and those people who, you know, they're wards of the state. So the county should be taking care of those kids. So I do appreciate that greatly. I also had the opportunity to tour the under construction Samoset Resource Center at Centerstone, and it is going to be such an amazing resource for people all over our county. So I just applaud your efforts and the meaningful projects that we've chosen to use for these funds. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Sadiq.
I did have a question around the CDBG. I think I got that acronym right. The community, that grant. I always mess up the D or B. It's one of those two, and you're just singing the ABCs. So the question I did have around that was, obviously in my district we have the coastal areas. We were impacted by Helene and Milton, Debbie to some extent. But the question I get anytime a storm comes, even if it's rain, is just how much money have we put into housing rehabilitation and replacement? Understandably, $10,000 is not going to get you a lot, but I would like to learn a little bit more about where that money went and some of the outcomes of that effort, specific to me and that grant and perhaps others.
Right. So in terms of the efforts after the disasters, we have included a clause in all our rental assistance contracts, which currently are 4, with different subrecipients, to prioritize families that have been displaced as a result of the summer disasters. In terms of housing rehab and replacement, we will do some amendments to our policies and procedures this coming January to also make it more streamlined for those households. We have requested waivers from HUD. They have made available waivers from HUD to streamline. We have requested, we have been approved. Now we need to update our policies and procedures so we can make the access to these programs more streamlined, and that's coming up next year.
Do we know how many homes have we rehabilitated or helped to replace in part or entirely out of those funds?
Just directly related to the disasters.
Or just in general, doesn't have to be
in general.
disaster related.
Yeah, so the housing rehab and replacement is funded through 3 different grants. The main one is the SHIP grant, it is my colleague Debbie Ash that oversees that grant, so I would have to come back to you on that. But in terms of the CDBG and the home grants, it has been seven households this year with rehab, and I believe 3 replacements.
Just kind of curious, what do we learn from those replacements? Like, were the funds enough? Were the needs met? Just curious there.
So I believe so again, it's my colleague Debbie Ash who really oversees that program. We have increased the funding allocation for each household that eligible to receive funding. Now it is about $180,000 for replacement that we put towards each unit, and $80,000 for rehabilitations. And so it is substantial when we go in there. It is substantial. And Tracy, would you like to add that?
Hi, good morning. Tracy Adams, Deputy Director, Community and Veteran Services. One of the things, it's a lengthy process to rehab a home or construct it, reconstruct it. One of the, not to be negative, but one of the issues we found is the contractors, and having the contractors who are willing to do these jobs, because, they don't make as much as they do with an unfunded regular reconstruction. However, we have taken steps by putting out in the Tampa Bay area, put it out there, trying to recruit people from outside of Manatee County, outside of Sarasota County, just to try to get more contractors so we can get things done faster.
Okay. Are we working with any of the nonprofits in our community, MCF or others, to kind of coordinate relief aid, or, well, not relief aid, but coordinate grant disbursement? Is they're able to get more closer to residents, like in areas like Rabonia, East Bradenton, those that need through their contacts? So I'm just kind of curious, do we at least talk to MCF or any other nonprofits to identify where the needs are for the specific grants?
We do. We always put out the notifications when our application process will come open, so that those individuals in need can apply for the assistance. Unfortunately, there's not enough money to help everybody, but we make sure that those agencies that work with the individuals that we're assisting are aware what's coming open.
Got it. Thank you. That's all I got.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions by the board? Are there any citizens' questions or comments regarding this item? Is there any comments on the phone?
No hands raised, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. I'll go ahead and close public comment. There's been a motion moved by Commissioner Sadiq, seconded by Commissioner Ballard. If anyone would cast their votes at this time. Okay. And the motion carries 7-0. Congratulations on your caper. All right, moving on to the regular part of the agenda is the first part up is the Value Adjustment Board appointments. And the clerk's office Vicki from the clerk's office is going to come forward and talk about it.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners, County Administrator, County Attorney. I am Vicki Tesmer with the Manatee County Clerk's Office, Supervisor of Board Records. One of our duties, besides being the clerk to the board, is to work administratively for the Value Adjustment Board. The Value Adjustment Board is made up of 5 members, 2 of which are county commissioners, and we also select an alternate county commissioner to serve on the board. Due to the results of the election in November, we are in need of new members to finish out the 2024 season.
Madam Attorney?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Commissioners, the chairman asked if I facilitate with the process for nominations and votings for these positions. So at this time, I would ask if anyone has any nominations for the position of chairman for the Value Adjustment Board.
Chairman Ron.
Any other nominations?
You're the alternate now. You're the most logical choice.
I like
You're
being
the
the
one on the
alternate.
board.
Makes sense.
I like being the alternate. Yeah, I'm more than happy to step up.
All right.
But we need 2 more.
Well, we just need any more nominations for chair. All right. Seeing none, we'll close nominations for chair.
Have fun.
At this time, we would need to call for public comment on this item. If any members of the public want to come forward to speak on the appointment of the chair. Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Anyone on the phones?
None, Madam Attorney.
Thank you. If the board wants to engage in any debate at this time, you can. I'm going to assume there's none, considering.
Mike or no one?
If you can raise your hands
Amongst yourselves.
relative to whether you want to vote for Commissioner Ron as chair. Raise your hand.
I can't vote for myself.
You can. You can vote for yourself.
Okay, I'll vote for
You can
myself
for
then.
yourself.
Thanks,
All
George.
right. All right. Chairman
Boy,
Ron receives the
you're gonna get coal in your stocking, sir.
unanimously, 7-0. Now I'd ask for nominations for the member position, please.
I nominate Commissioner Cruz. He's in
Any-
real estate, he gets it, you know.
Commissioner Cruz has been nominated by Chairman Ron. Any other nominations? Okay, seeing none, we'll close nominations. We need to call for public comment. Are there anyone in the audience that wishes to comment on the nomination of Commissioner Cruz for the member? Seeing no one come forward, we'll close public comment on that. Can we go to the phones?
None, Madam Attorney.
Thank you. All right. I don't think there's any need for debate. Can we have a vote, please? All in favor of Commissioner Cruz, please raise your hand. The vote's unanimous, 7-0. Lastly, can I call for nominations for the position of an alternate member for the board?
They don't want to do it?
Yeah. Okay.
Commissioner Phelps.
Okay, Commissioner Feltz has been nominated by Commissioner Cruz. Any other nominations? Seeing none, we'll close nominations. We'll call for public comment at this time. Anyone from the public wish to comment on the nomination of Commissioner Feltz as alternate? Come forward. Seeing none, let's go to the phone.
None, Madam Attorney.
Thank you very much. I'll call for the vote. All in favor of Commissioner Feltz being member, please raise your hand. The vote is unanimous, 7-0.
Thank you very much. I will be in contact with the new members to schedule our final meeting of the Value Adjustment Board. There should only be one meeting, maybe two, but it's a quick process. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, next up is the approval of revised 2025 Board of County Commissioner meeting schedule. And Ms. Knapp is coming forward on that.
Good morning again, Commissioners. Nicole Knapp, Director of Development Services. On November 19th, there was a discussion and direction to staff to bring forward a revised 2025 meeting schedule. With that calendar, looking for some efficiencies and or reductions in your meeting schedule. So no matter how you look at it, I think there's like 25 different ways you could present you an option. So we've brought 3. And I just wanted to point out a couple highlights with each, if I could, and then either a discussion or you can give staff direction on how you'd like to proceed. If you, I don't know if you can amend, or excuse me, adopt today with a motion to amend one, if you will, like à la carte, or if we would have to bring you back a final copy on Thursday at your land use meeting. So option A is going in pattern with what we have today. The first and third Tuesdays of the month would be a regular meeting. The only difference would be, or exceptions would be January, March, and April, where is to accommodate special meetings, spring break, and considerations of things like that, just special meetings and spring break. With option A, you'll notice the workshops and the COG meetings, when those occur, they would be on a Wednesday in the same week that you already would have a regular meeting. So again, trying to have your meetings in every other week and not 3 or 4 weeks in a row. With that, option A, we also displayed on there 4 additional meetings that would be at the county administrator's discretion after discussion with you all, if needed because of a storm or some other type event, maybe going into the recess if there was that much of a backlog with agenda. Option B, very similar, but first and third Thursdays, just to give options, with exemptions on January, March, June, September, and December. That sounds like a lot, but it's because of special meetings, a trip to Tallahassee, spring break, and a conference in September. Otherwise similar with workshops and COG meetings being on the Wednesday immediately before or after the meeting in the same week as your meeting. Lastly, though, we Would like to offer option C, for, at least for discussion purposes. I know on the 19th, there was comments made about having less meetings and putting land use items after you finished with your regular agenda, whether that be in the morning or the afternoon. But we have an unusually high number of cases. As you know, this Thursday you have 18 or 19 cases. That's a little high because of the storm. So if you kind of remove that situation and look at the rest of the applications we have 12 scheduled for what would be the first land use in January, another 10 for what would be a second land use in January if it had happened, and another 9 or 10 for the first land use in February again. Because we're always about 3 months ahead with staff reports and county attorney's review, so that's how we kind of project out at least through February at this point. If I then look at the upcoming hearing list after that, we have over 100 cases pending that need to be presented in front of you. And we are statutorily driven to have those in front of you 180 days once they are deemed complete applications. And so I wanted to at least share that with you. I didn't want to come and not have at least that option to perhaps have 2 regular meetings, be it Tuesdays or Thursdays, and perhaps consideration for 1 land use so that we can meet those statutory requirements. And that's it for the highlights and just things to point out from the 3 options.
Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm the one who made this request. I think we have excessive numbers of meetings, and it takes away our ability to do our job or go out to conferences or meet with public. Because before this, we met literally every single week. It was exhausting and tiring and pointless. I'll just say, right, look, obviously my preference was not to have land use meetings, but I've also heard through the grapevine some people were a little concerned, both from a staff side and from a board side, about trying to condense everything into 2. So, you know, if it makes everyone happy, I'll concede the calendar C and go along with it, because it's always easier if we realize we don't really need that extra land use day to start removing them than to realize we're over cramming ourselves and have to recreate the wheel and add them later. That said, I'd still prefer A or B. I believe staff preferred B because they were on Thursdays and that allowed for an easy Friday overflow. So I would defer to that just because it made staff's life easier. But that said, if the will of the board is to at least add that 1 extra land use day, even if it's just for a few months, and then we start seeing how efficient this board is, and then we decide, hey, we're really efficient, we don't need these anymore, it's really easy just to delete them from the calendar later on in the year than it is to have to sit down and add them later. So if the board would prefer to have that 1 land use day and just take the temperature of our efficiency, then I'm okay with that. I think that may be a nice way of doing it. It still takes away 1 meeting. It puts the work session during that same week. So every month we've got like a 3-day block, but it gives us every other week free to go about doing other business for the county. It gives us that land use day. Maybe we find out we're leaving by lunch every day and we don't need it. We can delete them. So I'm okay with all 3 of them, honestly. It's just at the will and discretion of the board. But I'll be comfortable with all of them. I think you did a great job coming up with 3 good alternatives that do create efficiency for us and staff.
Well, if I could just respond, Mr. Chair. First of all, the kudos goes to Ms. Bobby Roy, because I didn't do any of this other than just verbally communicate it. But second, I would say that is a fair statement, is if we could take the temperature of the board and get through some of this, I won't say backlog, just a lot of the cases we have pending, but knowing that we could manage it better, and knowing that your desire could be that you'd like to just have Tuesday meetings, and if we can get there, we'll do that. We can then come back to you and say, look, we think we can eliminate some of these land use meetings.
You good?
Yeah, if that's the case, if it's the will of the board, I'll happily make a motion to approve calendar C for discussion purposes.
Commissioner Siddique's on the board.
No, I know.
Commissioner Siddique.
So I'm for options A or B, and I'd just like to thank Bobby and staff for working together to put this calendar together. It's a lot, and we're also a rapidly growing county with a lot of hearings and a lot of projects coming through, so I'm sympathetic to that. My issue with C is the March 4th date, if we can move that, great. It hits at the end of National Association of Counties, and Commissioner Cruz and I attended Florida Association of Counties. It's a good opportunity to get Manatee County back on the map, just connecting with other county officials and staff just to get good ideas. So National Association of Counties will have even fewer Florida counties participating gives us a great opportunity to, again, demonstrate leadership from Manatee County and have our voices heard on issues that are affecting our state in particular. I think it'd be a good point of pride. So I intend to go there, so I'm personally going to miss that. I'm sure there are other commissioners that would like to attend NACO and get our county back out there. But that's my only concern with C.
So, Commissioner, if I could, we could, as long as Ms. Pamela D'Agostino agreed, we could say, make a motion for option C with the addition to move March 4th to March 11th and adopt that calendar. I think that would be, okay.
Commissioner Cruz?
I'm
Or
okay with
March
that.
5th, excuse me.
There's still a motion on the board.
Yeah, there's still a motion.
No, I'm okay if we do that, but the reality is we're a 7-person board. We just spent almost a year as a 6-person board. And no offense to people who have other commitments. I may go to that NACO thing as well. But you're not always going to have a 7-person board. No county always has a full board. That's just a reality of life interfering. If we start going through everyone's personal calendar to figure out whose birthday is when and when they're going on an anniversary vacation, we're going to move these dates around endlessly. It's best just to have consistency of dates, and you hope for a board. And if you end up in a situation, again, if we create efficiency and we can get more of these things done, then maybe that March 6th date is either a very light date or it doesn't even need to be held. We'll have a little bit better handle in 60, 90 days from now. So I think if we all start pulling out our day planners, this is going to be a very long process. I have some things that conflict as well.
Well, and as you said before, in November, we can always adapt the calendar 2 months in. We do that now, yeah.
Commissioner Felds?
Oh, thank you. I'm glad we've taken this into consideration because as one of the districts that the majority of our land use issues seem to center around, land use meetings are a little bit different from our regular board meetings in that we have quasi-judicial things that sometimes interplay with each other, needing a presentations on these things and using a different staff is another reason for that. Also, in combining these land use issues, sometimes we have members of the public that wish to speak on a consecutive number of things that come before us as an overall comment on those things. So I'm very much in favor of maintaining our separate land use meetings and also keeping in mind, I think we discussed this the other day, if we have a planning commission meeting in January, we need about a 30-day length of time before that is heard in the Board of County Commission meetings. We really need that length of time, whether that's even for the applicant or for the public. And that is how we had done it back, in the dinosaur days when I started getting involved in this, is that we had a 30-day period between something being heard by the Planning Commission and then having it on the schedule for the Board of County Commissioners. So I think that if we could keep that going, we might be able to keep up with, and we do have, the one thing we've never done is very rarely have we ever canceled a land use meeting. We'll cancel a work session, we'll cancel a regular meeting, but by golly, we never cancel a land use meeting. So if we can keep that entity, because it is a different staffing, it is a different presentation with our public, I think that's important for us. And maybe eventually we can be streamlined enough that we have one BOCC meeting a month and one land use meeting a month. But until we handle that backload and until we start doing some of the things that this board wants to do, I think this is probably our best hybrid of the schedules that we've come across, having a work session a month, whether we need it or not. And we're going to need it. It's not an extra day. It's not just if anything comes up. We need to plan things to do in those work sessions because we have a lot of work to do. So I don't think that 3 meeting days a month, one land use, one regular board meeting, and one work session is going to tax us all too much. And maybe we might even accomplish something.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Beard?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Commissioner Cruz on calendar number 3. I think that's the best fit for this board. I know there's going to be adjustments that are going to be made. I think the dates are the dates, and if you can't make a commission meeting, like all of us up here, there's been times where we're not able to make a meeting for some reason. You know, we'll have the board enough, the quorum to make the votes and make stuff happen, so that's where I'm at with that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. All right, we have any more comments by the board? All right, we got a motion's made. I'm going to open up for public comment. Is there any public comment regarding the revised 2025 Board of County Commissioners meeting schedule?
For the record, Glenn Gibelline in Manatee County, so I'll keep this short. You know, I heard a comment from George, well, we're out here by noon. Well, you were out of here by noon because you didn't listen to us. We didn't have any call-ins, and we got frustrated, so we quit showing up. Today, it's a festive environment here. We want to be here. We want to be heard. We want to be able to be called in. So I think the public comment, we've already burnt up our 30 minutes, right, Commissioner Ron? So we have to take calls this afternoon. You don't consider that component when you want to combine meetings about the public. And I think the environment is different. I think you're going to see more public interaction, not only physically, but on the phones here. And I think we're moving in the right direction. The second thing on the land use meeting, and this might be a question for the attorney, so it's quasi-judicial, but I can get on the website and submit a public comment, not being sworn in. Why can't we call in and not be sworn in and still make a public comment? What's the difference between writing a public comment and putting it on the agenda than calling in and have our concerns? So I don't know why we cannot have, I know it's a quasi-judicial, maybe our comment means less that we're not sworn in, but I just think that we should allow public comment on quasi-judicial because we can do it in writing now. We can put it in the record. It could be submitted on the agenda and be at face value. But you don't allow us to call in to be at face value. So if I can get some clarity on that, I would love to do that because it's tough to come down here, 2 days a week. And if we could call in and, still work and call in on one or two particular items on a land use and we can weigh in, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, is anyone on the phone now like to give public comment regarding item number 68?
No hands raised, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. I'll go ahead and close public comment. There's been a motion moved by Commissioner Cruz, seconded by myself, regarding the approval of the revised 2025 Board of County Commissioners meeting schedule for option C. If everyone cast your votes at this time. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you very much. All right, moving forward, item 69 has been deleted. Moving on to item number 70, and financial management. You are up. And Bobby, thank you for herding all the cats. I appreciate it. Good morning.
Good morning. This is Victor Ortiz, Deputy Director, Financial Management Department. Thanks to the board, county administrator, county attorney for the opportunity. So what we're presenting here is the annual budget report that we are required by ordinance and resolution to the ISD Citizen Committee Board. And with me here today, I have the chair of that Citizen Committee Board, Mr. Elan Taylor.
No, you're on 70.
We're on 70.
Yeah, 70. Yeah.
We're on Premier.
Premier. Carrie, jump in.
That wasn't me day.
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
That's all right.
Yeah.
If you want to speak on the GMP, you can.
He's
Do we
leaping
have the
fast.
slides? Can we bring up the slides, please? Carrie Knight, Director of Property Management, while they're bringing up the slides real quick here. All right, so today we're excited to be presenting to you the GMP for this project, which has been a long time Coming. It's the Athletics and Aquatics Center at Premier premier sports campus north. So we'll blow that up a little bit. So what you see there is the competition size pool that they can actually swim competitions at. And then the therapy pool. Is Molly still in the room? You want to speak a little bit on the amenities, and then I can come back in on the timeline on the last slide. But you can see the 24 pickleball courts.
Stop.
And
I got rid of the jacuzzi.
Molly White, Sports and Leisure Services. So yes, here we are, finally to the last portion of this to get the ground broken of this amazing facility. You got your 15-meter pool, your therapy pool. Public safety is also here as well if you'd like to discuss any of the great opportunities that these competition-sized pool will bring, not to mention for all the swim teams in the areas. And then you got your pickleball courts. Very excited, 24 more will be going in the ground. 14 of them will be covered. We'll have World Pickleball Tour will be actually at Bray this weekend, and they're chomping at the bit to get more tournaments in the area as well. And with that use of those courts will also be used for adaptive pickleball. It's an asphalt surface, so it's very flexible and the other opportunities that we can bring out there. Same with the pools. So even though the competition aspect of it is very important, it's also going to have your group exercise. I believe some other athletic events as well. But we're excited for this and can't wait to put a shelf on the ground after this is pushed through.
anything you'd like to add?
Actually, John Linksweiler with Public Safety. This facility will it'll allow for international competitions, national competitions, all the way down to local, like high school swim teams. So it's an Olympic pool. We can still house, let's see, we have water aerobics, we have underwater hockey, we have scuba, we have many programs. We have aquatic yoga that we have at GT Bray, but I mean, to have a bigger facility, we can house more swim teams. We do get the national team from Germany. We get the German junior national team. We get several colleges, like from St. Louis, just around the country, that enjoy our facilities and like to use our beaches during the time when they have winter break. So this facility is going to be huge. It's going to attract a lot more colleges. So.
Thank you.
I do really have one of the best jobs in the county because not only do I get to have customers internally, I get to have customers within the public, and it's just such a wonderful opportunity for our project managers to be part of something where they see the end result actually making a difference in the community's life. And I could stand up here and say, we're going to do another 160 parking spots, and that covered building is almost 44,000 square feet. But really what you want to know is, and that gives you an aerial, but really what you want to know is the timing of the project. So once approved, or if approved today, we're looking at mobilization January, February timeframe. There are long lead items, insurances that have to be procured, and certain things that have to be done, so they don't just show up tomorrow. And then contractually, the period of performance is 18 months. So we would be looking at summer of 2026. Some of you have seen, one of the things that we're really excited about is we've started a job site camera program, and you'll be receiving a link later today to EMS 22, which has that job site camera. This will also have a job site camera that's going up. They'll be able to link that into, there's a public side of that that can be linked into our county website. That means the public can follow along, they can watch the construction. That will be mounted on top of the library. Just at the north there by those white letters, that's the Lakewood Ranch Branch Library. So we're going to be having a field of view that will hopefully pick up as much of that as possible. And we're just really excited to make this come to fruition for this community.
All Are there any questions from the board about Premier? Thank God is right. All right. There's been a motion moved by Commissioner Cruz, seconded by myself. I'm going to open for public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that come forward and give public comment regarding item number 70, which is Premier Park North? Seeing that, is there anyone on the phone that would like to give public comment regarding Premier Park North?
No hands raised, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. I'll go ahead and close public comment. Why is it doing this? Okay. All right, there we go. All right, motion has been moved by Commissioner Cruz, seconded by myself on item number 70, Premier Park North. If all you would cast your votes at this time. And the motion carries 7-0. Thank you very much.
Good job.
Moving on to item number 80. And it's,
This is good
and
news.
Carrie, you're still up?
I am still up. So,
Okay.
so this is another one
Go
we're,
ahead.
we're very excited to bring forward today. And this one is, and I really appreciate Aaron, if you want to come up as well. Aaron's project manager on this, and the last project, Angela is the project manager on that. We challenge staff every day, and we challenge staff, how do we accelerate this project? And we got it down from currently, well, before in August, we thought it would be 8 months, and now we got it down to 6 months. So I'm going to pass the comments to Aaron for a second and let you kind of explain how we got that accomplished.
Aaron Raleigh, Construction Services Project Manager. So today we're presenting the dog kennels at the Central Jail, and currently we're presenting the GMP, and we're looking at, if approved today, a 6-month time frame. So we're looking at a mobilization starting in January 2025 and a completion late Q2, early Q3 of 2025. We're working with our construction manager very closely and with the subcontractors very closely. We're working with pre-manufactured buildings to build them off-site, bring them on-site, drop them, and just do connections on-site with utilities. And that will help speed up with the construction, excuse me, construction process.
Commissioner Sadiq. He was quick. He was quick. Yeah, be ready.
Yeah, there we go. All right.
Be ready.
So I knew this item was coming up, so I'd like to just thank Sarah Brown and staff, Lita Paula, for working with my schedule to get a tour yesterday of the Palmetto Shelter. Then I went to the county jail, and I've had a tour there before with leadership Manatee, so thankful for that. My only concern with this is I think we're kind of spreading ourselves a little bit thin. I won't really bring up Bishop too much, but we do have, I believe, 100 kennels opening there, and I think at the county jail it's 30. Is that correct?
That is correct. It's going to be 32.
32, got it. My concern with that was twofold. One, I was concerned about us spreading ourselves thin, just wanting to execute on one thing, and to me the biggest need is going to be at Bishop. It'll open up more kennels, you'll have on-site services for dogs. It's a model we've obviously proven out with other nonprofits. I'm not saying this is a bad idea necessarily, I just don't think this is the right time to move forward with this one. I'd just like to execute on one thing, which is the Bishop facility. Not just because it's in my district, but because it's got the most kennels. And I think the quality of services we can provide to dogs, such as heartworm care and other services, are important, and it'll have a pretty good impact. The other issue I had with the county jail is it's next to the shoot house, which has been expanding significantly. Speaking with MSO, they've been attracting state and federal law enforcement to train at that facility. It's a great one. It's taken a long time to get the shoot house there. It's for SWAT training purposes. You're shooting flashbangs, gunfire, just SWAT exercises. So my concern there is we don't necessarily have, we're asking MSO to basically spin up a program to have inmates work with our, basically create a new program for inmates to work with dogs in some fashion, which is great, but I haven't really seen an outline for what that program might be. The other issue I have is, of course, noise care for our dogs at the jail, and land is precious there. I'd like to see, don't need to drag our sheriff here, but I'd like to have more of a conversation with our sheriff about what his plans are for that land in general before we start imposing a need that perhaps we could better fit elsewhere. It's a great idea. Don't want to speak negative of it. I just think we should prioritize getting Bishop completed first and consider other factors at the jail site. So I just don't think it's the appropriate site for it.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, We can talk about Bishop. We are running that program concurrently. This is just ahead of Bishop, just slightly. We had a lot of discussion with the sheriff MSO. This is a program that he did embrace. We had multiple conversations with Sarah Brown, Lead Apollo, myself, and the sheriff. Land is a priority out there, we understand. This is a combination of not only animal services building, but a much-needed sandbag building, which will house all of our sandbags that are made in preparation for our storms. I would also say this is probably at least a year and a half in motion, and this would significantly delay us again if we push this back. I just want to bring that to your attention, sir.
I appreciate that, and I think, it's 30 kennels. I don't think it'll solve the fundamental issue, which is we need far more shelters, and it's not really just shelters we need. That's really an effect of homeowners bringing their dogs in because they don't have pet insurance, it's far too expensive to get care for pets, or they just don't want their pets. And so I think 30 shelters is great. I'd like to see us prioritize and just execute on 100 first and see if we really need to build 30 additional shelters beyond that. I think the real need, and I think Community Development Services has been doing a great job with, is the Animal Resource Center. They're looking to put that in Bradenton, and I think that combined with 100 shelters and the other effort will allow us to not just build shelters, but also provide, again, those, call them wraparound services for animal care, so that we don't have owners dropping off pets for a variety of issues. Because that's really the issue, is giving pet owners those resources. Plus, I think just with public comment, we've heard some not so great, and I just think it's an opportunity for us to just show the county and our constituents, hey, we can execute on one thing rather than spreading ourselves too thin. Again, I do think we can certainly revisit it, but I mean, Bishop's been so far behind. I'd just like us to see us accomplish one thing first.
Yes, sir, if you don't mind the dialogue, I appreciate it.
Sure.
One other thing, also, you mentioned the boutique that's we're 100% designed with that. That too will be coming forward with a GMP soon in the Bradenton area. Currently, we have 59 dogs at the Palmetto Animal Shelter. By doing this 30-32, it's one step closer to shutting down that Palmetto Animal Shelter. And that's huge to us.
You good, sir? Thank you. Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, I was on the board. To ask about Bishop, but since we're talking about this, here's the thing. Our staff is very competent and capable, and I've seen many of them walk and chew gum at the same time. They do have the ability to work on 2 different kennel facilities. The original plan of this was discussed from day one. I brought this up almost 2 years ago, I believe, when we first started talking about all this Bishop stuff, and then in earnest last year, right after Adopt-A-Palooza. And one of the first things we talked about was the opportunity. We had Sarah in here. We've talked to Sheriff Wells and Porter and everybody else over there. They were all on board with this because it gave them some benefit for their inmates to be able to socialize with the dogs. So the dogs, the benefits to socialize with the inmates. This is used in a lot of places. We had a lot of research presented to us about this when it first came up. So those ancillary benefits above and beyond just the housing of the animals, it also was going to get done a lot quicker. I thought it would be done a lot quicker than it was, and I thought Bishop was going to be done a lot quicker than it was. But nonetheless, I am not concerned that we're going to accidentally create too much capacity for animal welfare. That's literally never going to happen. We are going to be under capacity with our animal welfare, and isolating everyone in one place, well, it sounds good, doesn't hurt to have others. There's always been talk about East County. There's, the 32 up here at the jail. There's benefits to it. This can be done much quicker than Bishop, and the worst time for the dogs at Palmetto is in the summer. And if we can get 32 of them out by the end of Q2, that will help with capacity next summer, so we do not have to put down the guillotines and have some dogs permanently outside. That will be a great win for us. Even if we somehow overcapacity Bishop and then we just have 32 empty kennels at the jail for future overflow, it's worth doing this and moving this forward. We've been through this. We've had long discussions about the benefits of this. The resource center does not have capacity. It's not utilized for capacity of dogs. It's utilized for dissemination of information to encourage people to retain dogs. So the future resource center is not helping with Palmetto per se, other than encouraging people to keep their dogs. It's not a place to house them. So I'm 100% on board with this. I do like the fact that we've somehow managed to expedite this. It seems like these are the exact same kennels we were talking about at Bishop, so I'd like to think we should be able to expedite Bishop, and that's going to be one on January 7th. That's going to be my first priority we discuss, is how to expedite animal welfare and get Palmetto closed as soon as absolutely humanly possible, because we promised that a long, long time ago, and we switched gears from building a permanent structure to these types of kennels to get it done quick, and it's unfortunately not, and I get it. There was some hiccups along the way and some changes and some traffic studies and whatever else, but now that we've figured out a way of speeding this up, I'm hoping we can speed that up, just order more of these and drop them out there, Bishop, and let's get this thing closed up in Palmetto, and then we will blow that thing up. But I'm 100% on board with this. We need this done. This is a long time coming, and I'm looking forward to having it done as soon as possible and moving 32 of those dogs out of that miserable shelter up in Palmetto as quick as we possibly can while we finish up Bishop.
Thank you, sir. All right. Any other questions of?
I'll just say I agree with
All right. All right. So there's been a motion moved by Commissioner Cruz, second by Commissioner Bearden. We do have, you up for, did you want to? What we'll do is open this up for public comment. We do have one speaker. Is Dina here? You gonna speak for her? Yes, ma'am. Come on up, ma'am.
She tried to call in, but she can't get through on the phone.
Yes, ma'am. Your name, county residence, and you have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Joyce Jordan, Manatee County. We were told that these kennels would be full of dogs by now, by December. So now we are 6 months behind on this project. We want to know what is going on with Bishop, because I don't want Bishop forgotten about and ignored while this is being done. I am thrilled to get the dogs out of there. But like you said, summer is the worst. Right now, we can't even get them to put the heaters in. We can't get them to put the air conditioners in, and we don't have enough air conditioners unless something has changed since I was there. But we have just been filled with misinformation. All we have been asking for is transparency, and we're not getting it. Also, the kennel's description doesn't say they're soundproofed. I hope they are, because if they're not, there will be chaos in those kennels. The whole problem with Palmetto is all that noise, and if we don't do something about that with the dogs, we're going to have major, major problems with these kennels. Okay. We were told in August that dogs would be moved to the jail kennels in December, which we were. We are not happy. Who is accountable for this? I am glad it is moving forward, but it is not moving fast enough. It has been 5 years since this project was approved, and we are still waiting for ground to be broken. It was 2019 it was approved, along with GT Bray and the swim thing in Palmetto, and they all have been done, finished, completed, open, and the kennels still haven't even been started. Not one bit of ground has been broken. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone in the audience like to come forward and give public comment regarding item number 80?
Glenn Gibberlin for the record. I do have one question before I move forward on this. On item 69, it says delete it. I was ready to speak on it. Is it not coming back?
No, it's not coming back.
It's not coming back?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. So, 2 years. What have we been doing for 2 years? This money was approved in, where are we? July 2022. Show me the construction timeline, the design process from this date to this date, July 17th. Where have we been for 2 years? I don't get it. Modular construction, right? And by the way, there's no renderings that you put on this presentation of what the buildings are gonna look like or where they are by the jail. I don't see any of that. I mean, at least when the developers come in, they do a dog and pony show. You guys aren't telling us nothing. You are telling us that the contract's gonna cost us $150 for cell phones and depreciation on the construction vehicles, but you don't give us a rendering of what this is gonna look like. Now, I did write the CEO of Horizon Structures, the kennel manufacturer. I believe he's in North Carolina. Nice guy, great facility. You know what he told me? He said, look, we have not heard from the county in months. He says, we're waiting for them to pour the slab. We get to go ahead, we need 120 days. And I do modular construction, and I'm a licensed contractor. So I know the benefits of modular construction. It's done in a factory, they truck them down, we rent a crane, we throw it on a slab. It's amazing that you can do roundabouts with curbs and sidewalks and intricate saw cuts in a matter of months, and you can't pour a slab out in a jail for 2 years? I don't get it. I need some accountability, what you've been doing for 2 years. It's a great program. And again, they're modular. And why doesn't Bishop have modular? Why don't we just order them and place them in there? No, we got to spend $569,000 in design fees. What a waste of taxpayers' money. You want to explain this? You can do that. It's modular. Bring us 2 more kennels, take 2 out, bring them over to Bishop. That's the beauty of modular. It's quick, it's fast, it's code compliant, there's less waste, no subcontractors, rent a crane, put it on there. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Okay, Is anyone else in the audience like to come forward? Is there anyone on the phone that would like to speak regarding this item?
We have one caller with their hand raised, ending in 454.
All right, caller 5454, you're up. State your name, county residence, and you have 3 minutes.
Charlene Dow, Manatee County. I'm late. I want to reiterate the comments from Joyce and Glenn about needing to get this stuff done as soon as possible at both the jail and with Bishop. I mean, we can walk and chew gum, and I totally agree with what Glenn said. You know, you can get a roundabout thrown up quickly in a matter of months, and I've seen that on El Con with that little fake roundabout that killed a lane that, well, you got it done, but, you know, you got it done so quickly, and the dog kennels have been on, supposedly, after clear instruction from the board, on the agenda for being done for years now. So what's up? The fact that Glenn just said that, you know, the contractor has been waiting for months to hear from the county is really unacceptable. And we should have some accountability for what has gone on and what has, why this is going on, why this is taking so long. And yeah, I do support the idea of using the modular kennels, but I mean, as a long-term solution, I mean, this is sort of for Glenn and sort of for, well, not really Glenn, but for the staff, in the hurricane worthiness of a modular solution, you know, is that a problem? Is that something that's going to be a problem when you apply that to Bishop? You know, so, or, you know, this is supposed to be just, you know, it sounds like just a means to just get the dogs out into something that's cleaner and safer, but you know, if it's not a good long-term solution, I want to hear that. You know, that's what I would like to know. But I mean, but if it isn't a problem, if it's strong enough to withstand the hurricane conditions, then yeah, I'm definitely all for using modular at Bishop too. I mean, just so that we can get the dogs into a better, cleaner, safer environment and having air conditioning and for the winter heat. And that's my comment on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I have one are there any other callers?
No, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. I'll go ahead and close public comment. We have one commissioner on the board, Commissioner Feltz.
My push button
There you go.
didn't work.
Yep, you turn it off. There it goes. You're on.
Okay. I think that we've recognized that we have a problem in Palmetto. This is a partial solution to that. Things have changed with what was happening with Bishop. I know there's a lot of distress over not exactly knowing what the status is with Bishop. But as I've said with a lot of things that learning in the last 2 weeks since being elected is there's a logical explanation for everything and levels of bureaucracy that we have yet to plunge through. So I think that our mission right now is going to be helping our situation. Let's get these kennels set up at the jail and have a transparent discussion of what's going on with Bishop. There's been things that have changed since Bishop. We've changed our board since the beginnings of Bishop. We've had hurricanes that have changed the site plan for that area. We've also lost our Animal Services Citizens Advisory, which I think you'll see us starting that up again with active members that will stay on top of this and make sure that we're following through with each step that we have to take. I think we need to give Mr. Bishop here, our county administrator, an opportunity to provide an update for you on what is going on with Bishop, to assure you that this will neither, it's a complement to, by going through with this, what we have in the jails. But I think that it would behoove us all to give Mr. Bishop an opportunity and a time frame that we could hold them to get this accomplished, if he would do so.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. This is a topic on our January 7th strategic planning meeting. We will have Sarah Brown there. We are unveiling our new task force, which we're very happy to bring to the board. I'd like Carrie to have an opportunity to give us an update on Bishop. We did hit a bump in the road with the hurricanes, but we've expedited the schedule. Go ahead, Carrie.
So back in August when I was here, we did share some bad news as far as what the timeline was, and we knew that it wasn't what people wanted to hear. And then we got hit by a hurricane. So in August, we were doing the contract for the traffic study, and that traffic study was supposed to take 30 days. So we were expecting that traffic study to come back in September. We didn't receive the traffic study in hand until October 22nd. So right there, we lost a month. So I'd like to say that we've changed project managers on that project, and that project has been signed to Angela Hans. And since then, we've seen a tremendous amount of increased expediting, as well as the sheriff jail, which was assigned to Aaron Raleigh a month ago. So both projects, we've seen tremendous amount. If you remember back in August, we said that we were going to finish Bishop in the spring of 2026, and that we would be developing a GMP in March and April, and we would have a GMP for your approval in May. Even though we lost 6 weeks with the traffic study came back and said that we do not need any turn lanes. Therefore, that simplified the civil documents that had to be completed. So, even though they're prefab structures, even though you just crane them off and plop them on the ground, we still need a site plan. We still need all of the development requirements. We still have to go through all of those same processes and procedures that everybody else has to go through. Right now, we're tracking, and I'm happy to say that we're tracking to have a GMP to the board for approval in March instead of May. So even though we lost 6 weeks, we've been able to make up 3.5 months. So that's where we're tracking now. Our goal, I don't want to make any commitments to you today that we're going to not finish when we said in August, which was spring of '26. But our personal goal within our department is to bring this to you as absolutely as fast as we can, and if we can do it in 2025, we will.
And Carrie, we had to bring all the infrastructure in place, the potable, the lift station, the water, the electric, the substation. Go ahead.
Yeah, Brian Parnell, Deputy County Administrator. Yeah, I just want to clarify, it's a good point, because for both projects, at the jail as well as Bishop, even though these are prefabricated structures, they are still permanent facilities. So you can save some time on the back end, but that doesn't alleviate all of the procurement, the design, the planning, the programming, leading up to this GMP right here, which is a contract with a construction manager, and then the construction. So all of that stuff still takes place, whether you're doing a block building on site or you're building something off-site and then bringing it on. It's going to be anchored in. It will have a certain code rating, wind rating.
155.
Yeah, 155 miles an hour code rating as a permanent facility, not a temporary facility. So I just want to make that clear. So whether it's prefab or not, don't make the mistake of thinking that this is just a trailer that you're pulling up and putting on site. You're building a permanent facility on the site, and we have to do all of the utilities, the water, gas, fiber, electric, and then the foundation, and tie all that in before you can even build the structure. So.
And in addition to the prefab structures, you still have to have a space for adoption to happen, and that is as well at Bishop. So it's not just the prefab dog kennels, but it's also the ability, if you shut down Palmetto is the only place where you can do adoptions. So if you shut down Palmetto, you also have to have that functionality at Bishop, and that's included with Bishop.
Commissioner Sadiq.
I appreciate the clarification, additional information, especially with respect to the Bishop and some of the behind-the-scenes stuff going on there. I'm certainly sensitive to the hurricane and its impacts in that area, so thank you for the update on the traffic study as well. I feel a bit more comfortable then proceeding forward with this, given the additional work that we'll have to do with site plan development and more on Bishop. I would suggest at the January meeting to county administrator and staff that we just have a regular occurrence for updates on Bishop. It can be monthly. I don't need weekly, bi-weekly. That's a bit much. It can be quarterly if need be. At minimum quarterly. I'll just leave it at that, just so we can give the public an opportunity to have that information. Like Commissioner Felt said, we have a new board, and my commitment, and I believe ours collectively, is to improve transparency on a number of issues. This is certainly one of the hot button topics, and I empathize with staff who've unfortunately been put a little bit too forward on the front lines on this issue, so I just direct angry comments to the commissioners. That's our job, not staff. Personally, a little bit tired of threats against staff and administrators over just doing their jobs, so love to help lower the temperatures a little bit and just take the heat for you guys. So thank you very much for taking all that on, and I apologize for that too. But let's at the very least discuss, well, two things actually. Quarterly updates on the Bishop facility, and maybe we can do something similar for the jail property, but at a shorter time interval. The second thing I'd like to at least discuss at the next one is discussion on the existing Palmetto shelter property as well. My concern is if we add capacity, well, we will add capacity at the county jail, we'll start to see the opportunity at the Palmetto shelter to just add more dogs. So that's kind of the concern I have, is I want us to get out of Palmetto shelter because, I mean, it's an old facility. You're doing a good job maintaining it, but it's old. It's flood prone. Hurricane did some minor damage to it, but damage nonetheless. So I'd like us to at least discuss an exit plan for that in conjunction with our efforts at Bishop and see what we want to do with that property. I personally don't want to see us do any shelter of that property, and I'd like just to discuss either surplusing it or finding another use for it. I don't have anything in mind, but just like us to have that conversation too, so we can, again, light a little bit of a fire under the effort to get Bishop going. So, thank you.
Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, just a couple things. One, we're definitely not using Palmetto for a shelter when that thing closes down. We are knocking that thing down, turn it into a park. I don't care what you do with it. You're not putting another dog in there when that thing closes. But yeah, I mean, I know we're trying to underpromise, but I really, really will not feel like we've put our best foot forward if any dogs are celebrating New Year's or the end of next year.
Understood.
And we better put one of those little site cameras up there,
We
up
will.
at Bishop, because I don't need a daily email asking for an update on Bishop. When we put a shovel in the ground, put a camera up there, make sure that's on the website for
So
everybody to see.
we plan on having construction cameras on all of our major or high topic constructions projects, as well as Public Works is utilizing the same camera system. We collaborated on doing that as well. So,
Any other questions? All right. We've had public comment, closed public comment. There's been a motion to approve by Commissioner Cruz, second by Commissioner Bearden. If everyone cast their votes now. The motion carries 7-0.
Thank
Get 'em. All right, next up is going to be probably a long conversation regarding our state and federal legislative priorities and appropriations requests. Do we want to go I mean, it's almost noon.
I'd like to motion to recess for lunch.
Okay. All right, what we're going to do is, it's 11:50, we'll actually be back here at 1 o'clock. So we're recessed till 1 PM. Thank you.
Amazing.
I'm Melody Friedebach, and we're all with Gardeners Out East Garden Club. It's a garden club. It's been in existence here in Manatee County and Lakewood Ranch specifically for the last 10 years. We're celebrating our 10th year anniversary this month, as well as the dedication of this beautiful Gold Star marker. Well, the Gold Star is a memorial marker to families, and it's sponsored actually by the National Garden Clubs. So garden clubs, local garden clubs can purchase both the Gold Star Families marker and a Blue Star marker. Our garden club has purchased both of those markers, and so we dedicated a Blue Star marker about 6 years ago. Today is our day to dedicate this Gold Star Families marker. Well, it's really kind of an honor for us to be able to honor families and veterans of people who have served our country, and that's a very high honor for us to be able to do that for our county. Well, we hope we have a lot of Gold Star families that are here today with us. Our keynote speaker is Stephanie Edwards, who lost her son 13 years ago in Afghanistan. It's hard to lose a family member. I've done that, and it's just a great honor for our club to be able to recognize those families and know that we support them and we appreciate the sacrifice their families gave for our country. We do a lot locally. Like I say, we had the Blue Star. We have a butterfly garden here in Lakewood Ranch.
Well, the educational programs that we offer, COVID kind of made that difficult, so we're just getting back and making educational programs available to the public. And education, outreach, and community service is what we're all about.
We have a website, gardenersouteast.com. You could go and see some of the activities, et cetera, that we've been doing and plan to do in the future.
Yes, it is a great honor. It means a lot to me that our county is recognizing our Gold Star families and our servicemen and women that have given their life for our freedom and our country. And I believe this is another way that they have said that we remember, we honor, and we will never forget. I'm very proud of his service. I'm very proud that he took on that call to duty, stepped up and answered that call with no hesitation whatsoever. So it makes me very proud to be his mom. It's very sad. I miss him very, very much. But I am very proud of his service and all that he did for our country. I believe for Gold Star families, it means that it is a way that our community has said, like I said, that they do honor their sacrifice, they do remember their sacrifice, and that they will not forget the sacrifice of our loved ones. Yes, it does my heart very good. I remember at Patrick's Memorial, the county here in Manatee County is a huge veterans community, and they showed up, and I see today they are still showing up, and it just gives me, makes me feel very good, and I'm sure other Gold Star parents would be very appreciative of those that still want to pay their respects and remember our loved ones. I would like to say thank you. Thank you for remembering. Thank you for showing up. Also, this is a time that they can, as they come by to the library, and they have a chance to educate their children on what the Gold Star means to this country, that the sacrifices of our fallen heroes are not forgotten, and the price that they paid for the freedoms that we get to enjoy here.
I was very happy to see this event and see this event here at our new Lakewood Ranch Library. In Manatee County, we're doing everything we can to help all of our veterans and the veteran services. And we need to honor everyone who's put forth the service and protected us and protected our freedom. And this is just one more example of trying to do what's right for the veterans and their families. I think what we've seen and what we knew was there's a strong support for veterans. There are a lot of veterans in Manatee County, there's a lot of veteran families in Manatee County. We're a very diverse group, and when you see something like this and you see how many people have shown up on a Saturday morning just to honor a family here in Lakewood Ranch is a testament to just how strongly all of our community feels about our veterans and how much we want to take care of them and support them as much as we possibly can. Again, we're trying to help all the citizens in Manatee County, and veterans are one of them. We have a dedicated Veterans Affairs group just to help you. So if you're a veteran, if you're a family of veterans, if you're a widow of a veteran, come see us, because we've got services and we've got connections, whether it be VASH vouchers, VA, working with Tunnel the Towers on some new housing opportunities. We want to get these services out to you. We're doing our best to promote these services to you because you deserve them, and we're here to help you navigate that system. Our Veteran Affairs Division's here to help you navigate the system, because we want to make sure that you are given all of the services that are afforded to you, whether it be federal level, state level, or local level. What I want to say is, again, reach out to us, because we're here for you. We're here for you throughout your entire life and thereafter. We're here to provide you not only with the service, but with the honor of what you've done for Manatee County. And if you're a family member, if you're a sibling, if you're a child of a veteran, please reach out to us. We have services available from top to bottom, and we as a community, we as a government will do everything we can for you. We're local government. We're here to represent local citizens, and the more I can get out to the more places, not only to show support for everything from library services to veteran affairs services to our public safety, the more we can help continue to grow and strengthen our community. And the way we do that as county commissioners and local government is to speak to the people in the local community, understand their needs, their concerns, their wants, their desires, and make sure we're providing that to them to the best of our ability. And you can't do that unless you're out speaking to people.
So it's very important to Manatee County. I've been working for years and years with Lee Washington on a memorial for Manatee County for our Gold Star members, Gold Star families, and our veterans who were killed in service. And to me, it's important because the way that you honor and treat your dead, it reflects on how you treat your veterans, and it reflects on the meaning that the veterans have to our community. It's my duty as a veteran service officer here in Manatee County to take care of our veterans, to make sure that they're getting the benefits that they've earned, and this is another way to honor that. So our office is mainly a benefits office. We work hand in hand with both the state of Florida and the Veterans Affairs. We are county employees, but we're working to get our veterans their veterans earned VA benefits. We work with compensation, pension, burial, education, home loans, you name it. If it's a VA related, we do it. We also work hand in hand with all of our community partners for those things that are outside of VA benefits, things that they're not quite covered by VA, but there's other needs, things like job searching, things like food insecurity, and homelessness. And we work with all of our community partners to make sure that nobody is left behind, to make sure all of our veterans are taken care of, and no matter what they need, no matter what their need is. They can call our office. It's 941-745-3795. We are open Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. Our appointments are by appointment, but we handle our walk-ins as well. If we have an available service officer, we'll be able to help them then. If not, we'll make sure and get them set up for a future appointment. We also do at-home appointments if needed. If they have mobility issues, we can do phone appointments to accommodate coordinate them. You can also reach out if you don't want to call. You can also email us at vets@mymanatee.org. We have that's monitored 24/7, and we can help veterans that way as well. The importance of recognizing veterans is basically what I live for. We take care of all of our veterans, but by doing so, we're also taking care of our community, our neighbors, our family, our friends. I think it's so important to make sure our veterans are taken care of, because when we're taking care of our veterans, it's leaving the resources of the county open for the public as well. We're taking care of those resources so the county can use their resources to help people who are not veterans. And that's why it's so important that the community is involved with that. There's such a community connection because veterans are not just part of the community, they are our community. So it's important that we recognize that, it's important that we take care of them, and by taking care of them, we're taking care of the rest of our community as well.
The pillars of the Knights of Columbus is unity, fraternity, and charity. The fourth degree of the Knights of Columbus is patriotism. So we serve those who served. Everything we do is in honor of our veterans, our church and state. So it's an honor to be here for this Gold Star Memorial dedication. It's just an honor to be participating in this. It's very important to honor our veterans. There's no better way to do it than in a public manner at a library, a facility of the government. I think is very important. I think it means everything. My dad served in World War II. He didn't like to talk about it a lot, but I think it's very important for the families of those who served to know that the veterans are being recognized and acknowledged and honored. It's very important to honor our veterans. There's no better way to do it than in a public manner at a library, a facility of the government. I think is very important. I think it means everything to the community to be given a chance to honor the veterans of those who served our country in such a public manner. I would like to thank them for their dedication and for the commemoration of the veterans who have passed in the service of our country. I would just like to say thank you.
As president of Gardner Southeast Garden Club, along with the staff of the Lakewood Ranch Library, I am delighted to welcome all of you here today. The dedication ceremony of this beautiful Gold Star Families Memorial Marker. And it will stand as a tribute to those families who lost a loved one in service to our country. The presentation of colors will be performed by the Knights of Columbus Color Corps from Our Lady of Angels Catholic Church. The invocation, which will be delivered by Reverend Wally Harmon, a Vietnam veteran, and the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the Knights of Columbus, and the national anthem will be sung by our vocalist, Mrs. Lauren Hall.
Let us pray. God of the universe, the heavens contain your glory, yet you have come to be with us in Jesus Christ, and by the power of the Holy Spirit, you are present with us now in the risen Christ. We are gathered here today to dedicate this memorial plaque as a tribute to Gold Star families whose loved ones paid the ultimate price in defending the United States of America. May our honoring them bring glory and honor to your name. Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the
dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red clear, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you. Isn't that beautiful? Oh, thank you so much. You may have a seat. Because you're present today, you are special. You are our special guests, and we thank you for being here. I would like briefly to explain the club's history and the reason why we have the opportunity to erect the Blue Star Memorial, which was downtown in Lakewood Ranch in front of Town Hall, and now today, the Gold Star Memorial. Back in 2016, Gardeners Out East hosted a golf tournament, and we were very successful, and that allowed us to fund these lovely memorials. Now we're going to hear from Rosita Aristot, who came across the state to be with us this morning. She's the chairman of the Gold Star Blue Star Memorial for the Florida Federation of Garden Clubs.
Good morning. I hope you can hear me. So this is the history of our program. The Florida Federation of Garden Clubs parent organization is the National Garden Clubs Incorporated, which is a not-for-profit educational organization founded in 1929. During the spring of 1944, General Eisenhower and his troops were preparing to land on the beaches of Normandy. At the same time, the garden clubs in the state of New Jersey planted 8,000 flowering dogwood trees along a 5-mile stretch of Route 22 as a living memorial tribute to their World War II veterans. One tree was planted for each person from New Jersey serving in the war at the time. The New Jersey State Legislature subsequently designated this highway as the Blue Star Drive. In 1946, the National Garden Clubs embraced the idea of their New Jersey Federation by establishing its first nationwide project known as the Blue Star Memorial Highway Program. A ribbon of living memorial plantings traversing every state was envisioned, and a memorial marker was designed with approval of the U.S. Department of Defense to specifically identify the designated highways and the surrounding memorial gardens dedicated to our veterans. The program was named after the Blue Star in the service banner, which hung in windows of homes and businesses during World War I and II in order to honor the men and women serving in our armed forces. The Blue Star, signifying hope and pride, represented a family member serving abroad. The Florida Federation of Garden Clubs, in cooperation with the Florida State Road Department, dedicated its first Blue Star Memorial Highway marker on May 30th, 1949, at the terminus of Route 1 in Key West. On March 17, 1950, a second Blue Star Memorial Highway marker was dedicated at Wayside Park, just north of San Agustin. It was at this time when the entire length of Route 1 was officially designated as Florida's first Blue Star Memorial Highway. Since then, all of Florida's federal highways have been designated as Blue Star Memorials. In 1951, the National Garden Clubs expanded the memorial tribute to include all those who have served, are serving, or will serve in our armed forces. In the mid-1970s, the federal government authorized the memorialization of the country's entire interstate highway system. It is not uncommon to see a Blue Star Memorial marker at rest areas or welcome centers along our nation's interstates. The need for an extension of the Blue Star Memorial program to accommodate other than designated highways became apparent. As a result, in 1981, a smaller Blue Star Memorial byway marker was approved by the National Garden Clubs. This marker is suitable for placing in public parks, civic and historical grounds. In 1996, another memorial marker identical to the Blue Star Memorial Highway marker, but without the word highway, was instituted in cooperation with the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs, specifically for placement at Veterans Administration facilities and national cemeteries. The Florida Federation of Garden Clubs has dedicated this type of Blue Star Memorial marker at each of Florida's 9 national cemeteries. And finally, in 2015, another extension of the program was approved by the National Garden Clubs and involved collaboration with America's Gold Star families. And a Gold Star Families Memorial marker was created, again with approval from the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs. The Gold Star was fashioned after the Gold Star used in the service banner, which signifies a family member killed while on duty. Today, there are more than 70,000 miles of officially designated Blue Star Memorial Highways nationwide, and over 3,200 markers of all types have been dedicated since the National Garden Club's program began over 70 years ago. These include over 200 memorial markers in Florida. The Blue Star Memorial markers continuously pay tribute to the sacrifices made on our behalf by the brave members of our armed forces. The markers, along with the living memorial gardens, honor our servicemen and women who fight the forces of tyranny and win victories of liberty, human dignity, and ideals of democracy. And the Gold Star Families Memorial markers offer tribute to the serving families of our country's fallen military heroes who have sacrificed their precious life for our freedom.
Thank you so much, Rosita. A good message. Stephanie Hernandez, we're so happy to have you here. And she is the Gold Star mother who's going to deliver her speech about her son, Patrick Lay II.
Well, good morning. I would like to thank the gardeners out east for the beautiful Gold Star marker here today. What a great way to say we honor, remember the ultimate sacrifice of our servicemen and women made for our freedom. So thank you very much. It's beautiful. I would like to also recognize, and I know that there are some here, I would like to thank every Gold Star family here today. Your loss is a weight few understand, and the sacrifices made is one you would not have chosen, but you handle it with grace and dignity that would make your loved one very proud. When I was asked to speak today on behalf of the Gold Star families, I was humbled at the thought of being able to convey just what this means to the Gold Star family. It would take me many hours to try to say all that it means to us. But I will just give you a little bit of what I came to realize. The cost of our freedom is steep, and our Gold Star families understand it better than anyone. The first time I was fully awakened to the cost of our freedom and all that it means was the day that I received a knock at my door by two men in uniform. As the weeks, months, and even years now have passed, I understand exactly how much freedom has cost each family who has lost a loved one in service to our country. I was and still am humbled and overwhelmed. I'm not only heartbroken for the families and service members who have made the ultimate sacrifice, but I'm grateful for each one who'd served and be willing to pay the price simply so I can live free and safe. No war has come to our shores in many generations, and these men and women who gave their lives overseas are the reason why. Most Americans will never know their names, but all know the freedom that they afford us. They are not people of great fame or fortune, they are people of great sacrifice. And that is why we, as a county here today, honor them and remember them today with this Gold Star marker. Before that moment of the news of my son being killed on foreign soil, there were so many things that I saw differently than I do now. One glaring example is now I respond to the national anthem, is how I respond to the national anthem. I once saw it as a symbol of patriotism, and I would hear it play, and I would stand proud, my hand over my heart and my head held high. For most of my life, hearing the anthem play was like hearing a call to duty. It was my chance to stand up and show that I loved my country, but not anymore. Excuse me. Now my knees shake, and I'm barely able to stand as tears well up when the national anthem plays. I cast my gaze down, and I try to hide my eyes as floods of memories overwhelm me. As I am reminded, I'm swearing loyalty to a country that cost my son his life. I fight to remain on my feet as I hear about battles, lives lost, a flag that waves because of the brave men and women who died fighting, defending our nation and our freedom. I think about the moms and dads left behind, the countless children left fatherless and motherless. Only now do I fully understand exactly how much the flag cost. The blood and sacrifice of hundreds of thousands of men and women like my son. As a Gold Star mom, I have seen our flag in all the ways a person could. I've seen it waving from a flagpole, tall and proud. I have seen it through tears, laying carefully across a casket, and I've seen it folded in my arms. It is because of this that I hold it and our freedoms in both reverence and fear. I tell you, despite the pain my family has endured and the sacrifices that many of our military families make on a daily basis, that this country is worth every drop of blood shed and every tear cried. Greater than the lives lost is the freedom that their sacrifice affords us today. The best we can do is remember the cost, honor the fallen, and always remember them. It is not the happiest thing to do, but it's the right thing. That's the beauty of being alive and living in a free nation. So today and every day, I say the names of my son and the names of those that were killed in action with him. And I remember what they did and why. Sergeant Edward J. Frank, Private First Class Ruben Boy Lopez, Specialist Jordan M. Morris, Specialist Jamal Freeman, and my son, Specialist Patrick L. Lay II. So now let me briefly tell you a little bit about my son, Patrick Lewis Lay II. He was born on January 8th, 1990, weighing in at a whopping 10 pounds, 5 ounces, with beautiful blonde hair. He was the second love of my life after his sister, which was born 15 months earlier. They brought me so much joy to my life, just being their mom. Patrick was born and raised here in Manatee County and attended the local schools here. On the back of your program, you can read a few more details of his life, but what is not written there is he had a heart of gold and a heart to serve. He loved helping others, and I always received compliments from the elders in our church at what a kind and respectful young man he was, even at a very young age. He loved hunting, fishing, paintball during his leisure times here in Florida. He had a smile and an infectious laugh that could light up any dark room. And yes, he was Mama's boy. When he first told me that he wanted to join the Army, my first reaction was to scream, "No, not my baby boy." Then he told me he was thinking of the infantry division, and my heart sank even more because I knew that it would be in the front lines, it would be down there. I remember calling my friend and asking her brother, which was a captain at the time in the Army, to talk to him and explain to him the good, the bad, and the ugly. I wanted him to be prepared, not something that a recruiting officer would tell him, but I did want him to be prepared. I wanted him to understand just what he was signing up for. Well, he did talk afterwards, and my friend's brother called me and said, "You know, Stephanie, I believe Patrick fully does understand what it means, and that he felt that he had a very good head on his shoulder and that he would be just fine." Well, boot camp came so fast, and he excelled in training, and in his graduation, he was awarded the expert shooter for perfect score of shooting, something that had not been accomplished at Fort Benning in the 6 years prior, just 6 years prior to him. So I was very proud of that moment, too, of him. So many of his friends had made it to boot camp and were going off to bases, deploying within just a few months. My heart sank again. I thought, no, my baby boy cannot go this soon after boot camp. I couldn't imagine him having to go off into a war zone that would make him grow up so fast and witness so many things no one should have to see or be a part of at such a young age. I prayed to God, please let him stay in the States for as long as possible and be able to get as much experience as possible before having to go into battle. Thankfully, it wasn't until 15 months later that his company was deployed to Kandahar, Afghanistan in March of 2011. So every visit home during that 15 months was quality time for me. Visiting the beach, going to church, cooking all of his favorite foods. I took advantage of every single moment, every call, every text I could until the day I hugged him for the very last time and watched him board that bus that would take him to the tarmac to be deployed. I tried not to look worried or cry too much so he would not worry about me. Because every time your loved one is deployed, you know that there's a possibility of them not returning. Unfortunately, Patrick and 5 others of his unit did not return from that deployment. It was noted that in 2011, at that time, there were more casualties lost that year than when the war in Iraq began in 2001. I remember with everyone that served with him, they would always give great stories to tell me about him and how he made the days over there tolerable because of his jokes and laughters and just tried to make light of it. To this day, I still hear from guys he served with at 10th Mountain telling me what a great impact Patrick had made on their lives. Several have even named their children after him in remembrance of him. It brings comfort to my heart to hear all the stories they have of him, and he indeed touched so many lives in his very short 21 years here on this earth. So if you ever come across a Gold Star family, do not be afraid to ask them about their loved ones. We love to tell their story so their sacrifice is not forgotten. So thank you all today for listening to me, for coming out to honor our Gold Stars. And God bless you, and God bless America.
Tina Tuttle, President of Florida Federation of Garden Clubs, is here today, all the way from Pensacola. She will dedicate the marker. The acceptance of the marker will be made by Tammy Parrott, Manatee County, Manatee Library Services Manager, and Tiffany Martino, Lakewood Ridge Library Manager, and Renee Medina, who is Manatee Community and Veteran Services Manager. And we're so happy to have them here. Tina.
Thank you so much. Thank you for inviting me. It was a long drive yesterday, but it was worth every mile. So today we're going to dedicate the marker, but I want to make sure that you understand the importance, just like Stephanie so proudly proclaimed. While we go about our daily lives, or while we sleep, the men and women of the armed forces fly the skies, sail the seas, and guard our shores, ensuring our safety. They stand ready at a moment's notice to defend our great country. We must never take them for granted, and we must never forget them, and we do not. With every step of the color guard at the tomb of the unknown soldier, and with every drumbeat of our nation's patriotic holidays, we remember. When we pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, we remember. At the sound of reveille, we remember. And as the last lingering notes of taps sounds in the distance, we remember. In life, these loyal patriots gave a full measure of devotion, and in death, they gave their all for the land they loved, these United States of America. Today, we also remember our nation's Gold Star families. These families have lost a loved one who had been serving in our armed forces. And while their hero has made the ultimate sacrifice defending our freedom, the surviving Gold Star family members live their daily lives with a heavy burden of emotional pain resulting from that sacrifice. Through remembering their fallen heroes, we hope to offer some small measure of comfort to our nation's Gold Star families. And by coming together and sharing the Gold Star family's pain and sorrow, let us demonstrate our support and understanding. Therefore, it is with great pride and appreciation that the members of the National Garden Clubs, the Florida Federation of Garden Clubs, and Gardeners Out East Garden Club, in cooperation with Manatee County Library and Community and Veteran Services, formally dedicate this Gold Star family's memorial marker for permanent display here at the Lakewood Ranch Library as a symbol for honor, hope, and healing. Thank you. Oh, beautiful for heroes proved in liberating strife, who more than self their country loved, and mercy more than life. America, America, God shed his grace on thee, and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea. Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountains
mountain majesties above the fruited plain. America, America, God shed his grace on thee and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea.
I have to say that I am so pleased with all of these presenters. They have done remarkably. Thank you all. Thank you all. Please remain in place for the taps to be played, and then join us in the library for refreshments and visits. Sign the guest book too. Thank you again, everyone, for being here. We appreciate it.
Manatee County is a beautiful place located on the west coast of Florida at the south end of Tampa Bay. We're a community of 400,000, rapidly growing at 10 to 15,000 people a year. With that, our growing population has stressed our existing infrastructure, and we're working diligently to provide those expansions to the existing roadways to meet the needs of our new community. At the same time, we're trying to meet the same needs of maintenance of the existing county while growth happens. So we want everybody in the county to receive the same high level of services we provide, whether you're 2 years old or you're 80 years old.
We've got an amazing public works department that's working very diligently to provide what our citizens need, what our tourists need, what our future citizens need. So So whether it be roads and bridges or it be improvements to our beaches and our recreational facilities, we're working very hard. We just opened up a new bridge on 44th Avenue. That was something that this community saw decades ago as a need, as a reliever for two other east-west thoroughfares. And once that crosses over Interstate 75, we're going to see the ability for a contiguous road going from the beaches where we're standing today all the way out to Lakewood Ranch and beyond, where the new growth center is in Manatee County. One of the things that we've lacked putting funding towards recently is our north-south thoroughfares. So Fort Hammer Road is our #1 priority both on the state level and federal level. Once complete, it's going to go all the way from Hillsborough County to the north of us, all the way down to Sarasota County to the south of us, and create a major reliever, not only for the local roads here in Manatee County, but for the interstate as a whole if there's ever an accident. So that's a major priority of our public works team right now. The second thing is we're starting to see more sidewalk projects, more complete streets, roundabouts, things that traffic calming to really make sure that Manatee County is providing efficient ways to get around, but providing safe ways to get around.
This is not sleepy old Manatee County from 20 years ago. There is an expectation that we provide a high level of service and people do it. We also do much more community outreach to try to have a true insight in a particular area on what the improvement is. Where can I do some extra sidewalk work? Where can I put some traffic calming amenities in? Where can I improve pedestrian safety? The vast majority of our employees live in Manatee County, and that is such a plus. They know the community. Sometimes they know the people that are requesting the work. We want people that take that pride into knowing that they are taking care of their own community.
And every groundbreaking I'm at, every ribbon cutting I'm at, Chad and his team are there. When we have our meetings, they're sitting in the audience. They're listening to our citizens. They're keeping in touch with what's needed in Manatee County and making sure it's adhered to the best of their abilities at all times.
Our summer is our big time to be prepared for emergency events, and that's to be prepared for a hurricane. Our last two fun events had been around Hurricane Irma in 2017, and most recently, just last year, a near miss for us with Hurricane Ian to the south in Fort Myers in 2022.
We work endless hours throughout the year, making sure we're prepared for a storm. Preparation through sandbags, the equipment. We had over 100,000 sandbags given out in a day and a half. If there's a blockage or a dirty pipe, all year round we're cleaning them, we're opening up the ditches, so when all that water comes, it's got a way to go out instead of flooding homes and roads. And after the storms, Public Works is one of the first ones to respond, to clear the roadways and to clean up. So I grew up in Manatee County, so seeing what we do every day, is awesome.
Endless opportunities are available here. We're looking for many new bright young faces to come join us and build a career as this community continues to grow.
I've lived here my whole life, so it would be 20 years now. When I learned about the internship in high school, I came and I started work here. My primary job is currently lift station rehabilitation projects. So going in, taking all the different parts of the lift station, taking the old parts out and replacing them with new parts. However, I also get to do fun projects like some 3D modeling and 3D design to be able to show to the public the projects that are going to be going in their local community. I've had great mentors and the management and everybody with just supporting me. And on top of that, the tuition reimbursement through Manatee County has been able to help me pay for my classes, go to college at the same time, and work and gain skills that I'd be able to use in the future.
Manatee County has a career ladder, so as you come in, you start off as a trainee, not knowing anything Public Works does. And the more you learn and achieve, you can move to a Tech 1, Tech 2, Tech 3, and then a Senior Tech, which opens up more opportunities for promotions.
Growing up here, almost 26 years, born and raised. I had wanted to work for the county for a while. I came in here not knowing anything about spraying or pesticide application and stuff like that. So I've learned the front end loader, which is really fun. I get to play in the dirt. I got to do the forklift, so that's pretty cool as well. The chemical trucks that we get to operate with the tank and the hose that we use, the backpacks. Sometimes we get to use the ATV to get to smaller areas that the truck won't fit. It's really fun being out there in the field, and I've learned a lot when I've come in here. So got my spray license and CDL, and I was glad to get in.
I chose Manatee County as my career. I was 19 years old, starting a family, so I needed something with great benefits, great hours, something I would enjoy for a long time coming. So Manatee County was the first option and last option. Worked out great.
You know, we encourage anyone who works in Manatee County to really consider living here within Manatee County, because we are all collectively working to make this a great place to live, work, and play. And you know, anyone working for Public Works or our county as a whole is going to help facilitate that.
It is a beyond exciting time. Manatee County will be the premier place where the Skyway lands on the south side of Tampa Bay.
Download the 311 app and get connected to Manatee County services.
Know what your evacuation level is. If you don't know, try the 311 app.
Search for information like trash and recycling schedules, and find out who your commissioner is via the resident information tool. Report issues like potholes, uneven sidewalks, malfunctioning traffic lights, and down stop signs. You can even pay your utility bill and request a permit.
Manatee County 311. Which department can I help you with?
Manatee 311 and the Manatee 311 app, connecting citizens to services.
Manatee Square Garden was founded in 2016 based on a survey conducted by the Department of Health that determined that there are 32 food desert communities in Manatee and Sarasota County. For those of you who don't know, food desert communities don't have access to nutritious food, and they don't have easy transportation to that. So part of the solution was the creation of my position and the creation of this model garden to serve this community, Washington Park. The county has been extremely generous in their delivery of the Community Gardens program. Not only do we work in this garden with UF and the Department of Health, we've also extended that same service to Elwood Park community through the construction of their garden. And then on the slab, or on the table, if you will, there are up to 4 more garden projects in the works. Community gardens are important to me because they provide educational opportunities and food access to the community. They improve food security, they improve community involvement, they improve community perception.
I like the outdoors, I like getting my hands dirty. I like growing, and it's a form of therapy. And if you look around, you see a variation of shrubs, flowers, vegetation, and it's just wonderful.
It's good for the heart, it's good for the mind, it's good for the body. You can't get a better situation.
Good afternoon. We are back from our lunch recess, and we left off at item 71, which is our 2025 state and federal legislative priorities and appropriation request that will be discussed today. And I believe Deputy County Assistant.
Hey there, good afternoon. Welcome back from lunch. Courtney DePaul, Deputy County Administrator with me. I am bringing Crosley. Crosley Jones is our legislative aide. He's been on board with us for not quite a year yet. About 6 months. 6 months, no one's counting. But in any case, so he's been hard at work, and he's done a great job at putting this presentation together for you all. He's briefed each commissioner, so he'll kind of slide through the first few slides pretty quickly. So if you need to, please feel free to slow him down if you'd like to discuss any slide in more detail. But he's got a list, and the goal obviously is prioritizing your state and federal appropriation requests in preparation for your trip to Tallahassee in a few weeks. So with that, Crosley.
Thank you, Courtney. Good afternoon, commissioners, Administrator Bishop, Attorney Dextino. I'm Crosley Jones, legislative aide for Manatee County. As Courtney mentioned, over the past couple weeks, I've briefed all of you on the upcoming priorities and appropriations requests that we've started to prepare for the upcoming legislative sessions in Tallahassee and DC. Like she mentioned, the first part of this presentation is pretty boilerplate, so I'll just kind of skim through until we get to the appropriations that we've put together. So again, priorities and appropriations, they're two different things, just advocating for legislation on priorities, and then advocating for certain funds for projects on appropriations requests. State and federal focuses are a tad different from each other. State and federal, we both go for appropriations. At the state level, we focus more on legislative priorities given the impact of state laws and regulations. At the federal level, we do advocate for certain priorities, but we're not as impacted by those, not as directly impacted by that legislation. So at the federal level, we have Congressman Vern Buchanan in the House, and then we have Senators Marco Rubio and Rick Scott in the Senate. For now, we'll see who takes Senator Rubio's seat come January. And then our federal lobbyist is Dan McFall with Ballard Partners. Appropriations process is pretty simple. Every March or so, the committees will come out with community project funding request forms soliciting local governments, organizations, so on and so forth for certain appropriations. And those are submitted around May, June. And then the House and Senate will work through the budgeting process, ideally for the end of September for the federal fiscal year. We're primarily concerned with the March and April to June points on the timeline, since they're highlighted in red. Those are when we will get the guidelines on what we can ask for, and then what we'll have a good idea of what will be included in the federal budget. This is a table of what we asked for and received at the federal level last go around. As you can see, we asked for 8 projects, 4 of which got funded. Most were 100% funding minus the 51st Street extension, which was 50%. And then here are some examples of what other counties are getting from the federal government. As you can see, Health and Human Services, Public Safety and Law Enforcement, those tend to be the biggest cash cows, I guess, and then Environment and Infrastructure, that gets quite a bit of funding as well. So at the state level, we have 3 state representatives for Manatee County. We have Michael Owen, Will Robinson, and Bill Connerly. In the state Senate, we have Jim Boyd, who I believe just became Majority Leader, and Joe Gruters. And then our state lobbyists are Jeff Johnston and Amanda Stewart with Johnston & Stewart. State appropriations is similar. The projects are just called appropriations projects, and state representatives and senators will also solicit projects from us, other local organizations. Those will go through the same general process of going through committee and final budget process. Main difference here is that the governor of Florida has a line item veto, so it does, we will have a good idea of what will be included in the final budget, but of course the governor can veto specific funding programs in the budget. Again, we're focused on two main points in the timeline. This is specifically for the upcoming legislative session. The March through May, that's when the regular legislative session will begin, and that's when solicitations will start. I actually just last Friday received the documentation to start submitting requests, so we'll start getting those in by mid-February. And then April to May, that's when the appropriations bills are drafted, and we'll get an idea of what will be included from our asks. This is a table of what we asked for and received last session. As you can see, there are 6 total projects, 3 of which were not vetoed by the governor. A couple, as you can see, they're not 100% funded. They're a little more stingy at the state level. And then 2 of the inclusions in the budget were vetoed by the governor, and then 1 project was not included in the final budget. And again, this is just kind of what other counties are getting. This is a more mixed bag of results. It can be varied across these 5 categories. Outside of education, it's fairly even in what is being received and what can be asked for when it comes to state appropriations. So this is the point where I have solicited ideas from the commissioners as well as our department chairs as to projects that they feel are top priority when it comes to submitting for appropriations requests. I've broken them down into 3 categories: high, medium, and low priority, based on the conversations I've had with everyone. So at this point, I'm looking for guidance from you all on what you believe should be our appropriations requests. In previous years, and I expect it to be the same, we get about 5 projects per level. So 5 for the state, 5 for federal government. You can, of course, ask for the same project at both levels, but it tends to get about 5 funded. Now, of course, you can have more in your final appropriations requests, but that has tended to be the trend the past couple years. So here, first we have high priority. First we have the Veteran Connections Hub. It's a comprehensive resource center dedicated to serving veterans and their families in Manatee County. Provides a multitude of services ranging from career building to mental health support and entrepreneurial training and community building activities. I included a $5 million amount asked for that from Brian and Lita Paulo for this go-round on appropriations requests. Next, we have reservoir expansion. The county's evaluating options to increase the supply yield to meet projected future potable water demands. It's considering purchasing a parcel of land along Gilly Creek that may be suitable for the construction of a reservoir. As you can see, the amount requested is $10 million specifically for design of this project, and then the total project cost is right about $185 million. We have our watershed management plans, also known as stormwater mitigation. This is a kind of a strike while the iron is hot item, given the recent impacts of Helene and Milton and Debbie. So this is something that I think we should aggressively pursue at both levels, since it's top of mind for both levels of government. We're seeking funding for new watershed management plans, specifically involving Lake Manatee, Upper Manatee River, and the Myakka River. The amount requested is $4.5 million. 51st Street West, this is to support the construction of the first 2 lanes for a 4-lane road. This is a new construction. I duplicated that there. The road will improve connections to employment centers, educational opportunities, tourism destinations, so on and so forth. The total project cost is $35.1 million. The amount requested is $10 million. Gateway Greenway Trails, the design and construction for the Gateway Greenway multi-purpose trail system. It's a vital component for the multi-county Gulf Coast Trail stretching from Hernando County to Collier County. We've gotten good feedback and money from the federal government specifically on this project. The amount requested is $3 million, and from what I gathered, the total project cost is $4.1 million. Now, this is the medium priority, State Road 64. So this is specifically for the widening of 7 3/4 miles of State Road 64 east of 75 from Lorraine Road to Verna Bethany Road. The total project cost is $96.1, but the amount requested is $10.8 million. Old Green Bridge and Fishing Pier replacement. The current pier is set to be demolished and rebuilt. I believe Chad can speak to this further if necessary. So we're responsible for the operation and maintenance of the structure through demolition as a condition of the lease. The amount requested is $10 million for construction of the new structure. The total project cost ranges depending on the type of new structure that's chosen to be built, from $18.2 to $26 million for both demolition and construction. Washington Park, this is for the design and construction budget for portions of Washington Park. Southeast portion will be home to the park's recreational amenities such as Central Pavilion, Children's Play Area, and multi-use field. The amount requested for this project is $3 million. Sylvan Oaks neighborhood. So this is a project to address street flooding in a low-income area. The neighborhood streets routinely flood, but the homes generally do not. Residents have no or limited access to services for up to 48 hours. The neighborhood is located in a basin with an ongoing study to determine the street elevation needed to prevent this flooding. The amount requested is $6.5 million for unfunded construction needs. Now we're getting to the low priority. These 2 projects, Fort Hamer Road and then Fort Hamer Bridge is the next slide. I'm including in low priority because the work that Michelle Davis is doing, or the grants coordinator, it might be easiest and best to go after grants for this project because you'll, in all likelihood, get more money than asking for money from either the state or federal government. As you can see, it's $10 million. I believe that's the total project is something in the $60 million range. Correct me if I'm incorrect. More than that, Evan says. So this is just pennies on what could be gotten from grants for this project. So both Fort Hamer Road, Fort Hamer Bridge included in low priority because I think it might be best served going for grants for this project. So before I move on further, I know I kind of probably moved through that fairly quickly. Are there any questions about any of the projects?
Commissioner Ballard's on the board.
I am on the board, but I think let's just go ahead and get through the whole presentation unless there's somebody else who wants to. Yep.
Okay. Okay. All
Yeah,
right.
put me back on if you don't mind. Thank you.
You can put yourself.
Well, I didn't lose my turn. No. That's incorrect. I put myself on the board first for a reason.
Okay.
So then again, we've got grants opportunities at the federal level that could be gone after for certain projects, particularly the Sylvan neighborhood project. First is the Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities Initiative, the BRIC initiative. So this is primarily focused on investing in community resilience, particularly for low-income areas in communities. This is for hazard mitigation, so floods, hurricanes, wildfires, so on and so forth. It's open to states and local governments to apply for funding. And then the types of projects funded are infrastructure improvements, flood control, all the things that it's designed to prevent. The next is Flood Mitigation Assistance, or FMA program. So this is aimed to reduce or eliminate the risk of repetitive flood damage to buildings, insured under the National Flood Insurance Program, NFIP. So this loan, or excuse me, grant, we must participate in and maintain good standing with the NFIP to be eligible for funding, and this could go to community-specific needs, again, particular for low-income populations, and then Flood Mitigation Assistance SWIFT Current Program. So this is for funds for mitigation for buildings insured under the NFIP after a major flood-related disaster declaration to reduce flood damage for risks. Funding is available for states, territories, and tribal governments, but property owners must have an active NFIP flood insurance contract and record a significant flood damage to qualify. And then the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program. This provides funding to state, local, tribal, and territorial governments to rebuild in ways that reduce future natural disaster losses. Funding is requested by governors or tribal chief executives during a presidential major disaster declaration, and then SLTT governments with FEMA-approved hazard mitigation plans and related disaster declarations are eligible to apply for this. If there are any questions after on these grants in particular, I believe Michelle Davis is here to answer those specifically, since she is subject matter expert on that. And then we're going to get into our legislative priorities, ideas, again, gathered from discussions with you all and our department directors. So these are just general positions that can be taken by the county when it comes to legislation in both Congress and the state legislature. So support affordable housing, affordable childcare, broadband, increased funding for public safety, economic development initiatives, filling gaps in funding for nonprofits, that is in particular for the state. Library Advisory Board governance, I believe that was brought up during our briefings last week, and then the Safe Children Coalition. And then oppose local government preemption, regulatory burdens, increased taxes and fees, and then cuts to local services. And then in particular, Public Works provided 4 items to include in legislative priorities as well. So indexing state and local motor fuel taxes to help offset effects of increased cost of transportation capital projects, funding transportation-related appropriations requests with sources that do not impact the Transportation Trust Fund, stormwater regulation reform to address design events and quantity and rate of discharge, and then at the federal level, federal transportation funding legislation that increases formula fund allocations and reduces reliance on discretionary grant programs. Along with all this, we're starting to plan a Manatee Day in Tallahassee. And we're going to aim for November for the 2026 legislative session. This is primarily to show off Manatee County to the state legislature. Participants include us, cities and municipalities in Manatee County, nonprofits, businesses, companies, and other entities that will be there to promote Manatee County. Again, we're looking at planning this for November of '25. for the 2026 legislative session, which will start in January of 2026. So next steps, we've got our Tallahassee and DC trips right now. Based on the recommendation of our state lobbyists, January 21st through January 23rd of 2025, that appears to be the ideal time to go to Tallahassee for our lobbying and other meetings. And then for DC, I meant to remove late February, looking at mid-March for that trip to head up to DC and do the same there. And then, of course, there's going to be the special meeting on January 7th, where based on your recommendation today, I'll be bringing our leave behind for Tallahassee and DC for final approval, which will include our priorities and appropriations requests. And that's it for my presentation.
All right. Commissioner Ballard, you're back on the board.
Thank you. So, Crosley, thank you so much for a great presentation. You really laid everything out in a really good, understandable way. I wanted to bring up a couple of issues and specifically to dwell on a legislative priority.
Okay.
For me personally, I think the top appropriations request that I would have would be that watershed management. I think you're exactly right about striking while the iron is hot, both on the federal and the state levels. Everybody is going to be thinking about watershed management, you know, after these triple storms that we had. Trails, I think, has been well supported in the past, and I think if we put some effort into it, it will be even better supported at the state level. And I just on a personal note, I would love to see Washington Park prioritized at the state level. This is an underserved community. They have been advocating for a park for about 30 years. We finally are making it happen for them. And I think that we should really focus on making that park everything that it can and should be for that community. It is an area of the county which truly has been underserved for a long time. Now, moving on to legislative priorities, I wanted to talk a little bit about Library Advisory Board. Our Library Advisory Board was established by local bill back in the early 1970s. And so that means that there is a specific bill in state law that says exactly what our Library Advisory Board can be, how many members it can have. It prescribes their activities, and it even prescribes geographically where the members can come from. It's extremely restrictive. There was a push a couple of years ago to actually expand the scope of our Library Advisory Board. We found out later that we actually are not able to legally do that because the state has taken that on as something that they're regulating. So our request from the state could either be to repeal the statute and allow us to create our own ordinance for Library Advisory Board, or to ask the state to make changes to the statute for Library Advisory Board. So currently, Library Advisory Board has 5 members, and there has to be a member from I think it's from the island, there has to be a member from Bradenton, there has to be a member from Palmetto, 5 members total. At the time when this was established, the county was extremely different. So we had about a quarter of the population, and the center of the population was shifted much further west. So what I'd like to see is the board expanded to include members from the eastern and northern parts of the county. And I'd also like to see the duties of the board expanded to include things like collection development, so that our citizens have a voice in the materials that go into our libraries. Because right now they don't have that kind of oversight or input. So we basically need to talk to our local delegation, get all of those members on board, and I think that we can make those changes. Nobody else really has a stake in this other than our Manatee County representatives. So I think it can be easily achieved. Thank you.
Commissioner Cruz.
Sure. I loved seeing some of those options up there after we spoke, because for years, I keep saying I hate putting roads on this thing. Everyone puts roads on these. Well, everyone on this board keeps putting roads on it. All roads are is admitting that we don't collect proper revenue, and so please give us some money to fix our hole. And then you showed, look at some of the other counties did. No, there's no roads on any of those lists. Not one. I kept looking. You showed 2 different lists of what other counties got money for. None of it's roads. That's lazy. I mean, there's more important things, and they get more traction because they create a narrative that can be pushed by our delegation. Let's make the life easier for the Representative Robinson and Senator Boyd and everyone else up there. Like the Veteran Park, that's a unique, great thing. You can get the right traction up there with the right people if you focus on it. You know, the trails, we have done very well on that, but I even wrote down a comment that Commissioner Ballard just said. We'll be more successful getting more money if we show some momentum on our end. We can't just say keep giving us money and then eventually we'll get around to spending it. Representative Buchanan up in DC is a strong proponent of trails and biking. Representative Robinson's a strong proponent of the trails. Representative Gregory, well, he was in our delegation, was a strong proponent. We've got traction for it. It's unique. There's a lot of things we can build around that for health and welfare and active parks. You know, we need to keep pushing those kind of things. We get better because, you know, you had Fort Hamer on there. It got vetoed last year. For whatever reason, the governor hates that road. Like nothing else got vetoed, but somehow that road is like, nope, you get nothing for that one. Meanwhile, you got 51st on there again, and I don't even think the board's ever even voted to consider 51st. Somehow it just keeps showing up. It's like a rash. It's like, why is this just going away? We haven't discussed it yet. You know, let's have that discussion. And 64th, that's not even our road. I don't know why that would be a priority for us to ask for money from the state to do work that the state's supposed to do if the state wants to fix their own road. Especially if what we're talking about is widening the road further out where we shouldn't have been letting people build in the first place. And now we're going to try to fix that mistake by asking the state if we can borrow some of their money to do design work for them on their own road. We got enough roads to deal with that are our roads. Yeah, I said from the start, and I talked to a couple of our delegates day one, this whole list needs to start and stop with water and storm and flooding because that's where we're going to get the most traction. They want to put money out to people who are trying to make things better for their residents. The reservoir plan, because we're going to start running out of water. Anything stormwater related, we got, what, $27 million worth of maps in theory. We got, what, 27 maps? And they're like approximately $1 million each or something like that. I'm just using rough numbers here. That's a lot of money, and it's going to take a lot of time. We should try to get as much money for those as we can because, you know, people like Dalton have properly commented earlier today. We're approving developments based upon outdated maps without any real guidance as to whether or not what we're approving is going to cause the next Sylvan Oaks problem somewhere down the road for some other board because we approved something where it shouldn't have been. That's where our focus needs to be. I also 100% agree with Washington Park. That's a long overdue. Let's get Washington Park done. But that's my thing. My preference on all of this is to stay away from roads. Let's take advantage of some unique narratives we have, take advantage of the strength we have with Will and Jim and everyone up in Tallahassee, sorry, Representative Robinson and Senator Boyd up there, and really take advantage of storm and water at this point. Relative to the legislation side of it, anything that preempts us is something we should push against. I don't care what it is. Whether it's telling us how our advisory boards are supposed to work or what we can do with our impact fees or how our buffers for our wetlands are. Just stay away. Let us handle our own stuff. I also think, because I see the mayor out there, we'd be doing ourselves a disservice because this whole county is our county. We should be talking to our municipalities and finding out what their number one priority is and putting those on our list. We've got a pretty big reach up there. And I think it goes a long way when they go up there with their lobbyists, if we say, hey, they really need to expand their utilities, or if they can't expand their utilities, maybe we need to expand our utilities for an interlocal with them. We should be working with our municipalities as well as the school board and trying to advocate for some of their stuff as well. We've got some space on the bottom, put it on there and say, we as a county support what these municipalities are attempting to do as well. I think that'll help.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Sadiq.
Alrighty, ditto on the libraries.
Thank you.
I won't get into that. I agree with Commissioner Ballard on that one. So I'll start top down and we can get into specific projects I have comments on. Granted, I'm new, but I've been following a lot of these things for some time in the community before this. So I think the question I have for the county administrators, where are we at with the legislative director hire? I think it's director or aide, I forget what the title is, but.
Go ahead, Courtney.
We have 4 interviews set up in the next couple weeks. So Charlie and I are on that hiring panel in addition to, is it Brian?
Evan?
Evan? Evan. Okay, thank you, Evan.
Yeah.
So it's the 3 of us. So we'll be conducting those interviews. We've got some great candidates, really, really strong. And so we're excited to interview those folks. I did want to just, if you don't mind, I was going to touch on Commissioner Cruz's comment really fast because we've got some exciting stuff also under Charlie's leadership that's going on. So Rob Burke is going to be coming forward on January 7th. He works on the 9th floor, but he was the director of organizational development for Baltimore County, so he's a problem solver, so to speak. And so he's going to help facilitate a strategic planning kind of visioning workshop where we're going to hear what the passions are of the board and what your passion points are and really what topics you want to champion throughout your tenure as a commissioner. But then also that's going to help us inform us, hopefully, into the development of a true strategic vision. I found online that there was something in the past called Imagine Manatee, and it died. I have not known about it for the 3 years I've been on board. Perhaps I see Commissioner Feltz shaking her head, so maybe she remembers that. But it was that idea, and it just died on the vine. I don't know if it just didn't go to approval, but the intent is that we do get the cities on board. We do get all of the municipalities within. We get all of the stakeholders, the chambers involved. And so that strategic plan also helps us inform us and the departments of those legislative priorities. So we're sort of all working together, and that plan would be updated every year. Sarasota County does it every year. They have a strategic plan, and then every year it's a quick update in a couple meetings in January, February timeframe. And so sort of just taking some ideas from other counties. So anyway, just wanted to plant the seed because I think it's some exciting stuff working in Crosley's group, which will be also falling under the Director of Government Affairs is what the title is. Okay, thank you.
Perfect, thank you. I was going to touch on that next, so awesome. My experience networking with other counties, doing research on how other counties work and lobby, not just through our lobbyists, but with our own staff and do research on policy is that we have counties of our similar size that have teams of people doing legislative outreach, research, not just outreach, but research, state, local, and federal level, even going as far as looking through our ordinances, comparing them with other county ordinances. I've been kind of using AI to do that myself, but we really need a team of people to actually look at our ordinances, and the comp plan is a part of it, but ordinances, line them up with the state statutes, line them up with our federal appropriations, and do the same thing with our projects. So I think the legislative, sorry, I'm messing this up, the director position is a great start. Crosley doing a lot. I really appreciate that. And you come from Vern Buchanan's office, so you're going to be a great asset for us. But I do think it's one of the, what I'd like to see this board do is really invest in that because we can outcompete, and I love Pinellas and Hillsborough, we can outcompete them on our ability to have influence on state and federal laws and statutes, and of course appropriations, which is a big thing. So I'd like to see us, I'm not saying we need 10 people in a whole department, but 2 people is a good start, maybe another one, and then we can have that become a actual professional policy wing within county government, and then we use our aides for something else because we're kind of splitting our time doing a million different things across a million different people. Too much context switching means you're not efficient with your time, but that's kind of the seed I wanted to plant on that. So I certainly want to see that effort expand for our research purposes, not just this board, but for the county government, and of course, selfishly gaining the ability to have more influence in the state and federal level. Beyond that, strategic planning, we'll talk about that in January, but talk to Courtney and staff about this too. We have a comprehensive plan, we have land development codes, but those are not specific metrics or outcomes we drive towards. That's something that by state statute we have to update every 7 or 10 years, and we've done a poor job at that, not this board, but years before. But we do need a strategic plan that's focused on a very clear and agreed upon and well-established outcomes. Florida Chamber CEO and I had a good conversation and meeting about this. He's got something called the floridascorecard.gov, and it has a read-through of every county's metrics, health, how many jobs you created, how many permits have you approved, how much land you've conserved. There's a lot of great things in that dashboard that I think we should have a conversation about because it's very simple. Whatever we do as policymakers, whatever we do with libraries, infrastructure for veterans, US 41, agriculture, I do think we can measure those things. And I think we're already measuring them. So I think it's just time for us to come together as a county and a board to say, look, we're collecting so much data in our GIS and their different reports. Debris collection is a great example. We have so much data, but I do think for residents in particular, it'd be great for them to know the comp plan, which is 1,000+ documents. I mean, I need ChatGPT to read the whole damn thing, but it's a lot, and it's not a plan. It's not strategy. I think starting with a strategic plan, we should definitely come up with metrics and outcomes, jobs we want to create, land to preserve or not preserve, and other economic indicators and things we should agree upon, and then drive policy towards. So definitely think we should get that going. I don't think you need a motion for that, but we can discuss that in January, because I don't think it'll just be one meeting. It'll be probably a year-long process, but we should start that. But I'll dive into the legislative priorities specifically. I already talked about libraries. I agree with that. Trails, we have 3 commissioners that agree on trails. I'm certainly hopeful more do. I've looked at the county trail map. I have some disagreements about our priorities as a county and where they should be. I think we've got the island as like red, and we kind of forget about basically Bradenton, Cortez, all the way through downtown, through East Bradenton, all the way to Lakewood Ranch. Most of those are second-tier, third-tier priorities. I think they should be first. And I say that because the island, I have great relationships with everyone from the island, Anna Maria to Lombo Key to Bradenton, but we have a really good opportunity to look at other infrastructure investments for the island that I think are more specifically timed to the storm damage and what we can take advantage of in the short amount of time we have. And the MPO has already got projects identified, so I'll just give you this one. The MPO has a project identified to essentially make a right turn lane from going northbound in Gulf to the Cortez, which is going to be the new Cortez Bridge. I think given the storm damage, the infrastructure investment that we need to make is looking into buying some of the right-of-way there to basically add the right turn lane so we can have additional road capacity for traffic, which already exists. Causes problems, not just for people complaining. It's not just about that, but it's about EMS. It's about our fire districts not being able to get people through Gulf Drive in a timely fashion. So I think beyond the bridge that's coming, having that option now with the storm and the focus on the state to invest in storm-related damage and infrastructure investments, we should definitely look at that. And MPO's already got a study on that. Talking about MPO, 51st is not on any of our CIP. I fully believe we need to reform the CIP, really seriously look at that. I fully intend to kill 59th Street. I agree with Commissioner Cruz. We spend $1 million per lane mile, and it's just adding capacity. It's just a complete waste of money. And I think my priority, and I think the county, from what we talk about, is really mobility. It's how can we get people through the roads by any means necessary, whether that's by biking, walking, with electric scooter or bikes, you can get through 30 miles an hour through traffic faster. So we have to think about mobility more holistically than just a D rating for 59th Street or other roads, because I think those are outdated measures. And that's kind of just my message to the board as well. So as far as Gulf, I'd like us to see that prioritized. 51st, that's been sitting for a long time. I don't think that's where the priority is. It's just adding capacity. If we can slice that up into just focusing on El Con and Cortez, just that section, I'd be curious about how we can chop up that project. Because when you go to Congress, tell me you want 10 million, they give you 1. That's basically why we're so far behind in so many projects. I don't want to do that anymore. I want us to start piecing apart some of those projects. So 51st, and there's a lot of interest from IMG and others to see that done. I think it'd be great, especially with 12,000 cars coming to Cortez in the next 5 to 10 years between Seaflower, DeSoto Square Mall, Sunny Shores, and then development throughout the rest of the county. That area is going to get hammered. FDOT's done workshops. I've been there. We need to seriously get Cortez on our legislative priority in the future, and even include things like new land purchases. But 51st is just one small piece, but I'd really like to get Cortez and that focus on that corridor from DeSoto Square Mall to the Bradenton Beach, given the amount of traffic. And also FDOT is doing a study, so we should definitely consider that. But more specifically, let's look at Gulf. 51st, if we can find a way to reduce the amount we're asking, I really don't think we need to invest 10 million there. So I'd be curious to see what your thoughts are, and then working with Chad and others to de-scope that a little bit would be important. Trails, mobility, we don't really have we have concepts of a plan for the trail network from Northwest Bradenton, Cortez, through Bradenton, through the municipality, out east. Working with the cities, I have good relationships with all of them. I think we all just want to give people a solution for traffic, and it's not going to be more roads. The Bradenton Palmetto Connector's 5-10 years out. So it's not going to happen anytime soon. But what we do have is opportunity to take a look at our sidewalks, take a look at bike lanes that either exist or don't, and look into multi-use paths as a legislative item. I don't have an appropriation request there, but we should definitely look into ways we can identify opportunities, not to buy more right-of-way, but to repurpose sidewalks, some of the bike lanes and the right-of-ways and easements we have. But that's more for Chad and staff. But at the state level, if that is something we've done before, we should look into it. And if there are grants and appropriations for those types of projects, I think that's where you can come in and say, hey, BOCC, this is what's been done in these areas. So that'd be something I'd like to push, is sidewalks and bike trails to multi-use paths. Interlocal utilities, Commissioner Cruz brought that up. Look, we all know it's a big problem. County's got a lot more money than our municipalities. I mean, I have Sneed Island that wants to get water hookup from septic and sewer. I'd like to see a comprehensive plan for that, but I do think we need, with the tie into the storm damage, we should absolutely look into ways we can get, I think grant funding would probably be easier, but certainly state or federal appropriations. Grants are usually easier because there's a lot more money and few people know how to look for them. Plus, we have a lot of grant writers, and that's a very competitive advantage for us. So I think partnering with our municipalities to maybe share grant resources to help them get grants, because that helps us as a county and city and vice versa. I do think we should look into opportunities there. But I definitely want to look into opportunities to get focus on our interlocal agreements on utilities, if we can get grant funding for investments, widening water pipes, sewer pipes, or replacing a lot of clay pipes and others that exist in the county. I'd be curious about what grants exist for that. But that's kind of all I got, so I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Commissioner Beard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Regarding our Four Hammer Bridge grant, what are we expecting? What's the expected amount that we're looking at getting on that?
Yeah, I'll take that, Michelle.
Yeah, go
Michelle, I
ahead.
got it.
Just so the public knows.
Yeah, we applied for a $62 million grant. We did have discussion this morning with Tara Polton, Vern Buchanan's right-hand person, introduced her to Michelle. We are waiting on a letter of support from Vern's office to go along with that package. And I think, Michelle, correct me, we're expecting to hear within a month or two on that grant? Mid-February.
Okay, thank you. The other thing is, with Commissioner Ballard and Commissioner Cruz, I do agree with the trails as well as Washington Park, just because, there's no way for them to get impact fees, currently today. Veterans Connections Hub. Talking about a lot of our roads and things like that, I kind of come up with an idea in regards to trying to figure out north, southbound roads, right? That's what we need. We have east and west covered, right? And one of the things I want us to look into is possibly, if there is a grant, but maybe some of these old railroad tracks that go east and west, if there's a possibility for us to get that right away, okay? Now, I know Commissioner Cruz is over there laughing, but.
We've tried very hard.
Yeah. You've tried very hard to do that. Well.
For the trail.
Okay. Well, maybe with north and southbound roads, that might be a possibility for us to all look into, because we need that, and that's, that would definitely not add more traffic on specific roads currently, but would look at different opportunities of sections that we're not currently using going north and southbound. And I also was kind of driving down the road the other day and was driving down Manatee Avenue. I'm like, can Manatee Avenue be a 6-lane road? And I know we've had discussions on that, but there's two sidewalks. There's a middle lane there. Can we expand that to 6 lanes? Because I think that we have enough right-of-way to be able to do that, to have, a little bit more steady flow of traffic. So it's just something that maybe we can look into for the future.
Certainly.
And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. See anybody else? There's no one else on the board to speak. Madam Attorney, we don't need to vote on this. Okay. All right. So what I do is the mayor has asked for.
Just an item for discussion.
The mayor has asked to come down and speak to, since we brought up municipalities, I'd like to come down and speak to about the city of Braden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and congratulations to all the new board members and the one coming back on this election. So since it brought up about municipalities, I think one thing that is important to remember, we do have the Council of Governments. And I know that there's been times when that was effective and not effective. And 25 years ago, when there were some issues between the county and the city, and a lot of attorneys made a lot of money between the lawsuits between both, which again, some of the things we do, we don't want to spend money of our taxpayers' money that's hard-earned money for them that they give to us. We want to make sure we're good stewards of that money. So I think talking about some of the things that have come up now has been possibility really to focus on that, the Council of Governments within all the municipalities and the county, but also important to continue the meetings that when I got on as mayor, wanted to have between City of Bradenton and Manatee County government. We did have one of those meetings we had with the school district, so we can collaborate together, because as I've heard all morning is traffic. And when you really look at it, if any one of us in this room or out there could solve the traffic issue easily, you'd be a millionaire. And it's not something that is happening where capacity, I think, looking at widening some roads, but it's where they go, where they end, if you don't have anywhere to go. And we've looked at very aggressively at night, especially when the traffic's coming east on Manatee Avenue, around the curve there, up to 6th Avenue. I could have 6 officers sit there at those lights and keep them moving through, but it's where they're going to go. It doesn't do any good to keep them moving quicker when they get bottlenecked at first because of the north-south traffic, when they get bottlenecked at the Green Bridge. So it is a collaboration that's going to be Palmetto, that's going to be Manatee County, and it's also where they're going to stop. So we can keep them moving maybe a little bit quicker, but where they're going to get stopped is going to be the tough part. So, obviously, MPO with the DOT and the connector that's going on is very important to have support in the future. And that's something we're there now. In the 90s, the third bridge got killed somehow. And right now, if we had a third bridge between DeSoto and the interstate, would that alleviate the traffic a third in the city of Bradenton that really isn't city of Bradenton traffic? It's just wanting to get through. So I think some of the things I heard this morning are great, but let's have that meeting. So once, I'm open, our council is very open, and I know Palmetto, with the new mayor there, I've talked with him about things. Obviously, the island mayors, I think, would be engaged in some of that. But if we can have a council of governments pretty quick in January, February, that might be something. Legislatively, we have been working very hard to get some of our infrastructure as well as others. And we're proud to say we're probably, over the last 3 years since I became mayor and hired lobbyists and working, somewhere north of $25 million that we brought in grants and different things that we do. So it works. But again, collaborative together, we can ask for that, because nobody knows where Manatee Avenue ends and starts in the city or county as much. So I just wanted to say, since my name got brought up a couple times, that from the collaboration standpoint, we're all there, and we look forward to meeting you. And thank you for allowing me the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I have something to add, if you don't mind.
Commissioner Ballard.
Mayor, it has been so good working with you over the past couple of years, and I think that we've developed some great collaboration, and I really want to make sure that we keep that moving and just enhance it over the next couple of years, especially in my district, as well as Commissioner Sadiq's district, which really overlap with the city, I think, the most of any. And I would like to collaborate over the next month or so on legislative priorities to make sure that if there's something that you're advocating for, that the county can also be advocating for, that's going to improve life for everybody in Manatee County, I want to make sure that we are doing that. And so before that Council of Governments meeting, I think, or that the legislative delegation meeting, we should make sure that we are collaborating on that.
Right, and that's January 9th in our chambers when we get with our state delegation. But one of the things we've done, and we've had several meetings, and I know we're invited to your county meetings now with DOT and different things, because I think one of the things we did last year, and I heard about your veto, we also had about $5 million plus worth of veto last year in the state that would have helped some of our off Manatee Avenue roads that might have kept people to kind of utilize the whole system we have. So that was disappointing with some roundabouts and keep things flowing better. But I think when you look back on them, some of those may have been good vetoes from the standpoint if the governor's doing what he wants to do and cut $1 billion to make our state more progressive in that way. But I think working together, and our DOT felt like, I think at one point, we were going after funds legislatively that they were doing in a way, and talking with our secretary, it was like, well, we weren't trying to take money away, but if they're just changing from one to the other and we're not getting it somewhere else, that's where the collaboration will be, and we understand it now. So let's go and get it. And being the current chairman of the MPO is a great organization for our two counties, and I think Manatee County is well represented now, where over the years in the past, we may not have been as much, where a lot more stuff was going because they were asking for it to go south, and we love our county to the south, but we just want our fair share. But I think we are well represented from the standpoint of now we're getting that, but now how do we understand it federally and state-wise, because the DOT money can come from anywhere. So those things are working, but how do we get it out to the public and make sure that they understand that some of that's working? One quick thing that I did forget a moment ago, but 51st. A lot of the roads in the city are talked about, over the years. Well, 43rd Street and 51st were voted on as priorities many, many years ago when the half-cent sales tax was put into effect. So I would like you all to do some research on, and I don't know if this is tied in with what you're talking about 51st, but 51st was designated as one of those roads that half-cent sales tax was going to pay for. Well, some of us in the central core over the years felt like that some of that money got voted on, projects were done, and then projects were moved. So, and there's a lot of reasons. People don't understand sometimes why something moves, but 51st Street between Cortez Road and Manatee Avenue more at that time, but now between Cortez Road and 53rd Avenue because of the traffic flow might be something that we really want to look into. But I would ask that if you all would do the research on that tax that was passed and what projects got moved from downtown, 43rd Street being one of them, but 43rd Street is now processed, and that was because of a business that the city stood up to and made sure that a corporate business didn't back out of it and is now being done. And the MPO worked hard with DOT to get Cortez Road the way it is on 43rd Street, because that was a nightmare when it was a single lane. And we in the city put money into it to help it get it done, as well as, but it was the pressure from the council to do that, some of that on 43rd and Cortez, and then also the pressure on 43rd and Manatee. So that might be something to look into to say why 51st was on there. I'm not 100% sure, but that could be a corridor, as Commissioner Sadiq said, that really could alleviate some of Cortez Road, possibly. So, all right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Cruz.
I was just going to mention one unrelated thing because it's up on the screen, but while he was up here, first off, I do appreciate the fact that I don't think anyone mentioned your name, but I did say a municipality that had some utility capacity issues. So you caught on quick.
We all knew who that was, right into window.
As for the 51st Street piece is not those two pieces. It's 53rd down to Elcon, a new, currently non-existent piece. That is what's had been requested in the past. That's different than the IST piece. But what I did just quickly hop on, I wasn't going to type too much time, because we have the dates up here for potential trips. All I would say is a recommendation is keep that January one. Don't defer to the alternative date. The sooner the better. The quicker we can get up there, the more we can get our priorities in front of people, our appropriations in front of people, get it quote unquote front of the line, the better. Delaying it all the way till like the last or second to last committee week before session starts, people are stopping to pay attention. Some of the committees are gearing up to be done. Just get it out of the way. We have availability. There's no meetings planned that week. Let's just do it that week. Get the aides to book the hotel rooms, and let's get up there. And as for DC, talk to Dan, see what makes the most sense. I will just leverage off of what Commissioner Sadiq commented on earlier about the calendar. I know we just finalized the calendar. But during break, I went up and looked to see when that NACO summit was up there. It's actually March 1st through 4th in DC, and that's a Saturday through a Tuesday. It doesn't mean everyone wants to go to NACO or needs to go to NACO. But if you did have, since it fits in your window, if you overlapped it and set up meetings like Wednesday, Thursday in DC of that week, then anyone who wanted to go to NACO could just already be there.
Right.
Anyone who didn't want to go can fly up, and you get the meetings done. You kind of kill two birds with one stone on that one right there. So that kind of makes sense. And the last thing, just because you're sitting here, Manatee Day is critically important. We've been talking about this. I love Manatee Day. I've asked the last 2 years to do it. Every time I go to Tallahassee, there's Miami-Dade Day or there's Hillsborough Day. And you go there and they have all their banners up on one of the floors, and people can go and see some of the vendors and learn more about it. And just like we're talking about with municipalities, if we get Bradenton, and we get Palmetto, and we get the Chamber and the EDC and a couple of our nonprofits all up there at the same time, showing up and advocating and storming that place, and get A-Mob out there handing out, oysters in the plaza, whatever it is, it adds a lot to it. I mean, we're asking all these other reps and senators to approve things for Manatee County. Some of them may not know who Manatee County is or what we stand for. This is an opportunity once a year to show them the strength of Manatee County and advocate for each other. I think it's critically important. We can't do it this year. That's why we said 26, but I'm a huge fan of this. We really need to do this.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we're sending staff up. Courtney's idea in February. Kerry Knight from Monroe County. He was very prominent with that Monroe Day up in Tallahassee. So we're going to send staff up in February timeframe to see how they do it, so we can be ready for that date. Also, I'd like to, since the mayor brought it up, the chair typically sits in our quarterly meetings with LK and FDOT. That's going to be the first week of January. So we do have an upcoming FDOT meeting. And then finally, DCAs and Crosley and myself are going to go back. I believe I heard everybody's priorities. We're going to put what we believe, what we heard. We are going to make a decision on January 7th of those priorities. We need to get the leave-behinds ready. We want to be prepared. So January 7th is drop dead date. So in the meantime, we'll meet with the city so we can collaborate with their priorities with water and stormwater and sewer so we can have a comprehensive plan. I will say one thing. Last year, we had the jail medical wing on there. You notice it wasn't on there. It did not get approved, so we didn't put that on there. Yes, sir. All right, so we will go back and prioritize and meet with each one of you again.
And I was going to add one more thing. Things like Sylvan Oaks, we're going to work very closely with Michelle and see if there's opportunities for grants outside of this, because then maybe we can put a different project on, like Cortez or, the other ones. And so we'll finagle it, and then also we don't have to have everything on the same list for the state that we do for federal. So we can sort of flip-flop depending on what the board wants to do. So we'll send some options out. We'll set up another briefing with you prior to January 7th. It sounds like we need that, and then we'll bring to you that final proposal so you know what you're walking into on the 7th. Okay.
Perfect.
All right, any other questions of Crosley or, all right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate all your hard work, we really do.
Thank you.
All right, next up is our conversation on the, slide down there, slide up here, is the approval of the Infrastructure Sales Tax Oversight Committee 24 annual budget. Who is presenting that? There you go.
Good afternoon, Victor Ortiz, Deputy Director, Financial Management Department. So I'm here to present the annual report. I'm not going to go to the finances and all the budget because we do that in the budget process. However, I'm open for questions on that. So if you can have the presentation. Do you have the presentation? Okay. How do I? Yes. Can I use the camera here? Yeah, so basically, what the Citizen Committee Board does is to confirm subcategories and percentage are being used in agreement with ISD funding category list. They also confirm changes to the ISD funding categories list were approved by the board, which they are, and they confirm expenditures were used on the ISD project and equipment list, and confirm compliance of revenue received and allocated. They also confirm changes to the ISD projects and equipment lease were approved by the board, which we bring it every time we have a change, we bring it to the board for additions, deletions, completions. And they also are presented with a 5-year capital improvement plans. And we do have the chair of the Citizen Committee Board here with us, Mr. Leland Taylor, and he did send us a letter confirming all of these. So we are seeking board approval on these.
All right, are there any questions regarding the, are there any questions regarding the, hang on a second. The Sales Act Oversight Committee Annual Report. Anybody, any questions or anything? Okay. All right. Yeah. You got any questions? All right, this will need a motion because it's for an approval. All right, the motion's up.
So, something I want to mention that we presented to the board on audited numbers because we don't have audited numbers, but that's what we present to them.
All right,
And we did present them on November 14th.
Okay, there's been a motion moved by Commissioner Sadiq. I second the motion. All right, what we're going to do is open this up for public comment. Is there anyone that'd like to come give public comment on item 72, the approval of the Infrastructure Sales Oversight Tax Committee's 24 annual report? Seeing none, is there anyone on the phone that would like to give public comment?
No hands raised, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. I'll go ahead and close public comment. There's no anything from the commissioners. Motion to move by Commissioner Sadiq, seconded by myself. If everyone can cast their votes at this time. And the motion carries 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, committee, for all the work you do. You guys do a lot of hard work. All right, up next, and Commissioner Ballard's been so gracious to allow me to move my commissioner item up above hers because we have some business people in the audience that are, been here all day.
You have to go back to future agenda items because
Oh.
we ran beyond our time.
Constrained by the law.
I'm constrained by the law. Well, that's not the first time. All right. I'd like to open up for any citizen comment on continuation or consideration on future agenda items. Is there any in the audience like to come forward? Yes, ma'am, please come forward. Take your time.
I didn't do it walking a dog, surprisingly.
Skiing accident. Skiing.
Okay.
Good morning, good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm
You-
usually here in the morning. My name is Dina Sabo, and I'm a Manatee County resident.
Yes, ma'am.
Amanda Ballard, you're doing some looking into the library boards for the county, and that's awesome. Have you gotten anywhere with the shelter advisory board? Because that's really what I wanted to talk about today. It's coming when? Are we not allowed to do this? Okay, so just some things that I think, why is this not going up? If that can get moving, I might be able to stay home more often, and you don't have to see me all that often. I know some of you would like that. I'm putting pictures up right now of the, we have fences down at the shelter, and they've been out of commission. I know a lot of things have been out of commission since Milton, but we're dealing with the dogs that can't get access to the yards, which is even more limiting than the limitations they already have. So this is just an example that I'm using to try to plug that we really do need to get this board going. And hopefully somebody will get over there and fix these and get them open for the dogs soon. I know that right now we're sitting in a good spot with capacity on the dogs. However, but by this weekend, we're going to be back at capacity or pushing beyond it because of all the dogs that have been coming through and are being held currently at Bishop waiting for transfer over, which is going to put us back in that bad spot, which is now going to put the dogs back outside. And I was trying to be preventative earlier in the season about the heaters, and I'm hearing that the heaters are not ready to go, and maybe that's because they were under capacity, so the dogs were in. But this is that preventative piece of being proactive that I've also been encouraging for a long time. We need to be ready and not be reactive. The dogs don't need to be freezing for 2 days while we're getting heaters going. So while we're all having to make peace with missed deadlines and projects being postponed far beyond imagination, if we can stay focused on keeping the dogs comfortable, I would really appreciate it, and so would they. They can't really have sweaters in their kennels They don't get access to heat if they're outside. Some get blankets, but some cannot, because if they chew them, they're going to get sick. So we can't always keep them warm if they don't have access to heat. So this is just me up here plugging away for the dogs, hoping that we can get those things going until we can break ground and get people assigned to the projects of what's it going to look like to move the dogs, who is going to train the staff over at the sheriff's department. Is that going to be the sheriff's department, or does it still fall under the animal shelter? There's a lot of moving parts that need to be, I think we could use this time to get organized and ready so that when the shelter's ready to go and take the dogs, we have a really great plan in place to transition them over there with people that are going to be comfortable handling them. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much, and I hope you feel better.
Thank you.
All right. Is there anyone else in the audience that'd come forward and give public comment? Is there anyone on the phone that would like to give public comment on a future agenda item?
We have 3 callers on the line. First one ends in 454.
Caller 454, please state your name, county residence, and you have 3 minutes.
Down, Manatee County. I would like to make a comment about the agenda. I mean, I noticed it's updated 3 times, and the last time being on the 9th, the day before the meeting. Why don't you just move the date for closing comments to the day before the meeting and find a process to update yourselves about public comments, as after the agenda posts? That way we can react to any changes in the agenda that are going in after the time for commenting closes. So that's one. Good on moving to try and fix the impact fee situation. I appreciate that very much. There was a comment about 90 days, a 90-day moratorium. When we're talking about a moratorium on building, we're talking about stopping new projects until we have a better idea of the topology and the stormwater issues, and not necessarily stopping people from working right now, but stopping all the damage that is going to happen in the future from stuff that we do now. Because right now we are paying the price for all the overdevelopment, with Cortez Road going nuts thanks to a decision made in 2015 or so to approve Aqua and the Seaflower, what is going to be Seaflower now. So let's just get real. When we say moratorium, it means stop until we know what the hell we're doing, not stopping people from working now for 90 days. That's not what we need. With regard to the legislative priorities, I agree with Commissioner Cruz about the stormwater. Focus on the stormwater topology and the things that are useful for actual state and federal issues. And I'm looking forward to seeing some movement on that. And somebody commented elsewhere that I'm just responding to, that there are the library advisory boards, that there are specific procedures because it's governed by the state. So we need to make sure we dot our I's and cross our T's as to how we're actually supposed to move on that, and that we're not actually breaking the law on that. With regard to potentially working with the city of Bradenton, the utilities. If there's anything we can do to stop all that disgusting treated and half treated and raw sewage from getting out into our waters, which is like the lifeblood of our community, let's do that. See if there's any money out there, any grants if you can get. If there's anything that we can do, please make that happen. I would like to see that happen. And that's it for now. I think generally your priorities for the legislative sessions next year is pretty good. But yeah, please make all that stuff happen. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next caller.
This is caller 605.
Caller 605, please state your name, county residence, and you have 3 minutes. (605) Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Thank you. Next caller, please.
This is caller 501.
Caller 501, please state your name, county residence, and you have 3 minutes. Caller 501. All right, going once, going twice, third time. Thank you very much. Is there any other callers after that?
None, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. I'll go ahead and close public comment on future agenda items. All right, moving forward with Commissioner agenda items, Commissioner Ballard has been so kind to allow me to jump in front of her, and I appreciate that. Thank you, Commissioner. Coming up, everybody knows who One Stop Housing is. Everybody knows Mark Van Groff and all the great work he does here in Manatee County. He has a presentation he'd like to present on another workforce housing project. I'm not going to steal his thunder. I'm not going to be a spoiler because it's pretty exciting and it deals with a lot of our EDC and a lot of our folks here in Manatee County. So, Mark, come on up and bring your gang with you if you want. Again, and this is a great project and it's in my district. So, very happy about it.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Mark Van Groff. I'm the managing partner for One Stop Housing, and we're very excited about this development that we want to share with you. And maybe Sharon wanted to kick us off here.
Sure. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Sharon Hillstrom, President and CEO of the Bradenton Area Economic Development Corporation. Very excited to present to you a creative solution to our workforce housing challenge here in Manatee County. There are a lot of different things going on as it relates to workforce housing, but this one is a little bit different. And we've been working together with Mark for about 2 years. And this is an employer-based workforce housing community called Forest Cove. And the EDC engaged with Mark, like I said, about 2 years ago. He had this idea of doing employer-based housing, but was having trouble connecting with employers. And so he and I got together, and we probably met with about 50 employers in Manatee County to pitch this idea of an employer-based or employer-invested workforce housing community. And so today, we're excited to present that business model to you, but just wanted to give you a little context around why this is a challenge in our community. So while wages have been going up in Manatee County, they've not been keeping pace with the cost of living or housing, in particular in our region. Of note, the average monthly rent in Manatee County is $1,848 a month. That's average monthly rent. So there is a 30% rule that says if it's affordable if you're paying 30% of your gross income on housing. So if we look at our annual salary in Manatee County of $55,069, you do the math, 30% of that would be $16,520 on an annual basis. So we'd be looking at about $1,376 a month. So if we're paying average $1,800 a month, we are way behind where we need to be in order to meet that 30% threshold. And you can see the numbers up there right now based on market rate apartments in Manatee County, $1,500 for a studio apartment, $1,700 for a one-bedroom, and $2,000 for a two-bedroom apartment. So what happens when households can't make ends meet, when they're spending more than 30% of their annual wages on housing? Well, they can accumulate credit card debt, they can spend less on food for their family, they forego preventive health care, lose quality child care, and in worst cases, they end up in our homeless population. So we have to do something. So Forest Cove, which is the employer-based housing community, is dedicated to providing rents at 30% of an employee's annual salary. So you can see here, we've got a chart that shows the market average, let's just say for a studio, is $1,529 a month. Forest Cove, the employer-based housing community, is saying we're going to charge $926 a month, a 39% savings to that particular individual. So you can see each one of those is presenting a significant savings to that particular individual. One of the other reasons the EDC is so closely involved in this project is workforce. Workforce is a huge issue for our employers. Attracting and retaining workforce is probably the #1 issues for employers in Manatee County. And one of the biggest challenges is they can't afford to live here. So we've got to do something. So now I'm going to hand it off to my partner, Mark, to talk more about Forest Cove.
Great.
And I'll advance. Do you want to advance?
Oh,
or
it
want me
doesn't
to?
matter.
No, you go ahead.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much. We surveyed, before we put this community together, the EDC surveyed over 700 employees from the participating companies. And what was shocking was over 78% of the employees that were surveyed were cost burden for these companies. So it's a real problem, meaning they're spending more than 30% of their annual. The idea here is, and there's multiple strategies to creating workforce to solve this missing middle. This is only one strategy, but we felt that if we can get the employers to step up, to come together to form what would be the first employer-based community where multiple employers are coming together to create housing for their employees. Amenity-rich, beautiful apartments. The only difference is the rents will be set at something that's affordable. That's important not only for the retention and the retaining of those employees, but you think about in the old days, the way that the pathway to home ownership was that if you were living in a place you can afford, you can put some money away, and then that one day would be what you'd use for your down payment. Today, with the rents so high, they're working multiple jobs. It's very difficult for employers. So by engaging with not only the EDC, and we're hoping to have this private-public partnership with the county to form with these employers, really the first of a model that I think could, that we believe could really be the footprint for many other communities to follow. So everything was sized up based on the surveys that were done. So amenities, size of the families, size of the units, and so forth, so that we're really accommodating the demographic of the employees that work for these employers. We own the land today, so this isn't a pipe dream. This is something we actually own the land that we're looking to develop. It's just south on Cortez on 14th. It's an area that, if you look at this particular parcel or right in that particular area, it really could use some help. It's somewhat blighted. It has the tattoo parlor, the dragon, I don't know what it's called. Arcade. And we are working with the gentleman that the family that owns the retail strip in front to try to renovate that to create a really nice retail space up front, a little cafe and so forth, and then put 156 units or 156 families behind in the back along that area that would really feed well. There's a grocery store right across the street and a Chick-fil-A. I mean, what else do you need, right? It's perfectly located to where the employees are. This is the elevation, what it would look like, and we do not have site plan approval, but we just wanted to size everything up. Plenty of parking. We're hoping to work, hoping to provide a on-site daycare center. We're working with the Community Foundation on that, as well as potentially putting a telehealth service center right there on site to help. And these things will be open to the community, not just the development. We did receive our affordable housing certification, which I know is real important. We have filed one of these before in the county, and it worked out real well. You'll see the buildings going up on First Street. So we do stand behind what we said we're going to do, and we do build. We do manage, and we keep all the costs low. When we went through to put this together, for those of you who know construction, to build 156 units at 19 million is a pretty light number. We're able to build this for about $125,000, $128,000 a door, which is remarkable under today's environment. And the way that we're doing that is we're not only the general contractor, we're the development team, we're the licensed electrician, the licensed roofers, the licensed plumbers, and so we're just bringing all those costs in, offering it at extremely low rates, so we have a very low margin, paying it forward, managing it, paying it forward, so that we can keep the rents low for families that could really thrive and hopefully fulfill a portion of that missing middle. We are seeking, in order to make the capital stack work, we have about $6.6 million that we're putting in cash. We do have the banks lined up. We have 3 banks actually competing for the business, so it looks great. And so we sized it out, but we're running about 5.6 is what we're looking for, either in some type of catalytic loan. We're not looking for a grant or a handout. We're just, we're hoping to get a catalytic loan to help us to revitalize that particular area and make this work so that the ratios fit for what the bank needs in order to allow us to finance it. But with that, I thought the best to do is to introduce you to some of the employers that are participating or involved with this. And Elena, maybe you want to start on that.
Thank you, Mark. Hello, commissioners, county staff. My name is Elena Sokos. I'm representing Oysters Rock Hospitality. You might know our Anna Maria oyster bars in the Bradenton area. It's interesting. On Saturday, I was reading the SRQ daily email newsletter that I get every morning when a line from Roxy Jurdy, who's the CEO of the Community Foundation of Sarasota, it stopped me dead in my scroll. She wrote, "It's unsustainable and unconscionable for people whose labor is largely to thank for the incredible quality of life that we all enjoy to now be priced out of living in our region." So fast forward a few days this morning, I shared breakfast with 49 of our restaurant managers and my home office team members. Now, these individuals, their average salaries correspond right with that Manatee County average income. And they would be among the first to invest, to benefit from our company's investment in Forest Cove. These individuals represent the best of our workforce, and it's exactly the type of individual that this housing project can directly support and immediately make an impact upon its opening. We all know, and like Sharon mentioned, housing costs are the foundation of every family's budget. So while this project won't solve inflation or, all cost of living pressures overnight, for the hospitality industry in particular, it's a critical step in making our careers viable careers for long-term success in our community. Through reducing housing burdens, we're empowering our workforce to focus on their futures and their families and their continued contributions to our community. This is where I'll insert a related yet unrelated point. Local hospitality workers are a demographic who were disproportionately affected negatively by the recent hurricanes. So I will take this opportunity to thank you, the commissioners, and the Tourist Development Council for quickly mobilizing the funding from the Leonard Skinner Rock and Support Concert. Our team partnered with the Center of Anna Maria and the Women's Resource Center to deliver $250,000 of grant supporting nearly 500 Manatee County employees. So thank you for that. We, as Oysters Rock and the Oyster Bars, have a strong track record of supporting and investing in future community success. You might know our summer reading program, Dive Into Reading. And certainly while that helps grade level reading, it's definitely an investment in our future workforce. So partnerships like this one with One Stop and the EDC aim to build stronger, more resilient communities. And even as a restaurant group, we're proud to be at the forefront of that. I also appreciate that Forest Cove's benefit is very convenient for our restaurants, located kind of right smack dab in the middle of a few of our properties. And we're also looking forward to its connectivity with broader county initiatives like the Tamiami Trail Beautification Project that we're excited about as well. So this forward-thinking solution is something that we are grateful to Mark and Sharon for their leadership in bringing to you, and we are very proud to join the collaboration as part of our strategic plan initiative to be the hospitality employer of choice in Manatee County. And we hope to thank you for your support very soon. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Nida Catton. I'm the Vice President of Cirrus Aviation. We are a flight training organization located at Sarasota Bradenton International Airport. We've been there for 30 years. We also have a maintenance facility for aircraft owners, both in jet and piston side, and our latest endeavor is we are the North American distributor for French, European-made simulators, large, like industrial
professional style simulators. So I have a little bit of a similar but different need for the housing. My housing quest started probably 20 years ago because as a flight training provider, we focus on international students as well as veterans, GI Bill users. We have a university program where we're importing people from other parts of the nation, and of course our local groups. So I've been looking for a place to house our students for 15, 20 years. I've visited every apartment, condo, anything in between in the greater area of the airport, and there's really been nothing to make us competitive or even relevant on the market. Probably about 5 or 6 years ago, we were able to get into an apartment complex, and at one point we had 24 units. We were bringing students primarily from Europe, although we have some South Central America and some others. We had the good fortune of being allowed to do so because most apartment complexes do not allow corporate housing. They don't want to do it. The apartment has been turned over a couple times, and so we are grandfathered in, and there is a big Democlass sword hanging over our heads waiting for that moment when they say no longer. We've been very good to them. They've been very good to us. So for now, it's working, but for the future, it's a big risk we take. What we ended up discovering having student housing is that we realized we could use it for our employees, which some of our students become our employees, right? But then we have a whole other demographic. So a little background on what kind of employees we're hiring. Well, largely flight instructors, so FAA certified flight instructors. They're going to be 25 to 45 years old, typically running about $50,000, $60,000 a year. And they may be here transiently as they train and move on to the airlines, but a lot of them choose to stay. They love the area, right? Who can blame them? We also hire a lot of mechanics. And while I think everyone is really aware of the pilot shortage, we all heard about it, it was in the news, the grounded airplanes and whatnot, baby boomers retiring, the pilot shortage is here, it's in strong effect, but the next greatest threat to all of us is the mechanic shortage. And that is affecting our industry in ways that you guys don't see or hear about, but we feel it in a big way. So when we're trying to attract talent and we have ads out and we're constantly hiring mechanics and instructors. The instructor have a lifespan of about 18 months with us, so that's a constantly moving wheel. And the mechanics will probably stay, if we're lucky, we'll get them for 5 years. So this is a constant hiring process. We are not able to compete with South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Tennessee, because the cost of living is too high here. They want to be in Florida. Florida is aviation. There are 4 states in the nation that are aviation, and we're one of those top 4, and you can juggle them in different order depending on the year. But so as Florida being the mecca of aviation, yet we can't attract talent, we have a little problem on our hands. So for us, what's really interesting is that not only could we see the student side working out and contracts that we've lost in the past because other countries will go cheaper on housing. Everyone knows in the world that the FAA model is the model for flight training. It's where you get the best flight training with the most hours in the airplane. But what's killing us is the housing. So student side, yes. Employee side, right now, I have 2 employees living in the apartments. That was not planned for, but it's been a great fit. So that's kind of our plight. I think I've made all my points. I appreciate your time. I do want to say that the employees we do have, they're coming from, of course, Parish, Clearwater, St. Pete, Fort Myers, Tampa. Like, it's incredible how far they're coming to work for us, and we're very honored by that, but we'd really wish there were some other options closer to home. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon. I'm Margie Genter. I'm the Vice President of Mission Services for Goodwill Industries Manasota. And you may know Goodwill. If you do, you know that we're a not-for-profit. We're a social enterprise with a charitable purpose, and our mission is changing lives through the power of work. So we're a major employer in the community. We hire 830 people to work in our social enterprise. About half of them are in Manatee County. And about 70% of the people that work at Goodwill have barriers to self-sufficiency. So they may be people that would have a hard time getting or keeping a job. Maybe they don't speak English. Maybe they don't have a high school diploma. Maybe they're justice involved. But they're folks that have barriers, and we proudly employ them. Our problem is, we provide amazing jobs at Goodwill. They're full-time, competitive wages, and every one of those jobs comes with a life coach. We provide life coaches to all of our employees because we know if you have a barrier to self-sufficiency, you need a little bit more than just a job, you may need resources. We have 11 job coaches, or we call them good partner coaches at Goodwill, and the coaches tell us that the most difficult resource to find for an individual is housing. Very difficult to do that, and if someone loses their housing, we have lots of problems with that individual, and basically it creates an incredible retention problem. Not good for the employee, not good for the business, not good for the community. So, and it's not just entry-level people that are facing these types of barriers. We have professional staff, folks that serve as case managers, folks that serve as coaches. And over the last 90 days, we've seen coaches having to resign because they're moving out of state where they can afford housing. We've seen people have to go move in with their parents again because they weren't able to pay for their housing. They were people who were rent burdened. You've heard that from Sharon and from Mark as well. We've seen folks, one team member had a trailer that was damaged by Milton and is now homeless. Very difficult to find replacement housing. We have people who work at Goodwill in professional positions that went off to college, got a degree, came back, got a great job at Goodwill, but have moved back home with their parents. So we know that there is a pressing issue for real workforce housing. We are very much in favor of one-stop housing, and especially this new Forest Cove project that is employer-based housing, and Goodwill is going to be a partner in this venture. So just wanted to make sure that you knew that we were supportive, and we're on board with this, and we hope that you support one-stop housing just as much as we do. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right. We have several commissioners on the board who'd like to speak, so we're going to go to, it's not coming up. All right, I'm just going to do it this way. Acting funky again. All right, Commissioner Sadiq.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First and foremost, I very much support this project, and I did some research with the county clerk to identify whether the Southwest TIF is it's legal for us to provide a loan through that, and looks like it is. So I feel pretty confident moving forward on that particular issue. And really the whole goal of the Southwest Tax Increment Fund is to spur that kind of investment. I know Commissioner Ron, 41 is your district. My family have been here a long time along that corridor as well, and I think a lot of people in this town would like to see something new happen there. And perhaps this is part of the first, I know there's a committee out there on 41, but beautification, but this is probably the first step in a long time to really rethink what we can do for 41 and kind of bring back that attachment and pride of what Miami Trail used to be like back in the day and what it could be in the future. I'm 30 years old. A lot of people in my generation have dealt with housing insecurity. I've never been homeless, but I've been fairly close to it coming out of college. So like many, I stayed at home, got my sea legs under me, got the salary going, and then found a basement for $800 a month to live in. So it worked out. But I'm very blessed to be in the position I am. Thank God every day, and my family and community for that. And hard work as well. So I'm really glad to see that this is, so what happens when a plan comes together. You have the EDC, Manatee County, private industry coming together, so it's great. My father was also a mechanic, so I also firsthand understand, ACE certified. Worked on cars his whole life. I also understand the need to see a new generation of young people find real opportunity in career technical education. MTC, I toured that with Doug Wagner. Standing room only for mechanics. Imagine that, standing room only, literally. But don't tell the fire district guys I said that. So I'm certainly glad to see this opportunity come here. I'd like to thank you all for putting this through. And don't forget Bradenton Donuts north of you guys, so you get a lot of good business there too. But I'm glad to see this development come through, and maybe we can start a conversation about something more happening there. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm on the board. When Margaret Sharon approached me with this project, it was more than exciting. To be able to deliver this type of housing, that's true workforce housing, to the folks that are working with these companies, and these companies are involved, so they're invested in this to make sure that their employees have great housing, they have the amenities, they have things they need to be able to move their lives forward. What's exciting too is the savings difference, where the folks like Mark said, the difference in the rents, they can save this money and eventually become homeowners themselves. One of the questions I raised with Mark is that we're gonna have people that we want upward and onward in these companies. We want them to get promoted, we want them to, and Mark's come up with a way too, to where if you're the assistant grocery manager at Publix and you meet all the requirements and you're in this one bedroom or you're in a studio and you get promoted up and your salary goes up, how you're not gonna be able to be immediately removed, and how they can go through the process of keeping you there, because we don't want people to think if they get promoted, they're gonna get kicked out of housing. And I know Mark's gonna present that if we get to that process. But this is so important to our community. Again, the TIF is for revitalization, redevelopment, and that's what this is doing to this area right there. It's almost a Cortez and 41, it's right across from Mission Barbecue. Employment center's right across the street. So this is a great project. Of course, I'm going to support this whenever a motion's made, because I just believe it brings what we need to Manatee County. It includes the private sector, the public sector, and a great, great company we've worked with in the past with One Stop Housing, and we all know the great work that they do. So I look forward to a motion being made in this moving forward. Thank you. Commissioner Ballard.
So when I first started working in Manatee County, I worked for DCF, Children's Legal Services, and from the beginning I saw moms who they had done everything that they were supposed to on their case plan. They were getting their lives put back together. They had gotten, good jobs. They'd gotten out of abusive relationships, but yet they were waiting 3 or 4 months to get their kids back in their care because they just couldn't find a safe, stable, affordable place to live. Over time, I saw that period grow longer and longer and longer. And actually, one of the saving graces was always Robin's Apartments, because that was one of the only places that that these women and families could find to live that was actually affordable. However, in general, the problem just got worse and worse and worse. And by the time I decided to run for county commission, we had the young attorneys at my office who were just starting on, who were Commissioner Sadiq's age, who were quitting, who were leaving Manatee County and saying, I can't afford to live here. I can't afford rent as a young attorney in Manatee County. And these are supposed to be community leaders. And so you start to think, well, if they can't afford to live, who really can? And so this issue is one of the reasons that I decided to run for local office. And seeing this kind of creative solution was exactly the kind of thing that that I have been excited to support. It's so creative, it's so innovative, and I'm glad to see the county have a role in this. I do think that it completely falls in with the purpose of the Southwest TIF. I do think that it will catalyze further development in this area. It's not in my district, but it's right beside my district. And so I do think that it will also have great impacts for my constituents as well. So thank you guys for your work on this. I will absolutely be supporting it.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, I wish I had a video of when we talked about the Castle project, because I'm just about to say almost the exact same thing. I 100% support this. I like this. I met with Mark and Sharon about it, and now I support everything Mark does with One Stop. But again, like I said, with the Castle project, not a reflection on this project, I will vote to support this. But we need to have a meaningful conversation on what this program is. Every single time we say we're going to talk about it, and every time I just wait for some other random agenda item to pop up asking for millions of dollars. We never talk about it. We had a gap funding program that literally got banned. Like, they passed a resolution on this board banning gap funding, and so we called it catalytic loans and started it up again. The catch with catalytic loans is it can only be used in one quadrant of Manatee County because it can only be used with TIF funds. So 3/4 of the county cannot have catalytic loans because they don't have a funding source for catalytic loans. And while the TIF does in fact encourage affordable housing and can be used for affordable housing, it's not structured to entirely be used for affordable housing. And this is the fourth TIF-funded catalytic loan coming to us in the past 12 to 18 months. I don't even know how much money is in the TIF program right now. We may not even have $5.6 million in that TIF at this point in time. We just approved some like 2 weeks ago for a couple $1 million. So we do need to have a meaningful conversation on what this program is, how this program, if we want to utilize it, can be utilized countywide, and a funding source that is outside the scope of the TIF, because that is very restrictive in terms of where we can use it. And the intent of the TIF is also to encourage streetscaping and economic development and encouraging and recruiting companies and all kinds of other things, not just housing. And I agree housing is probably the preeminent level of importance and the biggest crisis we have. But we need to have a meaningful conversation on this program. I support this project. I will vote on this project. I hope we see more of these projects, and I will vote on those as well. I just hope it's done within the confines of a meaningful program that we as a board can agree upon for future discussions.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Bearden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what are the requirements for someone living there? Because here I am hearing that we have students there who are going to school. Are they going to be applying for HUD? No, right? Okay, can you explain that to me a little bit?
Yeah, this is, it's not Section 8 or Florida housing vouchers. It's basically you would have to live there, you have to work for one of these participating employers. And those folks that are, we're setting their rents to basically be about 30% of their income, or really looking at about 100 units to be at 80% AMI. We're setting most of the property to be around 80% of AMI, but we have the income restrictions that allow us to go a little larger than that to, I think, to 120 for 50 of the units in case they get promotions and so forth. And so you're going to find, you will find some full-time students that if they're part of the employer, because each employer that's participating has a certain number of units that are set aside for them to use. And that's basically how it's working.
And that's where I'm having a problem, the 120 here. I mean, if we're going to make it true affordable, why don't we make it true affordable across the board?
Well, we set out the rents, Commissioner, we put the rents out there, and that's kind of what we're trying to earmark. We have about 4,000 units today in our current portfolio. Only 20% of our portfolio is restricted by any type of LOR or AMI, and 100% of our portfolio is under 80%, most of which probably falls around 70. So just as a philanthropic mission, we've always kept it to that, and that's going to stay true to this project as well. We want to keep it affordable, which is why the employers are coming in to create this housing. If someone gets a promotion, we need the ability for them to stay in their apartment and not get kicked out before they can. So imagine if you come in under, you end up with, you get a promotion. Well, now you look around, you went from 80% to maybe 90% AMI or 81% AMI. Now you look around and there's nothing you can afford. Everything's going to be 30% more than what you were paying in rent, and now it's not affordable, and that the promotion was pretty much pointless for a lot of these employees. And so that's what we're trying to also prevent by kind of creating this type of housing in that environment, if I'm not going too far.
Yeah, so how many students are we looking at housing? Because she, currently today. Well, I'm just saying students-wise, because they're not going to be working while they're students. So that's. I mean, if we're going to create workforce housing, I want to create it for the workers. Now, after they graduate, they'll be working. So that's, how many student housing units are we creating?
So the way I see it, I don't know that we'll be able to perfectly time it out to where I have a need for a student and there's housing available. The way I really see it's going to happen is our employees will be the longer term ones in there. And then I think we as a company will hold, we'll have 12 units altogether, but we'll have a few, 2 or 3 maybe that we're holding out for students for rotating that we just pay the bill. the same way that we're doing right now with the other apartments. So this is not a large number.
Okay.
And these are not, just to be clear too, a student pilot isn't what you would maybe naturally assume a student to be. A little bit older demographic. If they're going to be international, they're bringing $150,000 with them into our ecosystem here through us and through just whatever spillover, so.
Got it. So when it comes to your students, how many do you actually retain here in the Sarasota area, and how many of those go and look for jobs, say Delta, up in New York or wherever that may be?
So I don't have a hard number for you, but I will tell you that at any given moment, we have around 25 instructors that are processing through, and that's kind of the career ladder. Out of those, if I had to just assign a number, I'd say probably 60% stay in the area and commute, which I think is crazy. If I were them, I would just relocate to Atlanta or Boston or wherever. But if they're going to be somewhere east of the Mississippi, they're going to try to stay in Sarasota.
Okay.
And you can look on LinkedIn and see who all is associated with our school and what airlines they work for if you wanted a feel for that.
My next question is what happens, let's just say one of your partners, Mark, what happens if, let's say an employee gets fired? Now, are you designating a specific amount of numbers of units per company? Or
Yes.
how are you strategizing that?
Based on their participation, they're basically, every employer has somewhere between 12 and 13 apartments that are set aside for them into these packets.
Okay. So what happens if if somebody decides to quit or an employee is terminated?
That's a great question. So, and we had slews of attorneys help us through to navigate through this. What the model is, basically, the employee comes to Forest Cove, is interviewed by our property manager. We issue them a 1-year lease. Prior to, if they're terminated for any reason or quit during that 1-year lease, they are able to stay in that apartment until the end of their term of that lease, after which they're issued a non-renewal. Or if they're still an employee, then they can obviously stay longer.
Okay. So if I'm tracking this right, if a employee quits or is fired, you're going to give them
So if they,
a contract to say, hey, you can't renew your lease?
Yeah, so basically
Even if
what
they have
works.
another job? I mean, is that?
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they have to work for one of these employers unless they're, if they're working for one of these employers, they're issued a 1-year lease. At the end of their 1-year lease, they basically stay there. So if they were terminated 6 months in, they have 6 months to live there until the time it's renewed.
So what happens if, so what you're essentially saying is they have to leave the unit, so you're pretty much kicking them out on the street? What is what I'm getting at.
Commissioner,
because-
can I-
Hold on, I'm talking, I have the floor,
I'd like to add a point
please.
of clarification, if I could.
I have the floor, please. I'm asking questions so I can get clarity on this.
I'm trying to help you.
Please, please. So what happens at that point? Like, so if they get fired or they decide, hey, I quit,
They stay until the end of their lease term.
okay. So if their lease term is, let's say, 30 days left, and they get fired,
Well, by law, we have to allow 60 days' notice in order to issue a non-renewal. So
Okay.
in that case, it would have to be at least 2 months.
okay, all right. There's just a lot of moving parts to this whole
Yes, there is.
situation, and that's why I wanted to ask these questions, you know?
good
I
questions.
think it's a great project. I think that, it's definitely something we need. But, $5.6 million is a lot of money. As well as, Charlie, how much have we given in catalytic loans this year already?
I don't have that number off the top of my head, sir.
I just want to know. I mean, because my question is what type of infrastructure needs do we need currently out of the Southwest TEF? That's a valid question. So can anybody tell me how much we've given out in loans this year, alone in catalytic loans?
I'll get you the number, sir. I don't have the number off the top of my head. I don't want to give you wrong information. Courtney, you don't have it? idea, do you?
Yeah, I would say it's 7 to 8 million.
Yeah.
And so how much do we have currently in that
We had-
TIF after that?
Mr. Chair.
And what do we have,
Discussion.
and what do we have designated to utilize out of that TIF? Because it's not that I'm against this project, I just want to make sure how much we get and how much we allocated coming in the next year and things of that nature. Because is this something that we need to look at in the next few months to see if we can rebuild that and then allocate funding for that particular TIF? Or what is it that we need to do in regard, and I'm just trying to kind of figure all this out.
So we're prepared, I mean, this is on a commissioner agenda item. So if the board wanted to give us or direct us to at least, I guess, draft some of the documents and come back, we have not drafted the documents yet. So what we're looking for on a motion is staff did not want to work on this when we only have one commissioner that's discussed it with us. We wanted the board to direct us to work on it. So we would do it similar to the way that we're bringing back the second castle project, which I think is now going to be on a January agenda. And then we would draft the loan documents. If the board asked us to do that, we would confirm that the funding in the TIF is available. We would be able to have a good financial outlook for you all. But unfortunately, we did not look at that because in the past, we've been dealing with the catalytic loans in a very, sort of on a as asked for basis. So we were not prepared with the financial outlook yet.
So what do we have designated, what typically do we have designated out of that fund? What are we doing? I know we're trying to improve, the area. So what do we have, in place right now currently, and how much are we going to spend in the next year making those improvements out of the Southwest TIF?
Yes, sir. I'm just not prepared to give you those answers. I want to just give me a
Mr.
chance
Chair,
to go back.
discussion with Commissioner Beard. So as far as the TIF is concerned, I have done some research into it. So just this year alone, we have spent, we've given, and the clerk has all this, so you can just ask her as well, but we've given out $3,907,594.89 from the TIF alone. So I do think this board, we need to get to the bottom of those finances. I do agree with you there. If I can make a suggestion, I would say perhaps we should motion, so as not to make a mess out of this. I would recommend we make a motion to either direct county attorney and staff to revisit, county to revisit the previous resolution to see if there's a path forward or just options to discuss what to do with the gap loan financing program. I know you've had previous comment on it. The other suggestion I would have is I do think we should look at the catalytic loans and also how it ties into workforce housing we'd like to see. Again, this is a great project. I'd certainly like to see it go through, but we do need to be a little bit fiscally conservative with the TIF funds. And just looking at some of the numbers, have been a little bit concerned about how much has been coming out of those accounts.
Yes, Commissioner Siddiq is correct. Nicole just showed me the two numbers. So it's the two castle loans. The first one has been approved. The second one is coming before the board in January. So at that point, it will be that 3.9. Excuse me?
The nest too.
Oh, and then plus the nest. Okay, so I thought that was how I got to 8 million, because I was thinking about that in my head. So then the next step is I think the motion today, and I don't know if we have a slide for the motion, but the motion is to direct staff, and I think Nicole has a draft motion that she can read, but it was to direct staff to review. Do you want to read it?
It's on the doc cam. If we could get the doc cam, please.
I can't.
I know you're on the board.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Nicole Knapp for the record. This is the same motion you had a month ago or so when Castle was before you.
No, we did, so Nicole, real quick, this is the motion that we basically, the same motion that we did with Castle, right?
Correct, where this
Just put their
is
name in and put and just change names and numbers and basically.
an address.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what we were voting on. I actually just met with Mark Chern, and I told them they may not get a definitive vote today because there was no information. And I flat out said exactly what people are saying up here on this dais, that everyone's going to support the project, but no one's going to have information to justify formally supporting a project. And I said the same things everyone's saying up here. I said, nobody knows how much money's in the TIF or what the plans are for the TIF or how we're going to utilize it. I mean, we literally just had this conversation Friday, I think it was. And because there are questions, I 100% support, like, this motion is just directing staff to start negotiating a loan, so it can come back,
Yeah.
but this is still fairly they don't even have a bank loan yet. So it's like, I didn't expect this to be, we're formally approving 5.6 million. I thought we were formally giving a nod to staff to start a process. Because there are questions. I have the same question about 120. I hate 120%. We talked about 120% in the meeting. Because I want 120% taken out of everything in our comprehensive plan relative to affordable housing. 120% even for density bonus, it's not real affordable housing. I get the justification behind it, but I don't, this is a lot of money. We're effectively 50% of the equity on this thing as debt. In fact, we're more than 50% if you include the impact fees. We actually, the county and the taxpayers will have more money in this project than the investors will have in this project. So we need to make sure there's real affordability. I'm also curious because, again, we're in negotiating stage. If everyone else is putting up 300 grand and getting some units toward that they have first dibs on, why isn't the county getting first dibs on some units? We got staff that probably fall way below 80%. So there are questions. That said, I think knowing what's in the TIF, knowing the plans for the TIF, having finance talk to us about that is critically important. Again, I want to do everything I can to fit this into the TIF or in any form of financing. I love the project. I fully support the project, but we've got new commissioners up here and even the existing commissioners, including myself, the longest existing commissioner. I don't know what's in that TIF or what the plan is right now. So I fully support a motion to get staff to start this process, but I still think this is the first step of a process, not a last step of a process in my mind, and hopefully a successful process.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Ballard.
So I agree that this should be an intermediate step. I was trying to provide a little bit of clarification to Commissioner Bearden, explaining why only the 12 organizations who are investors are going to be able to have workers in the facility. I actually fully agree with Commissioner Cruz. If the county's putting forward this loan funding, we should be at the table for our employees to have a place in this facility as well. So I do think that that's maybe a discussion for another day, but absolutely, I think Manatee County should be at the table as well. So I understanding that this is just an initial step. I love the project, and I would like to see it move forward. But I agree that there are still some unanswered questions.
Commissioner Bearden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I think that's an amazing idea to, have some Manatee County government employees, maybe some designated units for that. That being said, I mean, yeah, if this is just to, move something forward and to look at this and to look at our TIF funding and see, we really need to probably come up with some guidelines, as Commissioner Sadiq has said as well, in regards to what we're doing with our TIF and how much is going to be allocated each year. If that's going to be the case, to make those improvements and things of that nature, if it's catalytic loans or if it's just improving the overall district in that area there. So that's definitely a discussion we definitely need to have. I think it's important that we do. So that's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. All right, I'm on the board. I'm in 100% agreement with Commissioner Cruz. We need to revisit gap funding. That's something that we should have gone away with. I believe Commissioner Cruz and I voted against removing gap funding from the process that we have. Understand what the TIF does. The new sign that we put up, Manatee County welcomes you. That was part of the TIF funding. Things that we're going to be doing, we're going to be bringing forward on revitalizing parts of US 41 will be part of the TIF funding. This all goes to that. I'm not just, this is the process started. We're not approving a $5.6 million loan today. We're just saying, directing staff to start the process. Starting, his team can come back when this comes back, or in between there, or in January the 7th, and say, here's how much money's in a TIF. Here's how much money's would be out of the TIF, including this loan if it gets approved, when it comes back to be approved, and then we'll know exactly how much is in there. But remember, we fund the TIF every year, and there's funds that are still left in the TIF that we've not even used, that we put more funds into the TIF to be able to do things with. So I don't think you're ever going to see the TIF draw down to zero or to negative, because we refunded, I think, we put more funds in, every October?
Well, remember, as development increases, Aqua by the Bay, the other
Yeah.
ones, the TIF is going to grow.
The TIF grows, just like we just put in place the parish TIF. So as parish grows, that TIF is going to be the biggest TIF we're ever going to see in Manatee County as parish continues to grow and money pours into it. So Commissioner Phelps is going to have a big piggy bank up there pretty soon for her TIF. But realize, what I wanted to do today is I just wanted to bring this forward, get us on the right path with staff, direct staff to start putting the process together and bring this back for an approval. This is not an approval day. It's just a motion staff to give them direction, start working with Mark and with Sharon at the EDC, and start putting all the processes together to bring it back for a formal approval at some point. And that's why I'm bringing it forward today.
Did you give up the gavel?
I'm not made to make a motion.
Do you want me to take the gavel?
Well, Commissioner Siddique's on. I'll go in a second.
I'll just introduce the motion. So I'd just like to make a motion to direct the county attorney and staff to present us with options. Let me know if this is incorrect, county attorney, but just to revisit options to bring back gap financing to, as a tool in our tool belt for Manatee County.
Okay, so just to clarify for everyone, I am now holding the gavel and sitting as chair at this very moment. Do we have a second on Commissioner Siddique's motion
To bring back gap funding?
to bring back gap funding?
I would second that motion.
Do we have any further discussion on that particular issue?
Why do we need to bring back gap funding at Catalytic? Because gap funding, Catalytic's only for the TIF.
So catalytic
This
funding
geographic
is only
area.
available in,
The rest of the county has no ability to dip into the TIF. That's where it's supposed to be designated. Yeah, so.
Supposed to be designated in that specific area.
and so,
the motion-
again, this motion would be,
That'd be a second.
this is not a motion on One Stop. This is a motion on,
In a specific district that is designated.
no, that is not the motion, Commissioner.
Oh, I made the motion. So the distinction is correct. One of the challenges, I kind of disagree with your assumption there. I do think our collective districts are the urban core. I know you guys are at large, but we need to concentrate workforce housing in these districts, period. That's my perspective on it. The motion specifically is to bring back gap financing as a tool to identify workforce and affordable housing projects and give us the ability to evaluate those projects, not necessarily to say, hey, we're going to give out millions of dollars to these projects, but just to give us that option in our tool belt to say, hey, we can do this if we need to at our discretion as a board. That's just the motion.
Commissioner, to clarify, are you asking for staff to explore this and bring it back for a vote at a different time, or are you asking for that vote today?
Asking for staff to reevaluate and bring it back at a future board meeting.
Okay, and do we have we have a seconder?
I seconded.
Okay, so we have a seconder in Commissioner Ron. It sounds like we have Commissioner Bearden not necessarily in approval. Would you be in approval now that you know that it is just?
Look, I want to make sure that gap funding, as I'm understanding gap funding, it can be spent anywhere and can be loaned out anywhere, not in this specific TIF, not in that specific district. I want to keep it, that's why the TIF is designated the TIF, and that's where those funds need to be, because that's the taxpayers, that's where they're paying to make improvements in the Southwest TIF, not outside the Southwest TIF. So that's why I like the catalytic loans better than I do the gap funding.
May I provide a clarification point really quickly?
Yes,
So
please.
one thing that we had come forward, and I had worked with development services, but this is now transitioned to community and veteran services, is we were discussing and developing an application process. And those applications could be weighted on certain factors. And what you could provide added weight to is if the project is in an urban area or inside the Southwest TIF, we could give it a heavier weight. But ultimately, any of those approvals for those funding would have to be approved by the board in addition to an accompanying budget amendment. So those would still, each individual project would still come before the board, but we did have a draft application process that we could bring forward if the board wants to go in that
Thank you.
direction.
Just a moment. And so just to clarify, if we were to reinstate the gap funding program, that funding, what would be the funding source? Is that yet to be identified as a part of this?
Correct. So you could also identify it based on what the project request is for. So you could say, this project is in the TIF, let's use TIF funding, or this project is not, but it meets these other amazing criteria and it's scored really highly, let's use general fund. I mean, that would be, it would be, or you could use the Affordable Housing Subsidy Fund that has a small amount of money in it. Or you could allocate a certain amount of general funds to go into the Affordable Housing Subsidy Fund on an annual basis to be used for gap funding. There's many different ways to attack it. It's really at the board's discretion. But I would say that if gap funding is put back in place, I know staff would be looking for some direction, so an application would certainly help us. It was a little bit of a free-for-all, I think, for a while, with people coming in asking for things and staff not knowing if we could work on it without the board's consensus.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Cruz, are you on the board?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, when we started talking about gap financing before it got shut down, we were in the early stages of formalizing it, so we didn't have funding sources. We talked about, or I at least tried to talk about, taking revenue from the sale of surplus lands and putting that into a fund. There was a couple other things we talked about. We didn't get far enough along to come up with it. At the time, when we were using gap financing a few years ago, it's because we were flush with ARP money. And that's where all those early gap financing sources came from, either ARP from us or in conjunction with City of Bradenton pairing up on some of those projects. So we haven't gotten to a funding source yet. That would be part, presumably, of staff bringing back gap financing as a concept. I feel like we're just kind of overloading staff with a million different things to bring back simultaneously with impact fees and comprehensive plans and everything else. But that was one step
Throw it on the pile.
that we hadn't finalized at this point in time. But correct, you can't use the TIF money outside of it. So any gap financing outside of TIF would not use TIF money. So it wouldn't violate the concept of the TIF because we can't legally use it. We would need a different funding source, or the gap financing wouldn't get funded at all. So.
And Commissioner Bearden.
You're on the board. I'm just managing the board.
Yeah, I just want to make
Thank you.
sure that the taxpayers that are paying into that TIF are reaping the benefits of the upgrades in that particular district. That's all. Yep.
Understood. Do we have any, Commissioner Siddiq, are you on the board?
Yeah, yes.
Yes, the motion was poorly written, my bad. I'd like to just restate the motion just for additional clarity. So a motion to amend my own motion. I'd like to motion to direct staff to report on options to restore a Manatee County gap funding policy to include potential funding sources.
And Commissioner Ron, do you
I
agree with that?
I
Okay.
agree with that.
And now, do we have any public comment on the proposal to bring back gap financing and find a funding source? Oh,
Start the clock while he's walking down.
Gene Brown, Mayor, City of Bradenton, and Commissioner Cruz didn't identify me by name, but he kind of pointed and said worked with the city, so I figured it was an opportunity maybe to come up. We've got two projects that are getting ready to open in the City of Bradenton very soon on 6th Avenue and 9th, and then also down 9th, which is a senior housing, one's the affordable ones. But without the gap funding they wouldn't have happened. And the City of Bradenton has put in over $1 million+ as well as you guys did also in the county. But as we identify, that's about 160+ units that's going to open up pretty soon within the next several months. So it's very important that we continue to figure that out, because we talk about 24,000 homes or people that are in that category. The City of Bradenton, over the next, some have opened up, but some are going to open up soon. We're looking at probably 700 to 800. Well, you think, wow, that's not that many, but wow, that's a lot. That people now will have that opportunity to do what you're trying to do. So we appreciate it from the city standpoint, and I know it was some gap from the ARPA, and then I think there might have been some other TIF that was able to do it, but it's everything downtown right now that's being built is affordable workforce housing. Even though the public doesn't realize that, all they see is big buildings being put up. They're all workforce affordable housing, and we need more. So thank you.
thank you, Mayor. Do we have anyone else who would like to provide public comment on this motion? Do we have anyone on the phone who would like to provide public comment?
We have two callers, Madam Chair. First one ends in 189.
Okay, caller 189.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is Dawn Kitterman. Can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you for taking my call. I did not anticipate calling in with comment again. I feel like I was just there. I promise not to make a habit of this. But I just listening to this whole discussion, so much has been said by almost all of you up there that I entirely agree with. This feels very clunky and lacking order. There needs to be a process for something like this, approving, and I'm speaking as a resident, approving millions of dollars of taxpayer money, be it out of the TIP or whatever the funding source. There needs to be more transparency, clarity, and equity in a process. And so I certainly support Commissioner Siddique's motion, but I very much was excited to hear the comments and suggestion of Deputy DePaul referencing an application process. You know, having this come on the agenda like the last one did under a commissioner comment, you know, we saw in the presentation slides the Manatee County government logo on those slides, but those are not attached to the agenda. So in terms of transparency and public input and even just public understanding of what's being approved and how the money is going to be spent, if this were on the regular agenda, like any other public hearing item, the funding source, the amount, the different staff who had something to say, you would have all this information and feedback, and it wouldn't appear to be just that certain people are being plucked out to receive millions of taxpayer funds without a process and application and, you know, necessary information and transparency. So I'm not necessarily requesting Commissioner Siddique to yet again amend his motion, but I just wanted to stress that I think an application, like an actual process for this, would be very beneficial to you all and the community and the applicants. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Do we have our second caller?
Yes, ending in 454.
All right, caller 454. Ms. Gow? Going once? Going twice? Okay, do we have any other callers on the phone?
None, Madam Chair.
All right, seeing no other public comments, we will close public comment and we will vote on the matter. So I'd ask everyone to cast their votes now. Oh, and we have, can we mark Commissioner Feltz absent?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No worries. The motion is approved by a vote of 6-0 with Commissioner Feltz absent.
We move on to 74, back to 74.
Okay, and can we go back to complete the discussion on item 74, our discussion on one-stop housing, redevelopment, and revitalization?
Vote 6-0. That's all right.
Madam Chair, I have the board.
Okay,
Yep.
you're recognized.
Yes, thank you. I would like to, Nicole, can you have that brought back up on the overhead or whatever?
Yeah, can we have the
Caleb
dot
Grimes called
cam
it
again,
last time?
please?
The Elmo.
The Elmo or Emo or whatever it was.
We did determine that.
It's not mo- And I just, for point of clarity, my bad, there's one typo at the bottom where I've crossed out castle, it shouldn't say castle. It should say one-stop housing, I'm
Is that a
sorry.
template down there?
I did.
What I'd like to do is I'd like to make a motion to direct CVS staff to negotiate a catalytic loan request for One Stop Housing LLC, not-for-profit corporation, in the amount of $5,659,164 and no cents, to assist in the acquisition of 2.165 acres residential area located at, huh?
Yeah, I thought they owned the property.
You already own it. You already own it, that's right, you already own it.
So maybe
So-
development?
Can we change it to assist in the development of the 2.165 acre residential area located at 1478 45th Avenue Circle West for 155 units of workforce housing development project, and authorization of the county attorney to prepare a catalytic property. It should be changed that to catalytic project development loan term letter with one-stop housing, and to bring the required loan documents to the Board of County Commissioners for execution, or approval and execution.
Do we have a second? Okay. Do we have any further discussion from our commissioners? I think we've discussed it ad nauseum. Commissioner Cruz.
Can I ask for clarification?
Yes, ma'am.
The slide says authorization for the county administrator to prepare.
Oh.
But you actually said county attorneys.
Well, I would assume the
Can we
county
get-
attorney would prepare all the documents.
We don't prepare them. Mr. Bishop and his team prepares
Okay.
them.
More or less.
All right,
Submit
so
them
the
to us
county
for legal
administrator, sorry, the
review.
county administrator to prepare and
you.
send them to the county attorney's office for review.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm just used to
Okay.
attorneys preparing everything, so.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Attorney. Do we have any further discussion from our commissioners? Do we have public comment on the item at large, not the proposal to bring back gap funding? Any public comment? Do we have any public comment on the phone line?
No hands raised, Madam Chair.
Okay, seeing no one, I will close public comment and we can vote. I'd ask everyone to go ahead and cast their votes now. And the motion passes by a vote of 7-0. And so we look forward to seeing this back before the commission.
Thank you, Board.
Next year.
Mr. Chair,
And I
Yes,
will
sir.
hand the chairmanship back to Commissioner Ron.
Sorry, yes, sir.
if allowable, I'd like to bring on January 7th to the strategic planning meeting, all things TIF, so we can have a discussion about
Great
it.
idea.
Thank you. Okay.
Maybe,
Yeah,
but
what we'd
Let's
like to do,
just
what
do
I can
it.
do, it's 3:15. Let's take about a 10-minute recess to 3:25.
7.3 million.
That's going to be a long
And we stand in recess till 3:25. Thank you, and we're back from our very quick, short recess. Next up is Commissioner Ballard on her commissioner agenda item for discussion on future land purchase. Commissioner Ballard, you are up.
Thank you very much. So I have brought this forward to discuss the potential purchase in the future of a portion of the Mixon Fruit Farms property located at 27th Street East and 26th Avenue East in Bradenton. Ever since I was elected, I have been advocating for the county to purchase this land. The will of the board was not there to purchase the land. And about 6 months ago, the Mixons entered into a contract with D.R. Horton to sell the land. Now, my understanding is that a portion of the land can still be had. I've had a couple of conversations with Mrs. Mixon, and she was very, they're very interested in having the county still acquire a portion of that land. It's a beautiful piece of property, has a pavilion, could be good for weddings and events. Additionally, it's a really great opportunity to preserve green space in our urban core. And it's one of the largest pieces, one of the largest opportunities that we really have to preserve green space left in our urban core. Additionally, Damon Moore of Oyster River Ecology, who's a certified ecological restoration practitioner and a former county employee, has opined that the property actually could represent a really important opportunity for stormwater mitigation and water quality. So that is yet another reason that I think that we should be considering the acquisition of this property. There are a couple of other things, ideas that I would like to see for the property. I would love to see a small food forest preserved on the property. It would be really cool if we could have a little heritage citrus grove on the property, as well as an outpost of our ag museum for that people can visit and enjoy kind of in that central part of the county near Elwood Park, really show off that agricultural heritage. So my motion would be to direct staff to explore all avenues to gain funding for purchase and preservation of Mixon Fruit Farms as a county park, to whatever extent we are able to do so at this point. And my understanding is that about half the property should be available.
I'll second for discussion. Commissioner Bearden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a conversation with Miss Janet the other day at GT Braden. Based on my understanding is the land developer pulled out. So now all the land is available.
I had not heard that, but that's an interesting
So-
development.
News to me.
That might be something that we need to talk about in regards, because I think what it was they wanted to put a road through, that particular property. And it was either, I think they, based on the conversation, it was either buy out all or, forget it and move forward. So definitely, we need to have a conversation about this. I mean, what can we do with that piece of property? We
That's why I
decided
got him
that,
here. Him better.
this is something we wanted to do moving forward. Definitely, open to hearing more on what we could do, if it's a portion or if it's the whole thing. But it definitely needs to make sense for the county. That's just kind of my thing behind it. So that's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Siddiq.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Whenever a property comes up and there's interest by the county, of course, we have a ton of money, so everyone wants to sell their land. I think it's a good opportunity for us to evaluate strategically what can we do from a mobility perspective to get ahead of future development, especially in that corridor. 26th Avenue East and 27th Street East. I used to go there to buy orange sacks, now community meetings. That intersection sucks, be honest. There's no left turn lane going east. going eastbound, and, yeah, but, so I think if we can procure right-of-ways is kind of where my point is on that conversation. That'd be a good point to raise. Two, I didn't know about the developer pulling out, but I would have said we should leverage the entitlements we have on the land to see if we can get them to build something for us instead of us paying, but see if that's an option. But I would like to see us buy certainly right-of-ways along 27th for the purpose of building out our trail network and also visual mobility for sidewalks, because you actually have a park northeast somewhere, I forget.
There's a city park.
You have a city park.
Oh, amazing.
City golf course in Pirate City.
We could probably encourage some mobility to that area, but it's just not safe. It's a very narrow road. So there's some options for the procurement. But I would like to see discussion on how much the property is. Before DR came in, I think the amount I'd heard was 18 million or something, which is quite a bit of money. I mean, I say that as someone in my district. We've spent a lot of money on property you probably shouldn't have, but I'd just like to have a discussion on the price, negotiate with them on it. Definitely want to procure the right-of-ways for the roundabouts, sidewalks, trail. Absolutely think we need that in the urban corridor. I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, on board. What, you want to direct staff to acquire a portion. Can we change that? Can we direct staff to like send Charles Metter over there to talk to the Mixons? That's kind of where you're going with that?
My actual motion was to explore all avenues to find funding for acquisition of the property. So basically, does it make sense? Can we acquire it? How much is it going to cost? And can we find potential funding sources? Additionally, I'd like to have further discussions about the potential to use the land, at least a portion of the land for stormwater mitigation and improving drainage in that area, because flooding is a really significant concern down 27th there.
Well, here's Charles is our expert. He's our property acquisition guy. I have no problems in him engaging the Mixons and talking about that specific portion where we could do what you want to do. It's got a great facility. There's no doubt about it. It's a great facility, and I think it'd be a great county facility right there to have that in that part of the county, right next to where Pirate City is. You have River Run Golf Course right there. We aren't putting a roundabout in. There is development going up around it. I don't know how I'm interested in acquiring the whole property, being it. We need a phase one done and a lot of other stuff on that property because it's been fertilized and oranged and fertilized forever. But I have no problem with your motion to engage and see if there's something we can do. But I just want to make sure we get that our team gets in there and starts talking, and we'd be talking to the Mixons. That's my only comments. Commissioner Beard, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to know exactly what do we need in that particular district for future opportunities. That's kind of what I'm looking at as well as the stormwater. Is this a great property for us to possibly look at purchasing in the future? What's that?
No, sorry, I'm trying to get into.
Oh, okay. In regards to maybe, do we need a park in that area? Do we need something in that area that because I mean, these types of properties and this much land doesn't always present itself for possibly a county to pick up and purchase, right? So looking 20 years, 30 years down the road, or maybe even the next 10 years, is there something that we could possibly, are we looking for something particularly right now that we could be utilizing in that particular area? And maybe you could help me out with that, Brian.
Let me kick it off here. Brian Parnell, Deputy County Administrator. We do have some historical research on the property. It was looked at a couple of years ago through the LMAC lens from environmental lands perspective. We have a couple of appraisals from 2023-ish, 2 appraisals. One was around 10 million, one was around 12 million, and that was for the entire property. And the latest and greatest, I'll let Charles jump up because he did just research the latest on the deal with D.R. Horton, I believe.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. County Attorney, County Administrator Charles Metter, Property Acquisition Division. What I know about the property is similar to what Commissioner Ballard had said. I believe that the Mixons, and I don't want to speak on their behalf, are under contract for the entire site with D.R. Horton. However, the single-family division of D.R. Horton is going to buy the area north of the creek, and then it was planned for the multifamily south of the creek. However, they've gone a different direction. And so my understanding from the Mixons is the area south of the creek, plus or minus 20 acres, is what they would like to convey to the county. D.R. Horton is under contract for the entire site. Eventually, that will be amended, but they're going to go through the GDP process to get the entitlements. And a closing isn't expected on the northerly portion until sometime in summer 2026, to the best of my knowledge.
All right. Any other questions of staff or anything regarding the motion that's been made?
Charlie Hunsker, Director of Natural Resources Department. The southern half, as I understand it, now includes the retail store and the warehouse, which is now vacant, and the parking lot there. I'm trying to say demolition, but I don't mean it that way. But disposition of that property would be problematic inside our environmental goals for the property. There would be limited stormwater values if we evaluate expanding the creek substantially into the southern part. There is but limited value from an environmental perspective, however. I think we all recognize that we would normally encounter in other conservation land acquisitions. But so from a standpoint of environmental funding, it would be difficult to rank this above some of the other properties we now are looking at with our limited environmental funds for that particular value. So I think more study is appropriate for the stormwater values regionally. And of course, we'd have to deal with the retail warehouse and parking lot location.
You're still on the board.
Thank you.
Mayor, can you come up here for a sec? Mayor?
Yep.
Yeah, you.
Finally calls you by name, and then you.
Yeah, we need a partner.
I just, I
He was
have a
napping.
question.
The
I mean,
mayor was
would
napping.
the
Yes, sir.
city of Bradenton have any interest in this property, maybe for baseball fields in the future, knowing the fact that I know where, your kind of vision is for downtown?
Yeah, I know we're evaluating through the golf course, Pirate City, working with the Pirates on all opportunities, because there's also some other land that we own along where the golf course is. So we did look at this several years ago, and we decided not to go in a direction of adding some more for the golf course. But, anything's possible in the future, but I know right now, it is kind of separated because there is that creek that goes through it, that doesn't really affect what we do on the north side of that. And I don't know that we need any more land for Pirate City right now.
Okay. Would there be maybe a collaborated effort possibly that we could come together and maybe come up with something together with the city and the county? Maybe is there some possible needs that you guys might need as well?
Again, it's stuff we've evaluated. I think, anything's worth looking at, and cost is a big factor, and I don't know. And just hearing that they want the south side, that's not connected
Correct.
with us. The north side is connected with the golf course area in the Pirate City. So it would be something, obviously, I would definitely bring back to the council and let them decide on some things. But I think what you just talked about is not connected to where we are.
Okay. All right, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Yes,
Didn't mean to
sir.
put you on the spot.
Anything else, Mr. Cruz? Okay.
You done?
Sit in the front row.
Commissioner Cruz. Call the mayor back down here.
No, I mean, at the end of the day, this is just a request to have staff explore opportunity. We can't talk off this dais, and we're not supposed to direct staff individually to do anything. This is a request to have staff re-engage conversation previously held about a potential purchase. Whether or not it makes sense and where that funding is going to come from is a discussion for another day, and we're not going to personally design this park from this dais this afternoon. The reality is there's a reason we didn't acquire it last time. Granted, there was like 4 parties involved, including Bayside Church and City of Bradenton. Everyone kind of fell through on their own during that process. D.R. Horton came in. We'll see what this could be used for. I mean, there is a lot of green space around here. We want to act like there's not, but Pirate City has a lot of baseball fields with green space. This entire golf course attached to this thing. There's more green space here than most urban cores have. You got East Bradenton Park, less than 2 miles away from here. Between here and East Bradenton Park, you got Dream Center that has its own park and some facilities and baseball fields. You know, I know everyone wanted us to purchase this, but people also want lots of things with money. And there's a limit to what that money is, and I do not want to take more of people's money. And if it comes down to they're willing to sell us for $2 million, sure, go buy it tomorrow. But if we're still in the $18 to $20 million range, and then we're like, then we'll figure out what to do with it, you know, we have to make sure we're using people's dollars properly. But we're not going to know that until we direct staff to go have this first conversation. So I'm voting in favor of starting that process.
Thank you, sir. All right, there's been a motion made by Commissioner Ballard, seconded by myself. I'll open this up for public comment. Is there anyone in the room that would like to come forth and give public comment regarding this matter? Yes, sir.
For the record, Glenn Gibolina, Manatee County. This is a great piece of property. I will tell you that, let me ask the commission, how many pieces of property do we have in a land bank? Because that's where you should be going. Land banking this property. And the Mixons aren't greedy. You don't need to come up with all the money. I'm sure they'd work something out. And I believe Horton is moving forward, as they said, what they said. But, you know, we're doing a self-defense course tonight, Tuesday night. She'll be there. I'll ask her. I mean, another thing is the pavilion. Commissioner Ballard, you're exactly right. Have anyone crunched the numbers on what the Crosley brings in for weddings and stuff? Because I know what that pavilion brings in for weddings, and they're always booked. So there's a revenue income just in the pavilion, right? And not to mention, if you get the property, you already got the built-in easements, right? You can just section that off, and you don't have to take it by eminent domain and pay $1 billion, right? So there's that advantage. I just think long-term, 20 years from now, we'll be looking back and saying, you know what? We should have put that in a land bank. I think the city of Bradenton's moving in that direction for land bank and stuff. And we need to be moving in that. Whether you use it immediately or not is not the point or the vision. You need to have vision that land bank that, so in 10 years, we might be able to do this, this, and this. In the meantime, you would have cash revenue stream from the pavilion alone, right? And listen, the Mixons aren't greedy. They would work with you. They don't want to see it to go to the developer. They want to keep it in the community as green space in a park. Eco-vets would go there in 1 second because they don't have a place to grow now since, the other place closed down. So there are plenty of nonprofits that could utilize that building. I mean, we do our Manatee Patriots meeting every Tuesday there. That's a great meeting room. Just that little room in itself could generate revenues, not to mention the retail store and the easements, right? So land trust, long-term vision, money shouldn't be an issue. The Mixons aren't greedy. I'm sure they would work with you. But I think it would be a huge asset down the road and create cash revenue with the pavilion now. It's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, is there anyone else in the audience like to come forward? Is there anyone on the phone that would like to give public comment on this motion?
We have one caller ending in 454.
Caller 5454, if you would please state your name, county residence, and you have 3 minutes.
Charlene Dow, Manatee County. I generally support the idea of doing something very positive with the Mixon property. What Glenn said is on point, and there's potential there for revenue and stuff, and to keep a nice green space instead of paving over another area and letting it be paved over and become yet another cookie cutter development or anything like that. But I just have a quibble about the process here. As the agenda has been up since last week, and there's no discussion on the paperwork as to what item we were talking about. You could have had so much more support from the public, or at least some other ideas, coming in from people, if we knew what the future land purchase was supposed to be. I mean, there was nothing. There was just that cover sheet, and it's like, okay, it's blank. We have no idea what property it's talking about. And then again, like the previous item from Commissioner Ron, again, there was no information for the public. So this is just a process thing here. I mean, it's not to the merits of the project that's being discussed, please need to clean up your processes a bit, so that, yes, you involve the public. Yes, there are a lot of people that are actually quite invested in the idea of, having this, this kind of purchase go through. I saw a comment on Nextdoor from somebody like a week or so ago, and, and I wasn't aware that the property had fallen through, but, yeah, there's a lot of support for this idea, but, just involve us a little bit better. Clean up the process on this stuff, please. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there any other callers on the line?
No, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. I'll go ahead and close public comment. The motion's been made by Commissioner Ballard, seconded by myself, for discussion on the future land purchase. Direct staff to explore all avenues to find funding acquisition of the Mixon property, Mixon Fruit Farm property. If anyone cast their votes at this time. And the motion carries 7-0. Commissioner Ballard.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Sadiq, discussion on surplus of Old City Hall property.
Thank you,
You're
Mr.
up.
Chair. This matter's been discussed for decades. I'm going to go back 20 years, 30 years on that. But we did recently vote on this property. It is the Wares Creek property, the one it's a parking lot that's fenced in north on the left-hand side if you're going west out to the islands. We recently approved an agreement to sell that land to a developer there. But one of the key things we missed in that discussion, which is time sensitive, hence why I'm bringing this up to the board, is what to do with the dredge maintenance, the fill that's in that area, and our responsibilities, Manatee County, to kind of move past that issue. The short version of it is the Army Corps of that site, we had a temporary work easement to store and process and move dredge material from Wares Creek, process it on site, the parking lot property, and then take it to the landfill. With the sale of the property, that complicates our effort to do that a little bit, but after speaking with DCA Parnell, Charlie Hunsicker, I think the staff have a really good plan to move us forward there, but we do need to make a legislative decision on that. So some of the outcomes I'm looking to achieve from this conversation is, number one, improving water quality from the Manatee County perspective, serving our fishing community, promoting some economic development, and then just kind of closing this issue and moving forward beyond Wares Creek and more broadly into what else we can do downtown. But what we have right now is a plan from staff, and if you'd like to ask questions or just bring up Charlie Hunsicker, you're welcome to. But as part of the dredge material from the sand piles going back decades, we created massive 20 to 30-foot dredge holes in the Manatee River. If you look at an aerial map, it's very dark blue areas. I've got a printout, but I can't show it here. Those are effectively, there's no life in those areas. And so what we can do with the dredge material is, rather than finding some other property downtown, spending tens of millions of dollars or millions of dollars, finding a new site, taking that dredge material, adding more blight to an area that frankly doesn't need that. We can take that material, put it in those dredge holes. We can essentially raise the elevation of the river in certain areas to bring back native species, whether it's oysters, the Oyster River ecology, or seagrass, or just generally allowing life to exist in those areas, which it doesn't today. That will in turn bring more fish, promote our coastal fishing community, the economic activity that happens there, and ultimately just give us another feather in the cap for protecting our environment, improving water quality. And also, this is an effort that we were exploring by Seaport Manatee, a little bit north and east of Seaport Manatee by the Sunshine Skyway. So this isn't the first of its kind effort, but we will need to go ahead and maintain Wares Creek. We're not anywhere near the issue that the level of sand fill material that existed before we engaged in that effort, but we do need to find a place for that fill material. So I would like to make a motion to, and it's a lengthy one, so I'll be a little bit slow on it, but I'd like to make a motion to authorize staff to investigate and pursue alternatives for beneficial use of Wares Creek maintenance dredge material, either in partnership with the Army Corps of Engineers Continuing Authorities Grant Program, or independently to refill relic dredge holes in the Manatee River, or any other feasible alternative with environmental benefit. Funding for this effort should be drawn from the proceeds of the sale of the former City Hall property. Happy to restate that. It's long.
What was the last part of that?
They're working on bringing your motion up.
Yeah, I don't get that much.
Ma'am?
Can you do this for $8,000?
Okay. Hey, Commissioner, they're bringing your motion up. Do I have a second on his motion?
I'm not
For
sure what
discussion.
it is.
Do you have a second?
I don't know what the motion is.
As presented.
As presented.
I'm just reading what's on the board.
All right, so just
Sure.
to clarify with the motion maker, this motion is just to authorize staff to look into alternative opportunities with the dredge material that you believe has some better sources of use, whether it be in the river or otherwise.
Correct. If we don't, then we're going to have to find another site, preferably downtown, or potentially spend tens of millions of dollars trying to bring in barges or find other places to move this material. So,
Sure, and I just want to
the
clarify,
motion,
the second part of it, because I was asking you what your motion was before, so we don't have a second, so we can't discuss your motion until we have a second motion. I just want to make sure I understand the motion if I'm going to give you a second. The second part was that anything we do is going to be contingent upon spending money from the sale. I would leave that part out, because you're just directing staff to look at something. That sale, as Commissioner Bearden pointed out, isn't happening for 5 years. So if opportunities present itself and you put in your motion to only look at opportunities within the confines of our money, we've got $8 grand. That's not gonna cover the gas over there to check on this.
I can expand on it. So this basically gives us an authorization to start conversations with the Army Corps of Engineers, which does actually provide funding to provide a feasibility study, which they will cover up to $100,000. After that, based on the outcome of the study, which will take about less than a year, but we need to get the process started sooner than later. Basically, this motion is to give staff a broad leeway to have those conversations. But there is funding in place. We're not counting on $8,000 to fund this. The feasibility study is coming from the Army. The funds for the feasibility study will come from the Army Corps of Engineers. Yeah, and Charlie, if you'd like to expand on that too.
Can you do me a favor? Can you hit your move button? So it shows that you, and then that way somebody can second it. Yeah, here, just click it. There you go. Now, we can get a second. Do we have a second on?
I'll second for discussion.
Okay.
Coming up, though. I'll second.
Okay. All right, I have a question, and probably Charlie H. can answer it. I'm a little confused. Is Commissioner Sadiq referring to that we're going to dredge Wares Creek again at some point? I mean, last time it took 25 years, took an act of Congress to be able to do that with the Corps. Is there a plan to dredge Wares Creek again to where we can take that fill and dump it in the, I guess, the old dredge holes that were created at the last dredging?
Well, Mr. Chairman, the obligation of the non-federal sponsor, Manatee County, and in part the state of Bradenton, in accepting money for construction of the project, was to maintain the creek in perpetuity at 100% local cost.
Okay.
And so we were identifying means by which we could possibly use another federal grant program within the Corps to lower that local cost. And what Commissioner is referring to is a competitive grant program issued in the Jacksonville district. And it's a very positive program. It provides up to $100,000 of federal cost to investigate the feasibility of your proposal. Our proposal would be filling the dredge holes for beneficial use. And then 60% of the cost of the construction. I suspect that with such a generous grant program right now at the Jacksonville district, though, there's probably a lot of applications that they're looking at right now. And I was a little concerned that we may not be prioritized as quickly as we need to be to have this option available to us. And that's why I had said either in partnership with the Corps or singularity through Manatee County's efforts alone to determine whether or not this project is permittable.
Okay.
And when we go after a permit, there's permit cost involved.
So what we would do, have a feasibility study done that the Corps basically pay for?
Yes, but if they're...
And then that study come back and say, it makes sense to do this or it doesn't make sense to do this. And then we get in line for the funding of 60% of the total construction cost to fill those dredge holes.
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to understand where we're at. All right, thank you. Commissioner Bearden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering if we could just look at grant opportunities to be able to pay for this, since we have grant writers now.
Well, again, this is this is a grant program established through congressional authorities back to each and every district. So it's a competitive grant process inside the district. And again, I mentioned there'll probably be a lot of competition for it. And I also want to clarify, there's no need to dredge the creek right now. But we need the option available to us and know that it's available to us. And we should start working on that right now is what we're asking for.
Why hasn't it been done in the past? Can you tell me the reason why?
Why hasn't the dredging
Yeah,
taken place?
like, why aren't we applying for grants like every year on this particular issue?
Well, I can't necessarily answer that. It's just that the priority for this project has fallen along with as we observe that creek filling up. And it's filling up very slowly, and eventually will need to be maintained again. Again, but it's, as we move now to close out the city hall option for disposal, I think it's good governance to pursue a second option and have that available and know that it exists as we move forward with the creek.
So walk me through, let's just say we get that grant awarded. How does that affect the new property owner? And how does that affect this sale that we just made that's not supposed to close in 5 more years? If there's an ability to do what Commissioner Sadiq wants to do, walk me through how that's all going to be affected.
It doesn't affect the new property owner at all. It just aids Manatee County's obligation to maintain the creek in perpetuity.
I think I think Charlie got to there in the end of why it's being talked about now is two-pronged. We have the current responsibility to maintain what the Corps built for us. Part of the most important part of showing that you've done that is in the event of a huge natural disaster, such that if we had a Helene, a Milton that actually silted in the creek, the Corps, under those circumstances, would come restore our project for us, if we can prove that we've maintained our maintenance requirements. If that would happen with this project, without an appropriate spoil disposal site, since part of our original project was to provide them the spoil disposal site, they might have grounds to say they don't need to perform the work for us, or we have to pay more, or something. So this is attempting to be the proactive to say, okay, we're moving away from the city hall site. We need a valid disposal site such that if construction started tomorrow, we lost access to lease it as a spoil disposal site tomorrow, if that natural disaster or something would cause the Corps to need to come in and do that repeat. We're preserving access, so dredging Wares Creek could happen, I wouldn't call it at a moment's notice, but quickly.
You good? Okay. All right, are there any other questions of staff with regards to Commissioner Sadiq's motion? All right, we have a motion to be moved by Commissioner Sadiq, seconded by Commissioner Cruz. Is there any public comment with regards to this item?
Getting a lot of airtime today. For the record, Glenn Gibolina, this was such a bad deal. This was not well thought of. This was pushed through by the last board. You rushed through it. You didn't have a workshop. The public hardly even knew about it. And who pays $8,000, $8 million, $8,000?
Glenn, are you referring to the
He said
motion?
surplus
You're referring to the
property.
property purchase. I'm just asking to keep you on,
Right.
the motion's been made to just direct staff to work with the Corps to get a feasibility study done, not with
Okay.
regards to the purchase of the property.
Well, the agenda said surplus property.
It says surplus of old city hall property. That's,
Right. So that's what
but
I'm talking
The motion's
about.
been made, so I'd actually like to address the motion, which has been made by Commissioner Sadiq and seconded by
Address the
Commissioner
motion
Cruz.
rather than the item on the agenda.
Say again?
Address his motion rather than what's on the agenda.
Well, the surplus of old city hall property, it hasn't been, it's been sold, so it's not been surplused. Plus, the motion's been made, so we ask you to address the motion that's been made like we normally address a motion that's been made when we have public comment. So I'd ask you to address the motion, which regards to working with the Corps of Army Engineers to give us feasibility study, to give staff opportunities to come back to us with regards to the dredge material for Weir's Creek. That's
Okay.
the motion. If you could address that, I'd really appreciate it, because
I'll do that.
the purchase of the properties, it's been done, it's over with, and the contract's been done and everything. So your comments have nothing to do with the motion that's been made.
Okay.
If you would address that, I'd be fine.
Okay, so the dredging of that piece of property, when it needed to be dredged for the surplus material, was great. We dried it out, we brought in trucks, we brought it out. It was a smooth operation. What are you gonna do if the Corps says you can't fill those holes, right? You can't put it there. You have to do exactly what you did last time. Where is all, you know what that's gonna cost to do that and say, well, we don't own the property anymore. Well, maybe NDC will rent it to us for $50,000 a month, because you're not going to get that grant from the Corps until you can provide space for that dredging material. I think it's going to cost you way more than what the deal is on that. So I don't see nothing good about where this dredging stuff is going to go. It's going to be a real problem. And if they let you to fill the holes, that may take 20 years to run through the EPA and all that other stuff. In the meantime, if it needs to be dredged, like you said, it could be sooner, we are going to be on the hook to find another vacant space close to the weir. Transportation costs, labor costs, everything's going to triple, quadruple based on that alone. So good luck. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. All right. Does anyone else in the room like to comment on this item? Is there anyone on the phone that would like to comment on this item?
No hands raised, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. I'll go ahead and close public comment. There's been a motion moved by Commissioner Sadiq, seconded by Commissioner Cruz. If everyone would cast their votes at this time. Commissioner Sadiq, did you want?
Oh, no, that was my error, mistake.
If everyone would cast their votes. Everyone cast their votes. Please, yes or no, or abstain, or recuse, or? Oh, okay. Now it's up. The motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Commissioner Sadiq.
Thank you.
All right, up next is the election of officers. Election of officers for the 2025 calendar year. 20.
Seven.
Two.
7-0.
7-0.
7-0. Sorry.
She voted before she walked out.
Okay.
She voted
She
before.
got on it
She
quickly.
registered her vote. Thank you. Yep.
Didn't ask this, but yeah, I'm up first. Okay, so what I'd like to do at this time, this is for the election of officers for the 2025 calendar year, and I'm going to turn it over to the county attorney to run the process.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, Commissioners, I've been asked to handle nominations and voting for your election of officers for 2025. So we will start off with the Board of County Commissioners and for Chair. So at this time, I'm sorry?
I'm on the board, madam. When you get done, I'm on the board. Go ahead. Finish with, I'm sorry, just finish your comment.
Oh, all right. At this time, I was going to ask if anyone has any nominations for the position of chairman.
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to nominate George Cruz for the chairman for the Board of County Commissioners for 2025.
No seconds are needed. We have one nomination. Commissioner Ron has nominated Commissioner Cruz. Are there any further nominations for the position of chair?
I move to close nominations.
There's no need to
You
close.
don't need to close.
Okay. Hearing no other nominations, we would call for public comment on this item. Anyone in the public who wishes to speak on the topic of nominating Commissioner Cruz for chairman of the board? Seeing no one come forward, can we go to the phones, please? Anyone on the phones wishing to comment?
We have one caller ending in 454.
Yep,
Or we change that in the board rules.
it's in the board rules.
Marlene Gal, Manatee County. I appreciate all the hard work that Commissioner Cruz has done, and I think he'd be a great chair for the incoming board, for the current board, for 2025. He has the seniority for the new majority and the experience and most common sense displayed in the last 4 years. So great choice. Thanks. Please support him.
All right, are there any other callers?
None, Madam Attorney.
Thank you very much. So at this time, we'll call for the vote. Are you doing it on the
Do
system?
you want
or?
a voice vote?
We can do a voice vote, or we can
Okay,
use the system.
that's
It's up
fine.
to them. Okay, voice vote's fine. All those in favor of Commissioner Cruz as chair, please raise your hand. Vote is unanimous, 7-0. We'll move on to first vice chair.
Jason's on.
Anyone have, oh, I'm sorry?
Well, Jason was on the board.
Oh, I can't see that.
Oh, I can get,
Would you
I got the board handle for you, Madam Attorney. Commissioner Bearden.
Yeah.
I'd like to nominate Commissioner McCann for vice chair.
We have one nomination by Commissioner Bearden for Commissioner McCann. Any other nominations for first vice chair? Seeing none, we will close nominations. Public comment on the nomination and voting for Commissioner McCann as the first vice chair of the board. Anyone wish to speak? Seeing no one come forward, we'll go to the phones. Anyone on the phone wishing to speak?
None, Madam Attorney.
All right. At this time, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor of Commissioner McCann as first vice chair, please raise your hand. And it passes 7-0. All right, at this time, I'll ask for nominations for second vice chair.
You don't want to get on the board, just make,
Okay, I nominate Commissioner Sadiq.
All right. Any other nominations from any board member? Seeing none, we'll close nominations. At this time, we would go to the public and see if anyone from the public wants to come forward. No one coming forward. What about on the phones? Anyone on the phones?
No callers, Madam Attorney.
All right, at this time, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor of Commissioner Sadiq as second vice chair, please raise your hand. The vote is unanimous, 7-0. Third vice chair. At this time, I'd ask for nominations from the board.
I nominate Commissioner Feltz.
Commissioner Cruz has nominated Commissioner Feltz for third vice chair. Any other nominations? Seeing none, we'll close nominations. At this time, we'll call for public comment. Anyone from the public wish to comment on the nomination of Commissioner Feltz as third vice chair? Seeing no one come forward, we'll go to the phones. Anyone on the phones?
No callers, Madam Attorney.
Thank you very much. At this time, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor of Commissioner Feltz, please raise your right hand, or raise your hand. Unanimous, 7-0. Thank you very much. All right, at this time, we'll move to the Port Authority.
On the board.
Oh, please go.
Yeah, I nominate Commissioner Ron.
As chair?
Yes.
Okay. Any other nominations for chair of the Port Authority?
Yes, I'd nominate Commissioner McCann.
Okay, we have a motion for nomination by Commissioner Cruz for Commissioner Ron and by Commissioner Bearden for Commissioner McCann. Any other nominations for chairman of the Port Authority? Okay, seeing none, we will close nominations. At this time, anyone from the public who wants to come forward on the nominations can do so now. No one's coming forward. Anyone on the phones?
No callers, Madam Attorney.
Okay. Now, commissioners, every commissioner gets one vote.
Can
Sir?
I at least state my case on this?
You
or
can have
is it
debate,
gonna go-
absolutely.
It's not so much debate, it's just the port, look, I like the fact we're putting some new people in all these positions, you know, that we had a big election here, but the port had a lot of damage. And we've spent years working on this port, understanding the forward projection of this port. I think Commissioner McCann will make a great port chair, and I will happily nominate him for vice port chair to get that ball rolling so he can be prepared. But we've got a lot of near-term stuff that needs to be handled right this exact minute. Commissioner Ron, you know, is an associate with our lobbyist for the port. He's worked with Carlos at the port. We need somebody who understood, here's what was wrong with the port before, here was the progression of the port and the vision that we had, and here's where we're taking the port. I just think this is a bad year to put somebody brand new into it, as much as I do believe that without the storm, Commissioner McCann would have been a great option. But I think this particular year, Commissioner Ron as the port chair, and then having Bob, you know, sit there waiting in the wings as vice chair, in my mind, is just a safer option.
thank you, sir.
It looks like Commissioner Sadiq is also on the board.
I'll take myself off.
It looks like Commissioner Bearden is also on the board.
I'd take myself off.
It looks like Commissioner Ballard is on the board.
I'll just agree with Commissioner Cruz's comments regarding Commissioner Ron as port chair.
I think he's on.
Any other comments or debate from the board?
Yes, if, I understand their comments and I understand their trepidation, so What I'd like to do is take myself out and actually nominate Commissioner Bearden for that position.
Nominations were closed, but if the board wishes to reopen nominations, we can do that. I'll defer to the will of the board.
Make a motion to reopen nominations.
I second that motion.
All right, we need to have a vote on reopening nominations. All those in favor of reopening nominations, please raise your hand. All those against? We have a vote of 4-3. The motion passes. Nominations are reopened. Go ahead and add a nomination if you wish.
I nominate Commissioner Bearden for the Port Authority Chairman.
And you're withdrawing yourself as a candidate, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Any other nominations, since we've now opened the floor to nominations? All right, we will close nominations at this time. So we have Commissioner Ron, nominated by Commissioner Cruz, and we have Commissioner Bearden, nominated by Commissioner McCann. Each commissioner gets one vote. You only vote one time. At this time, I would ask for all who cast their vote in favor of Commissioner Ron, please raise your hand. We have 4 in favor. Use your hand down, ma'am, I'm sorry. Okay, 4 in favor. That's 4 votes for Commissioner Ron. All those in favor of Commissioner Bearden, please raise your hand. 3 votes. Commissioner Ron is the chair of the Port Authority. At this time, we would open it up for first vice chairman of the Port Authority. Any nominations, please?
I'd like to nominate Commissioner McCann.
Commissioner McCann has been nominated by Commissioner Bearden. Any other nominations? Seeing none, we'll close nominations. At this time, we'd ask for public comment on voting for Commissioner McCann for first vice chairman of the Port Authority. Anyone coming forward? Seeing no one, we'll go to the phones.
No callers, Madam Attorney.
Thank you very much. At this time, I'd ask for the board to cast their votes in favor, or for Mr. McCann as first vice chairman of the Port Authority. Are you not voting, Mr. McCann?
I'm abstaining.
You have to vote, sir.
You have to vote.
All right, 7-0.
You vote no.
Unanimous.
I don't want this.
Unanimous. All right. At this time, we'll call for nominations for second vice chairman of the Port Authority.
I'll nominate Commissioner Ballard.
All right. Commissioner Bearden has nominated Commissioner Ballard. Any other nominations for second vice chairman of the Port Authority? Seeing none, we will close nominations. We'll call for public comment. Anyone in the public who wants to comment on Commissioner Ballard's nomination for second vice chairman of the Port Authority, please come forward. Seeing none, we'll go to the phones.
No callers, Madam Attorney.
At this time, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor of Commissioner Ballard as second vice chairman of the Port Authority, please raise your hand. 7-0. Yeah. Passes unanimously. Third vice chair of the Port Authority. I'll call for nominations.
I nominate Commissioner Tal, City.
Commissioner Sadiq has been nominated by Commissioner Cruz. Any other nominations for the Port Authority, third vice chair? Seeing none, we'll close nominations. We'll call for public comment on third vice chairman of the Port Authority. Anyone in the public want to come forward? Seeing none, we'll go to the phones.
No callers, Madam Attorney.
We'll call for the vote at this time. All those in favor of Commissioner Sadiq as third vice chair of the Port Authority, please raise your hand. 7-0, it passes unanimously. All right, the last appointment is to appoint a representative for the Tourist Development Council.
Madam Attorney, I'd like to nominate Commissioner Ballard to the TDC.
All right, we have a nomination by Commissioner Ron to the Tourist Development Council by Commissioner Ron for Commissioner Ballard. Any other nominations?
Yes, I would like to nominate Commissioner Bearden for the chairman of the TDC.
We have a nomination by Commissioner McCann for Commissioner Bearden. Any other nominations? Seeing none, we'll close nominations. All right. Is there any debate wanted? Any of the board members wish to debate or be heard on this topic?
Well, I will. Commissioner Ballard has served this board proudly. She's heavily involved in what goes on in tourism in this county. I think she'd make a fine member and chair of the TDC. She works well with Elliott. She's very aware of what's happened out to the hospitality and travel, or tourism community out on the barrier islands. And I think that the support for her in this position is well warranted.
I'm on the board.
But you just-
Okay. No, the last time you made this nomination, your whole point with Commissioner Turner was marketing. You definitely need a great marketer in that position, knowing the fact that it's Tourist Development Council, and we need to be able to drive traffic from a tourist standpoint into that area. And so I'm hoping to get the support of the board regarding the TDC.
Any further debate? Okay, we'll see if anyone from the public wants to come forward on the appointment of the Tourist Development Council representative and chairman. Seeing no one come forward, we'll close public comment. Can we go to the phones, please?
No callers, Madam Attorney.
All right, at this time, we'll call for the vote. Because there are two nominees, each commissioner votes one time. We'll go in order based on nominations. The first nomination was for Commissioner Ballard. All in favor of Commissioner Ballard, please raise your hand. 4 votes for Commissioner Ballard. All in favor of Commissioner Bearden, please raise your hand. 3 votes for Commissioner Bearden. The next chair and representative of the TDC is Commissioner Ballard. And that concludes. I
And no,
believe-
we have an alternate for TDC. We always do. We always do. Yes.
Yeah, you have an alternate.
We always do because.
I was alternate behind.
Yeah, and we usually had Carol as an alternate forever because she lived on the island in case there was an issue with the bridge. That was her justification.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I know we always have one, so I'm going to nominate Commissioner Bearden.
All right, we have a nomination for Commissioner Bearden as alternate. Any other nominations?
I'll nominate myself, alternate.
All right, we have a second nomination. Commissioner Siddiq nominated himself for alternate.
And I'll go ahead and pull myself off for that nomination and support Commissioner Siddiq.
Great. Any other nominations? All right, we will close nominations at this time. Can we go for public comment on the issue of Commissioner Siddiq serving as alternate of the TDC? Seeing no one come forward, can we go to the phones?
No callers, Madam Attorney.
All right. Commissioners, we'll call for the vote at this time. All those in favor of Commissioner Siddiq as the alternate for the TDC, please raise your hand. It's unanimous, 7-0. And that concludes, I think, now finally concludes it all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Attorney, for moving that forward for us. Madam Attorney, do you have any comments?
No, sir. No.
County Administrator, any comments?
Yeah, 2, please. Quickly tomorrow, as a reminder, we have our State of the Union, State of the County resiliency tomorrow at the Marriott, not Pier 22, the Marriott. Excited. Courtney, myself, Evan, Brian have a great presentation. The other topic I'd like to bring up is the email I sent last week in regards to the aides. There was a resolution in place. It's clearly defines we have the ability for 7 aides. We did propose the idea of contracted employees. I've got Chris in the audience, just real quick. We do have to have another resolution to the county attorney to clean up the old resolution. But we do understand the direction of the board. Is there any questions with regards to the contracted employees towards HR?
I have a question. How much are we paying them again? We're doing a salary posted.
It's a range, sir. I'd rather not get into the specific details in the public, but it's a range based on the experience. Somewhere in the 55 to 65 range.
That's fair. Okay, I just want to make sure because it will have a fiscal impact, and I just want to be responsible with tax dollars on that, but makes sense.
Yeah, we're also I'm working with Molly White to see about getting space in our libraries, so we don't have to come to the 9th floor. Give you the opportunity to be in your community. All right, well, I appreciate the co-op. Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, hang on, I'm trying to get to the board. I got there.
You got me?
Feltz.
Yeah. So as I understand it, we're going forward with having these as contract employees, right, for your term. Have we considered if it is a current county employee, can they continue on that basis? And also, how does this affect our current aides? Does this convert them to contract employees?
For the record, Chris Kopp, Deputy Director for Human Resources. The way we're going to be doing these contract employees is going to be mirroring our current aides as employees. However, these will be contractors. They will not be employees. However, we are doing the contract to mirror as an employee would. They will have the same benefits as an employee would. They would be held to the same standards as the Manatee County employment policy rules and procedures.
To answer your question, ma'am, no, the current employees are county employees. They're not going to be reverted to contract employees. Is that the question?
Right.
Yeah. And I think to your other point, if a current county employee wants to apply for your job, I think we have to discuss this behind closed doors.
Correct, because as of right now, the way that the resolution reads, we will need to either amend or create another one because these contract employees will actually mirror the commissioner terms. So that way,
Right.
when the commission term is over, the employment of
But if
that
it's a current employee that takes an aide's job, does that convert them? Now are they a contract employee, and would they lose?
Yeah, if
husband
they
and-
choose to, again, that would be for further discussion whether that is going to happen. But if they were to step away from their employment to take the contract, they then would become a contract employee.
And I probably need to have further discussion with the county attorney's office. She threw me a curveball on that one. So, yeah.
It can happen.
It can. It could. It may.
You good, Commissioner Phelps? You good?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Cruz? You good? All right. Madam Attorney?
I just wanted to quickly let the board know that, the current resolution, Resolution 23-023, that outlines a lot of what goes on in the policy that this board has been in place for the employment of commissioner aides, will likely need to be amended in order to allow for contract employees in the fashion that is being discussed and contemplated. And a request for legal services was submitted to our office, I believe yesterday, to look at a standard contract. So we're going to work with Mr. Bishop and his team and the HR department to work through all the issues with the right kind of contract.
So my question is, when can we hire this person? Because this sounds like it's becoming a big process. And, the idea is to get people on board as soon as possible.
I agree. The only holdup we have right now is that we've created the template for the contract, the actual agreement for the contract employee. We did submit the RLS to the county's attorney's office. So once we ensure that everything is to the county attorney's liking, we can post and hire immediately as a contract employee.
Okay, when you say you can post and hire, if this is going to be a contract that goes with this, we should be hiring our own people, isn't that correct?
Correct, and you will have that ability.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I think the county attorney wants to weigh in.
Well, just so you understand, the job positions exist today. So if county administration wants to advertise under the current rules and hire someone today to serve as your aide, that can be done. The issue of converting them into a contract employee where we bring that contract before this board and with the employee for approval, that can happen at a later time. There's nothing to stop you from bringing in commissioners bringing in aides under the current resolution, understanding that once we get the contract in final order, we can then convert that individual who's willing, assuming they're willing to become a contract employee, to a contracted position. Is that helpful?
If this is from an outside person I'm bringing in, I obviously don't need anybody else's approval, correct? You just need to approve the contract.
Well, the contract would be approved by the board.
Okay, the contract itself would be, but the employee wouldn't be. I can pick whoever I want, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Within the confines of the existing resolution, you can, yes, you can.
Yes. That's why we made it this way, a contracted employee.
Okay. So I just want to, go ahead. Cruz is on the board.
Commissioner Cruz?
Yeah, I was going to speak a little bit more globally because a couple people said a few things because we had talked about this. We had talked about this for a couple of years. I wish we would have ripped the Band-Aid off from the start. When I got on this board, we had two effectively administrative assistants who answered the phones and checked the mail. We decided to create this aid program a few years ago. It was a great idea in principle, but terrible idea in practice because when we talk about fiscal responsibility, we're no offense to them, they're all great up there, but we're almost wasting money on 3 people instead of better using money on 7 people because nobody can use them properly. And
they're so
we campaigned on being out in the public and giving people more of a voice and being more responsive to people. And if we all have aides, like virtually every other county does, we can have aides stationed at libraries that have office hours. We could be stationed at libraries in district. I'm not a district commissioner, but for everyone else. Like Commissioner McCann could have office hours at Lake Orange Library, and when he's not having office hours, his aide can have office hours, and people could speak to him. We could send an aide to an HOA meeting while we attend a different meeting. We can expand our reach. And now the onus is on the 7 of us to prove to the citizens that we're using their money wisely. And so now it's up to us to use our aides properly. But I think we're going to get substantially better value out of these aides than we do out of the current situation. And granted, all 3 of them are great, and all 3 of them are going to stay on board with 3 of us. But having 4 or more of them is all the better. And the sooner we do it, the better that we do it. There's no reason to delay this. As long as somebody meets whatever minimum requirements of whatever background check we do, we need to get these people in the door, especially with the new commissioners, because the faster they can get ramped up, the better, and the faster they can get an aide to help them ramp up and get out in the public, the better it is for their districts, especially like a District 1 that hasn't had a commissioner in almost a year.
Thanks, sir. Commissioner Bearden.
I just want to make sure that the 3 that are current, obviously, we're having this discussion now, they're not going to be contracted.
Correct.
It's not fair to them, right? Okay. Now, the ones that are coming on board, are they still going to, even though they're contracted, are they going to still get medical benefits
Yes, sir.
and everything that they need? Okay.
Yes, sir.
They'd still be a W-2 employee.
Yes, they
Got
will.
it.
They won't be 1099.
Won't know the difference. I'm a contracted employee. Pamela's a contracted employee. Yeah.
I just want to make sure they still get
I don't know if anyone wants to be just like you and Charlie. Considering the track record of county administrators around here, I don't know if that's a
I don't
selling
want to be like
point.
Charlie.
Yeah. We actually think this is going to be a more transparent and quicker process, believe it or not.
Thank you. Okay. Commissioner Sadiq.
I just had 2 questions. I've been a contractor beyond pay and benefits and such. One of the things that's a big topic is liability. So county employees have a very different liability structure, I imagine, compared to contractors. It's obviously been an interesting topic in the past, but I guess I'd just like clarification from a county attorney. What's the blast radius for risk and liability from contracted aides versus the employed aides that we have today? I just think we need more information before I start saying we need to approve this amendment.
Well, we haven't done an analysis of that nature yet. Like I said, we just got the proposed contract yesterday, so we haven't really delved into all of the nuts and the bolts of it. But I don't think there's any more risk than you have the same level of risk with the county administrator and I.
Okay. The second question I have is creating a separate tier for new commissioners' aides versus existing commissioners' aides. I mean, I love mine. I think she's great, but they're too much context switching. They're doing far too many things. So I like the idea of having more aides. The issue I do have is what, from an organizational standpoint, how are our state delegation handling this? How does Congress handle it? Are they contractors? Are they employees? Because that's kind of where we're getting the influence from, right? We do want to have aides that are concurrent with commissioners. We don't necessarily want them to stay on because maybe you want somebody new. I mean, it's a personal decision. So I think the question there is, I just need more information on what kind of a tiered system are we potentially walking ourselves into with having some commissioners' aides contracted versus others employed. That's all.
Yeah, I think the main point is that whenever you're done, right, being a commissioner, then that either that aide is done unless the next commissioner wants to come in and hire that aide. As far as the employees go, which these are the 3 that are currently that we have today, if I'm gone, they still work for the county. I think that's the difference. Or if you know, for Dana, if anybody decides they, you know, don't want to run again, or they get booted out of office or whatever, they still stay on staff. That's the difference.
Commissioner Cruz.
Am I right on that?
Yeah, so one of the biggest distinctions is going to be the contract employee. Their contract is going to be carved out to specifically align with the commissioner's terms. Whereas an employee, the current aides, they're at will. So while there is no end date to their employment, if the county ever wanted to separate their employment, they could, but there's no specific end date, whereas these contract employees will have the specific end date for the commissioner term date.
Yeah, I mean, because I was on the board. A couple things. One, there's no tiered thing. It just so happens we have 3 people who are already committed. They're already employees. If Dana, for instance, decided she was leaving tomorrow, and I had to hire a new aide, that person would also be a contracted employee. They're not like Dana and Kelly, for instance, aren't employees solely because they're with existing employees. That they're existing employees. But the reality is, even if you're contracted, if you're a good employee, you're not leaving when your commissioner leaves. Like, in theory, if we're using our aides properly, and we discussed this, Charlie and I, if we're using our aides properly, they're going to be 7 of the most highly sought-out employees and aides in this entire county. They're going to have better contact base and better knowledge of Manatee County. And there's going to be openings in Veteran Affairs or Development Services. They're going to keep their employment here, most likely, because they're going to be attractive employees. But their contract will allow them to end with us. But otherwise, it's a fairly seamless. All my discussions have been, it's almost, you're not really going to be able to tell the difference, because we can get rid of our existing employees whenever we want as well, in theory, in Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're not looking for any action. This was just
Nope,
informational
just
purposes only, correct?
discussion.
All right.
Update.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, we're ready.
All right, we're going to get into commissioner comments. Let's see for a second. Is there anybody has any commissioner comments? I'd like to.
I have one when you're done.
You want to go? You want to go ahead and go first?
Mine's fast. I mean,
Yep, mine's not going to be fast.
I just wanted to say, to keep an eye out for whoever ended up being chair. In years past, the chair picks all the, or at least makes the recommendation of picking all the advisory board seats, MPO seats, Peace River Water Authority, all that. In years past, that's, in my mind, taken longer than it should. People need to get those on their calendar, need to start preparing for it. We've missed meetings. So just in the event of whomever was chair, I had Dana already put together a more expansive model for that actually has summaries of every single board, who the contact people are, how often they meet, where they meet. So expect that later today. That way, if you have any questions, we can discuss it openly on Thursday. I'm going to try to turn that around like within the week so that people know before the holidays, so their aides can start putting it on the calendar. We can start getting letters out to those boards to let people know who's going to be representing Manatee County and get that ball rolling. So expect that probably tonight to so you can start reviewing it if you have any questions Thursday.
You on the board?
Okay. No, another thing that I wanted to add regarding, the chair positions, historically, the chair kind of spoke on behalf of the whole county. I want to make sure that if it's in specific districts, that the district commissioner speaks on behalf of their district, moving forward and things like that, because I think it's important that either it's the district commissioner or the at-large. I know that in the past, it's always kind of been the chair that's essentially done that, and I just want to make that clear because
I can promise you
I know.
that'll either be the district commissioner or an at-large who speaks at every event during my year.
Okay, not that I want to, by any means, wants to speak, by any means. You know how I am about that, but I want to be able to look out for the other commissioners to make sure that they're getting the input needed to push out
I've always
to the public.
advocated to make sure.
And I know you have.
I've
I know
always
you have,
advocated that
Commissioner
every
Cruz.
district commissioner has an important role in everything that happens within their district.
Exactly, exactly, yes.
Thank you. Thank Commissioner Cruz. All right, I can't get on the board, but I am on the board. What I always do is just make I'm going to make a motion based on the information we heard this morning. And what I'd like to do is make a motion. Oh, geez, sorry. I'd like to make a motion, direct county staff to start the process to bring back any monument that had been removed and replace that said monument as they were before, or have those monuments repaired that were broken during the removal of said monument.
Does anybody want to reestablish who the port chair is?
I have a request.
You heard this people this morning.
I do notice you waited till after the.
Yeah, I have a.
To bring back one of my
Chairman
favorite.
Ron, I have been.
Ma'am?
I have been.
I think she's on the board.
Yeah,
I'm on the board too.
board
I was
as
on the
well.
board before you, but the
on
board,
the board before
the
you.
board's still at county administrator comments and not commissioner comments.
Okay.
But
Wait, right.
Commissioner Cruz got on the board, but there's a motion been made. If there's not a second. I
So
guess-
I'm
Chair.
going, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, you need to let
I've got it. I have
I gave
taken
her- I gave
over.
her the stick.
Let me make it clear that I have now taken over the
And that's scary.
chairmanship for this very moment. So I will now recognize Commissioner Feltz.
We don't have a second yet. You can't recognize.
Oh,
me.
I apologize. Do we have a second?
Of what?
The motion to bring back any monument that was removed and
No, we
make
don't.
repairs.
No, we don't have a second.
Okay. So, is there a second anywhere?
I do have a great Substack you can use.
So, I believe at this
For lack of
time,
a second.
the motion fails for lack of a second. All right, now I'm going to recognize Commissioner Feltz.
Thank you. I appreciate the comments made recognizing that District 1 has not had a representative for quite amount of time, but they do now. So I've appreciated our at-large commissioners helping out during that time. I appreciate you continuing to do that when your district commissioner needs that, which that will be necessary because I have a very large district, larger than everyone else's. Regarding our assistance, I've appreciated sharing Kelly. I am probably the ultimate fiscal conservative, and I would like for us to walk into our next 4 years having that same attitude. But I think it should be to each of us works differently and differently with other people. I've enjoyed sharing Kelly. I don't know what I would do with my own assistant. I'm pretty much a lone wolf on a lot of things, but this is a big territory to cover, so I think that that will help a lot. And regarding our statue, Chairman Ron, I actually have kind of a deep roots here, deep understanding of this. But right now is not the time let's settle in our own way and our own time with this. Probably nobody is as deep into our southern roots as I am, but let's not start our tenure out on a contentious subject.
Can I
There's place and times, and believe me, there's many people in my district particularly that share a heritage that this statue represented. But I think that we want to go about this in such a way that we have a better legacy than how we left it with that. So let's work on some good things first and worry about that. We have a Veterans Memorial being proposed. We have a VA hospital being proposed. We have a lot of opportunities out in Mayaca now that a lot of the animosity has died down. You may see Gamble Plantation being more receptive to that. We have our Manatee Historical Park, which has a lot of that same era in there. But let's not start our era with a contentious subject that we don't need to go into right now. And I think I speak probably more deeply about that heritage than most. And I understand and I recognize it, but I don't want to start this era out on a bad note.
Well, Madam, can I dialogue with you for a minute? I too have a long time heritage, third generation Floridian.
Eighth.
My ancestors fought in the Civil War in Georgia. So, and understanding where the attitude is today and where this should have never been taken down. I was here when they were discussing this, and in this very chamber when the board at that time was bullied by a segment of the population by BLM and other groups like that to tear down a historic monument that was put there to recognize the people of Manatee County that served, no matter what the cause was, but served to protect the integrity of Manatee County. That's the citizens that are on there, and that's what it was there for. And so I'm not trying to make anything contentious or pick any fights, but I think that the will, and you heard the people there today, you heard the gentleman come up today and stated that he was for bringing back the monument. Several people spoke to bring back the monument.
I had several phone calls last night, and I understand. I just think that before we walk into this being a contentious thing, I think we have a lot of opportunity to bring to light a lot of unique situations in this particular area of Florida that might make this a little bit more palpable than us just bringing up a wound that, let's face it, we've got a broken statue in 3 pieces. It was a good monument, but it's going to cost us money to repair it. And wouldn't it be nice if we did something to acknowledge this, but maybe with something new, and instead of spending I think the bill was like $40,000 to repair it, maybe we need to do something that has more of a recognition of how far we've come than bringing that up from the past that could bring some bad things into us. I want to do something. I want to recognize that, but I'd like to do a better job of it than just repairing a broken statue.
All right, ma'am. Thank you. I agree with you. Thank you, ma'am. All right, Commissioner Ballard.
Thank you. I have thoughts on that, on the monument, but I'm not going to talk about it today because it's not an issue for today. But what I do want to talk about is something to kind of chew on for January. And that is, I know that we all have our areas of particular interest. We have our districts, but we also have certain issues that we all, like to focus on or find particularly important. And I really like the idea of having commissioner liaisons for certain issues who report regularly to the board and to the public on those specific issues. So that's just something I'd ask Commissioner Cruz to consider for the future, and something that I think we could all benefit from, because I think we all have certain areas of knowledge that are deeper, certain areas of interest that are deeper, and I think we could all benefit from having those areas of focus regularly reported on to the board and to the public.
Give an example.
What's that?
I'd like to hear, I'd like to hear an example.
So, an example that for myself would be, I have focused extensively on homelessness and addiction. I'd like to continue to do so, but I would like to have the opportunity to talk about that work before the board, so that the board knows the things that I'm working on, and also so that the public can also be aware. For example, you've been working extensively on veterans issues. I'd like to, in a systemic way, hear more about those things as you're working on it. Maybe Commissioner Sadiq is interested in water quality in the environment. And, if he's working extensively on those issues, I would like to hear regular reports, and I think the public would appreciate that as well.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yep.
Commissioner Bearden.
That's why
Oh, okay. I'll take you
I'm
down
in.
then. Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, it's an excellent idea. I mean, we do it anyway, but we do it informally. And so it takes something away, like, again, like Commissioner Ballard, not only with homelessness and opioid, but then you go up to Baltimore to see things. And if you were an official liaison and people out in the public of Turning Points, other people knew that this is their first source of contact here and had more flexibility to go to Baltimore, meet with people. I go to the affordable house. Everyone comes to me about anything affordable housing. I go to the affordable housing conference every August. In the past, like Kevin was the boat ramp person, and everyone, if they had a boat ramp thing, but he admitted it. He said, "I'm the focal point." If everyone had things like that, and that's a good discussion for January 7th. We're having strategy sessions. People are all going to have an opportunity to say what they're passionate about. And then we just decide, okay, who's kind of the liaison point person for staff and for the public to discuss.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea.
Yeah, and I'll jump in on that and just raise the point I brought up earlier. I hate when our county gets involved in issues and then drops the ball after elections. There are probably issues that previous commissions, I'm not saying the outgoing one, raised, whether it's boat ramps, because I'm getting those, but don't call me the boat ramp commissioner. I'm not the boat ramp commissioner. I don't have money for a boat.
Boat ramps?
Boat
No.
dock commissioner. Let's change the name.
No, we'll do something else, but, no, we'll get more aides, I think that'd be a great idea, but if you look at the way Congress functions, more often than not, it doesn't function well. But the one thing it does get right is the CBO, Congressional Budget Office. Independent of any congressional terms, it does provide an opportunity for anyone, any congressman or staff, to just go to the CBO and just get research and policy, and they are not beholden to any commissioner, just to Manatee County government, and maybe the administration too, which I think is a little bit more long-lived. I don't know how it works in the state delegate in Tallahassee, but I do think rather than hiring separate liaisons, we can leverage aides in that sense. But I do think we really need a real professional policy force in Manatee County that can brief all of us on those issues and maintain continuity of operations between commission terms, so we don't drop the ball on child health care, so we don't drop the ball on boat ramps, or there's just that on-ramp process that we'll all have to go through, catching up on things in our districts, but it'd be really good to have more Crosleys and that director position we're talking about to really, again, maintain continuity of operations.
Go ahead.
Commissioner Beard.
And you know, I think that it's whatever is the passion of the commissioner. I don't think that you're going to be necessarily pigeonholed into one specific issue. You know, for example, Commissioner Ron, Commissioner McCann, and myself all want to go into veterans issues. There's things that I'm not seeing that Commissioner Ron sees, right? I mean, Commissioner Ballard likes affordable housing, or, you know, Commissioner Tao might like affordable housing. There could be angles that each commissioner sees differently that can bring some value to the board. So that being said, I don't want us to also just be pigeonholed on, okay, I'm the boat ramp commissioner. Well, you know what I'm saying?
You get it.
You see what I'm saying?
I nominate Commissioner Beard to be boat ramp commissioner.
This is a 7-person board that is a collaborative effort because there's things that you guys don't see that I may see, you know, and so that we have to work together as a whole to move this county forward. So I think it's essentially, what are you passionate about? And if you're passionate about affordable housing, you might have a better idea than Commissioner Cruz over there on affordable housing. All right? So that's the point I want to make. Yeah.
Could I, sorry.
Yeah.
If I could dialogue just for a second. I'm definitely not suggesting that, like, if one commissioner is named, you know, liaison on a certain issue, that means that nobody else can touch it or should touch it. Really what I'm saying is we're taking the things that we're naturally focusing on and working on and just kind of making it more official, and then to improve the work, and then also reporting regularly to the rest of the board, again, so that we can have those discussions openly and say, like, let's say that that I'm working on something related to affordable housing, and I bring it up, then we're all able to talk about it and discuss it here together. And you can say, well, you know, I have a different perspective.
What kind of offers? I think a good idea is when Commissioner Ballard and I, because I work with her on homelessness, and I said, there's somebody you got to meet, and it was Dr. Mabat, and I said she took charge of that, ran with it, and we employed him, and he's got our study finishing and all that type of stuff. So I think it all can be collaborative. I just don't think if her passions, you know, the opiate issue and homelessness and child welfare, I think we all can benefit from her leadership as a liaison, but we all can add to her leadership as a liaison. Right. Commissioner Cruz knows a heck lot more on workforce housing and things like that, and I think that I do, but I think I could help Commissioner Cruz if he's got an issue on something. I mean, support him in something he wants to do. Mine's public safety, Light Up Manatee, the public safety. I like working with that. So I think that we all can work together, and that's what it's all about. It's all about picking a liaison, saying, they're just quarterbacking that for the board, and they can report on it to the board, but we're all part of that team that can say, hey, have you seen this? Have you understood this? And have a more collaborative effort in making the board a better board and making the public more aware of what's going on and reporting those type of issues to the public. So I think that's what you're getting to.
It is.
Okay. Commissioner Sadiq.
Okay, there we go. So I want to address two things briefly. Won't take too long. One of the big things for me is just paying attention to, obviously, election results in Manatee County, but we don't exist in a vacuum. When we were at FAC, we saw basically the same trends happen throughout the entire county, and frankly, the whole south, the whole southern region of the U.S. And that trend was residents want us to present a plan, and that's kind of why I think coming into January, they want to know what we're going to do about traffic, development, all those things. But at the end of the day, I firmly believe we should also promote economic development. There are areas that are seriously distressed. Rabonia, all of this, there's significant portions of 2, 3, and 4 that are, and I have the weirdest district. I've got the wealthiest people in Manatee County and the poorest, and I'm not.
Mobile homes and $1 million homes.
You might be surprised. How my district is structured, how even 2 is and 4 is, are not lost on me. Everyone's got a golf course in their community and some blighted community that's been forgotten about. So I definitely think residents want to see us address the perception of overdevelopment, especially in District 1, but I also want to make clear that, we are open for business in Manatee County. We want to see that redevelopment happen here. The last thing I'll end on is this. One of the members from Boys and Girls Club spoke, John Agnelli, about empowering youth and giving them more visibility in Manatee County. I mean, Commissioner Bowd and I are some of the youngest here, but I see that as an opportunity not just for us to encourage more people to join the conversation, but make real decisions about that. So back in the day, my wife went through something called the Manatee Youth Commission. I believe it was about 2012 or 15, no, before 15. But it basically allowed young people in the community to mimic being on a commission, make decisions on land use and stuff like that, and really just get involved in how the county functions. The fundamental problem that exists in this country today is that we don't have enough new talent coming into politics, into government, especially local government. Nobody knows what the heck the county does. They run for mayor, they run for Congress, because that's what gets you likes and retweets on every social media platform on earth. But nobody understands that you can do great things in your community as commissioners. You can fund child health care and welfare. You can get after 41 and make it a great place to live. You can make it more affordable. You can protect agriculture and highlight. There's a great podcaster out there, he's a young guy too, my age, talking about the awesomeness of being in ag with big F-150s and blaring all kinds of cool country music, and I listen to that too. Or you can care about veterans. You can be a young veteran and want to see other veterans prosper. By the way, Manatee County is designated as a veteran safe space. That was pretty cool to hear. We do a lot of cool things, but I think I'll certainly be pushing for the Youth Commission now that we've brought the Citizens Academy back to get more young people in the conversation for County Commission, because we do a hell of a lot of great things in this town as commissioners, and we should highlight that. And I'll just end by saying, as far as the advisory boards are concerned, I've been pushing them as much as I can to make it a fair and great process. So for my part, at least, I'll certainly be looking for young, qualified people as well.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Bearden?
So you'd be excited, Commissioner Towle, in regards to the young commissioners, because I'm working on a program right now to bring in these students for Commissioner Day and actually go through a meeting and things like that, so.
Really?
Maybe, yeah.
Okay.
We've been working on, I wasn't gonna launch it until the first of the year and bring it up to you guys. I spoke to you guys about it a few months ago.
No,
Yeah,
I remember you
so-
mentioning it, but I didn't know it was going anywhere.
Yeah.
Well, I'm excited. Thanks for doing that.
That's cool. All right, thank you, Commissioner Bearden. Is there anything else that's good for the order? Any other comments,
Yeah,
concerns,
I've been on
questions?
for a while, but you never recognized me.
Well,
That's okay.
I got a board, I don't know why my board's not
I don't
recognizing
know
it,
why
because
your
it's still under
board's off
county,
either,
it's still
but
under county
your board's
attorney.
off. That's all right, sweetie.
My current item's still showing Commissioner, Administrator
live.
Bishop. Oh, it is, thank you. That's why I
No,
didn't see
it's
you.
just my on base is broken.
All of it is. So, yes, ma'am, go ahead.
No worries,
Commissioner
dear.
Felds.
I'm good.
All right, if that's it, we stand adjourned.